I think getting top 4 is impressive, and now I'm looking at the tournament and I'm saying, okay, Team Spirit looks like the best team here, and I'm looking at everybody they beat from here from before until now, and I think P-Vision was just another one of those teams on the chopping block. I think Gaming Gladiators, who got knocked out by them, are going to be thinking the same thing as well.
Yeah, and speaking of looking at things...
Yes, I have some wonderful clips I would love to show you, talking about how good P-Vision is and why they should have won this game. Here's their early game first gank on Laurel. That was very fantastic. This is with a catapult wave. They move up. Laurel thinks he's safe, but with the Disruptor Glimpse, they get this guaranteed kill into an Exorcism. Even Rue, trying to stun from the side, was not able to do enough to stop this. And then they get tons of damage on this tower. This tower was untouched prior to this gank, and this is one of the crazy things that really good teams will do. They'll turn a gank into like 3 benefits. They get a first blood kill, they killed the mid hero in a mid matchup, they put tower damage in, and they did it at the same time as the catapult was coming in. So they just end up putting this tower down to 30% HP with this move. Incredibly good moment for them. Look, here it is. We're 646 in, and it's basically deniable. Then they end up rotating bot as well to go look for pressure. This is the amazing Wisdom Shrine fight that ended up happening, where every single hero was crossing the map, and there's chaotic stuff going on. On the left side, they're looking for hero kills over here. On the right side, they're just like, please don't let them get this for free. That would be terrible if that happened. So we're gonna see Satanic fighting the death with Yatoro on the right side. They're cleaning up the collapse kill on the left, and then it's a mad dash to end up getting in the shrine, because it is almost maxed out here. And very crucially, what's gonna happen is it looks like it's going to be Satanic dying, and so then they have no one move in. This push was amazing here. He ends up pushing him all the way out, which is going to allow them to actually take the Wisdom Shrine with that ulti. If not for that, no one fights to the death, and who knows what ends up happening. So it's just basically like 8 heroes, 9 heroes team fighting in this fight with only one person that ends up staying alive. So this is really, really crucial, and a nice little engagement here. But ultimately, well, other cool stuff, this tower dies for free, basically, which is cool. This is a profit of what they did earlier in the game, and that translated into them being able to save the Exorcism bottom as well. They get a response kill on collapse after they end up killing the Doom, which was very, very cool. And just a little bit of an example of the cascading successes that they had earlier, transitioning into the Exorcism being saved bottom, which lets them kill the collapse, which lets them force an overreaction defense here by Team Spirit. So I just thought Paravision played so good in the first 10 minutes of this game. It gave them a nice advantage that could have potentially won them the game, but Team Spirit is Team Spirit, of course.
You know the crazy thing about the Wisdom Rune fight is that no one had no charges of Spirit Siphon because it was level 3. If he gets the Wisdom Rune because he doesn't get pushed out, he levels up Spirit Siphon, he gets another charge of it, he heals the full HP. Maybe this game is a complete stomp. Like this one interaction is enough to make or break the game.
Yeah, if Laurel misuses his Sonic Wave there and doesn't push him back, he hits that level, stays alive. Yeah, could be crazy.
It's the little things that make the big picture, that's for sure. There's another little thing we'd like to show you, Jenkins, or would you say it's a big thing?
Well, I thought that it was going to be a big thing earlier on into the game, but as we see Collapse having a very rough time, as Mira mentioned, like he was getting stunned from the 2 supports. It was impossible for him to do anything. And on the flip side, Spirit tried to take advantage of this. They're going on no one, and following from all the clips that Perch showed us, they actually were able to get an Aegis. So Spirit is like, okay, well, let's do the counterplay of going on the Aegis guy. This is usually going to be unexpected. But the Dazzle, the constant heals coming out and pairing their heroes so that even though they're 3-manning, like, they still have the right heroes there for Paravision. Then Spirit has to use the finger on an Aegis target. Like, this felt really rough. Paravision was legitimately playing the early game like S tier.
Yeah, they were doing great. And then you try to go high ground, Evie.
Try to go high ground against Team Spirit. Well, I like that we saw what the issues were in Jenkins' highlight, that Collapse was getting doomed. There was just not enough damage. But as you see here, you see the blink initiation on the Death Prophet into the instant Sonic Wave, into the instant Figure. Of course, there was a global silence to cover it, so the Grave couldn't come out here. But this succession of spellcasting that Spirit did is what caused them to win this fight later on. Obviously, we're not going to see the whole clip because it went on for like another minute entirely. But after that clip, Collapse also gets another few kills, getting himself a lot of gold. And something to note that in that high ground defense as well, he had just recently picked up the blink. So he caught P-Vision off guard with that blink pulverize, and they were able to just burst the DP when needed.
Yeah, it was a great series. We are not done talking about it just yet. We are going to have a very special guest on in a little bit, but first, we're going to see what Slack is up to.
League of Legends. Where else but EWC could a Dota fan and a League fan get together? Literally nowhere. If a Dota fan gets anywhere near a League event, Pendragon will come and put us in a van. So, this is a rare opportunity that I am going to personally use to do something that Valve has never tried to ever do. And that is convert League of Legends fans to the superior game. Forcibly. Let's try. All right. Gentlemen, hello. Do you like League of Legends?
No.
May I interview you?
Okay.
Are you a League fan?
Yes, we are supporting Koi.
Koi! Please come over here. Young man, please. Don't leave your friend here to be suffered by me.
We are brothers. And
Brothers.
I'm here supporting Koi.
Koi, how long have you been League of Legends fans? What?
He doesn't speak English really well.
That's okay. Well, just keep giving me a thumbs up then every time I say something for my...
I started playing League of Legends in Season 5.
Season 5, a very hype season.
I was Piccolo Diamond.
Yes. Oh, Diamond.
Yeah, but that's...
Diamond.
No, Diamond is...
This guy is Diamond, baby. All right, all right.
And he was the best Draven in US for one season.
Best in the US right here? Have you guys ever played any games that are like League, but not League?
But we play a lot of mobile games like Clash Royale.
Okay.
Clash of Clans.
Okay.
All of these kind of video games.
Very good.
And computer games more, all Pokemons.
Oh, fantastic. Well, gentlemen, I have been sent here to talk to people about a new special project by the makers of League of Legends, okay? Now, this is like a new kind of MOBA game, and they were having me find people that might be interested in it. Would you like a sneak peek? It'll take 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, let's go. Follow me. How do you think about League of Legends balance? Do you think League is a balanced game?
Yeah, but I waste too much money on gambling on the chest.
I see. Gambling.
I'm not a good example.
Well, what if I told you that we have developed a game from the makers of League of Legends where most of the heroes come from, where you don't have to pay for champions, there is no battle pass, and the heroes are actually balanced, my friend. Would you like to test this game out?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, please, if you could, to DOTA2! This is called DOTA2, No, come back, sir! Come back, please! Listen to me! It's just like League! You don't have to pay for the heroes! I promise, come back! We almost got him, though. He was thinking about it. The League fam are ready to be converted. Valve, give me $1 million. I got 2 of them. He's cooking on it. Back to you, boys.
I mean, it was good effort. I'll give him that. You almost got him. But thank you for Slacks for that. We have a very special guest. We have one of our grand finalists joining us here on the couch. Rue, congratulations on the series, first of all. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's very nice to go to the grand final again. So, yeah, feeling okay.
I have to ask you about the Batrider of the first game, because we heard Silent after the draft, and he is like, we've not played Batrider this entire tournament. This was your first Batrider performance here in Riyadh. I'm assuming you had it well prepped in your pubs before that, very comfortable going into that game? It looks comfortable.
Yeah, I think we don't play Batrider because every team banned it, but I play a lot of Batrider in pubs, so I pick Batrider versus my teammates. They hate me because I win every game. Yeah, so Batrider was prepared.
Very good to hear.
I want to ask about Batrider. What is it that makes the hero so broken right now? Because I would like to know the answer to it, but we never see it, so I actually don't understand. I mean, it looked really good, but in your opinion, what is it that makes it so overpowered?
It's a good laner. When you get level 3, you can kill any hero. It's infinity damage on Batrider. It's also flex hero, and you can farm on support like all map. So I think it is broken, and BKB control.
Okay, I want to ask about team spirit in general as the new guy. I know you got asked this in an interview earlier, but you said it was stressful to play with them at first because you guys would always have these comebacks. What is it that... Do you have any idea like why this happens so much for your team? Do you have any theory? Is it just that like teams are really good and you're the most resilient? Like you just have the best mental?
I just feel we start play Dota after we lose 2 sides or mega creeps, so it's more interesting to play.
the entertainment factor. Okay, I see.
Before Mega Creeps is the tutorial, and then the game actually starts. I wanted to ask you, Rue, so you've obviously it's not your first LAN with Team Spirit, but it's the highest stakes one, the highest prize pool one. Has that affected your mental or how you approach the games, or does it feel the same?
I think I feel the same. It was a lot of tournaments, so this is just another one. So it's not making pressure on me.
And do you know the meme about how Team Spirit powers up when the prize pool goes up?
Yeah.
Do you think that's true?
That's fact.
I have a game-specific question, if you don't mind. You just played Lion. You went for an Aether Lens this game. Why did you choose Aether Lens over, like, Force Staff, Glimmer, or Blink?
I think you should always buy Blink or Lens because it's your main items. I can buy Blink, but they have heroes like Dazzle, Desprophet, Doom, so if I jump, I just die. And I also have Blink Dagger on Primal Beast, so I just buy Lens and stay behind my team and use my spells.
If you didn't have a Primal that could initiate first, would you have felt more pressure to get a Blink Dagger instead?
Yes, if I have no Blink Dagger stun, something like this, I should buy it.
Okay, cool.
I have one more team-specific question. As a viewer of the Team Spirit, documentaries and vlogs that you guys do, I think an underrated person on your team is Corbin. Can you tell me what you see as like Corbin's impact on the team?
Corbin is the highest impact in Team Spirit. He doing everything. He motivate us. He train us also, like in game and IRL.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the most impactful man.
The spirit of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
That's high praise.
I have one last question for you, Rube. So that game started off really hard, but at what point in the game did you think, okay, we're winning this one?
In the what game? First or second?
The second game.
Oh, till the enemy right GG. I think it was a very tough fight. So we can lose, we can win, but we fight better, so we just win.
Okay, thank you.
You got a Lion in that last game. You got it at almost second pick, 23 pick for you guys. It's not very often that your hero gets picked last for your team. Did you get to call the Lion, or was Silent saying you're playing it?
Miposhka calls Lion. I was thinking about some other heroes, maybe Bounty Hunter, Iki. But Miposhka says we need Lion. Lion is always good in competitive, so he just picked it.
That makes sense. Do you have any other heroes that... Because we've seen your Bounty Hunter this event already. We've not yet seen your Ricky in Riyadh. Are there any other heroes that you really hope you get to play in the grand finals?
I hope I play Muerta maybe and Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I think the Muerta will be banned.
What about Skywrath Mage?
I was trying him, but he's still weak.
He's pretty bad.
That is unfortunate. I think Muerta is definitely one of the stronger ones in your arsenal, which is why it's mostly banned against Team Spirit. I was also curious if there is any players at the moment. I know there's no Dota2 Pro Tracker, but are there any players that you try to get inspiration from their pro games that helps you get to the level that you are now?
Yeah, sure. We look of the game of our enemies on some tournaments because it's no other way to have some experience from other team. Just only one way.
And you're the only team still in the competition that after the group stages, you guys didn't play until the first round of the playoffs. What do you think you guys did different compared to all the other teams that had that long break to stay on top of your form? Because we saw so many teams bum out.
We just continue playing, continue training. No weekends. Like we train. We train every day. So yeah, that's the reason.
Can I ask a question? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Do you guys have a specific scrimming team partner that you always go back to, that you get a lot of experience from?
Yellow Submarine.
Which one? Sorry.
Yellow Submarine.
Yellow Submarine. That's your main scrimming partner.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
We do call them the Spirit Junior. So
yeah, we do.
Now that makes sense.
And is that still the case while you've been here? You've been scrimming them?
Yeah, every day.
That's awesome.
Wow, the boys.
Yeah, the secrets they know. Thank you, Rue, for joining us on the panel. Is there anything you would still like to say to everybody watching, everybody at home?
Yeah, it was very great support. in this match. So thank every fan. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting.
Thank you very much, Rue. We are going to find out who Team Spirit is going to face in that grand finals. We're getting ready for a second semi-finals here in Riyadh. And that means we're going to take a break. But when we're back, it's time for Tundra versus Falcons.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Retro Gaming Museum here at EWC. Now, I know a lot of gamers are young these days, but us Dota players are old but boomers. So I brought you here to relive some nostalgia. If you see something that you remember or some of you played, please type in chat, I remember. And if you don't, type in boomers, disgusting boomers. Let's go ahead and take a trip through the decades. 1980s, my friends, is where it all started for gamers. Now, I know there's not a lot of you guys in chat that probably are 80s gamers, and if you are, you've probably only played Turbo for the last 5 years because you got lives. But this is where it all began. Original Nintendo, baby. Look at the Nintendo Entertainment System right there. Ugh, big baddie number one. The Atari. Now, I'm going to age myself here. This was my first system. Grandpa had it in the attic, gave it to me, played Top Gun on the Atari. Landing that jet was freaking impossible back in the day. And then, of course, the Sega Master System. This is the one that started all for Sega. The 80s. Do you remember these? These bad boys? 80s was a good time for gaming. Many of our childhoods was gaming. For some of us, the old as heck ones, but 80s was a great time to get things started. But things really started cooking in our next location. 1990s, my home, and I'm sure the home of many of you. My friends, what a beautiful place. Early 90s, you got these, real games out here. Donkey Kong Original, Metal Slug, baby. Oh, my sisters made me play this all the time. This is Sailor Moon Battle Arena Jujutsu Kaisen. This one is hype. Now, this is the ancient times of gaming. You can see these pictures on the wall. Is that Resident Evil 2? I remember Resident Evil 2, baby. Original Doom? I remember that one, baby. Look at all these games. Warcraft 2, right there. That's my stuff. Original Tomb Raider. Tell me you boys remember this. But 1990s, early 90s, very, very interesting. Hold on a second. You need to get this right here. Dragon Ball Z, Toonami, Come Home After School. I believe this is the Namek Saga. That's my S right there. Used to watch that all the time. Pepsi Man. This is what we have in the historical museum right here. Extremely important. But this, my friends, was the real classics for many of us. Dino Crisis, Mario Kart 64. This is where it all began for your boy right here. This game was my life. Daddy used to play Toad, and I would just scream all day, I'm the best! Because he had a voice like me. Love the 90s games, my friend. Tomb Raider, Commandos, Behind Enemy Lines, Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, Stars. I played every single one of these gosh darn games, all right? Back in the day, Blockbuster had a deal. You could rent out a game, and as long as you returned it, they'd give you another one. And you know what I did? All of them! Everything you see here, I played every single one of these games because I'm a gamer god. That's what happens. Anyway, where was Dota in the 90s? Well, Ice Frog was born. Is that too much information? Should I have said that? Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. As we continue our journey through the history of games and Dota. Quake 3 Arena 2000s, all right? Gaming before, something that you did with your nerdy friends. You tried to hide from dad so he didn't come down in the basement and see you guys huddle around the TV. But now, esports, baby, the beginning of it. Quake 3, some would say the beginning of esports. I would say pretty close. But this, to me, brothers, is the true beginning. Counter-Strike 1.6. This is where it all started. Tactical shooting, blood and guts like you've never seen before. Absolute esports, baby. And this is when Dota started coming into its prime. 3 years after Counter-Strike 2003, which brings us to the 2000s. Welcome to the birth of Dota 1, Warcraft 3 mod. Oh boy, was it hype. The same year as, of course, the Nokia N-Gage. I've never seen this damn thing in my life, but pretty hype. Look at these old phones. This is a classic right here. That's a Nokia 3310. You take that, you throw it at anything, does not die. I remember getting mugged by somebody, bam, dead. Take them out with that thing. Absolutely. Oh, the classic systems, boys. The Xbox 360. Ah, what a jam. The orange box, Modern Warfare 2. Or you're a PlayStation guy, aka you're wrong. All you have is Uncharted. That's it. God of War, maybe. Nobody played that. It was awful. PlayStation kids in the chat, shame on you. The Nintendo Wii, this drove the kids crazy. We'd stand out line, not going to the bathroom, and dying from our bladders exploding just for the chance to play the Nintendo Wii. Best of all time. But many of us were PC gamers already. And this is where everything went wrong, my friends. The PC wall of Generation 1 YouTubers. Back then, PewDiePie just starting off before the incident. All these other dudes that I forget. That guy before the tech company, and he ripped off all those people with the wallpapers. When it was innocent times, beautiful times. Times when you could play the Xbox One. Look at the size of this controller, kiddos. This is the slim version. This used to be bigger. Look at this thing. This thing looks like a time machine at this point. But you know what we did on this bad boy? Halo 1, baby! That's where it started all for the console gamers. And over here, the PS2, still functioning to this day. I've never seen a broken PS2. Have you? Nay. I remember. Hope you do too. But the 2000s were an incredible time, not just for gaming, but it was where we began. Dota 1.0, Counter-Strike mod. Beautiful stuff as we continue into the future to see where Dota went. 2010, my friends, this is when Dota 2 started getting into its prime. In fact, when Dota 2 started, if you remember that correctly, we migrated from Dota 1 to Dota 2, competing with our friends. What is this bad boy? This is the PlayStation 3, baby. Call of Duty, better graphics. I believe that is knack for the PS3. I don't know why they have that up there. One of the best games ever made, in fact. And then the rise of the indies. That's right. You got Inside over there. You got Rocket League. You got Minecraft. You got whatever this is. I believe that is a Nintendo Switch. Yes, this is where most of you in Twitch chat have been born. Right there at the Nintendo Switch. Welcome, my friends. You've got anime. Not concerned with anime. What I'm concerned with is the rise of Dota 2 in this time period. We're talking 2013, 2014, the first international. We're cooking. We're going to TI5, TI6. Oh, I remember. Oh, OG winning 2 back-to-backs. TI8, TI9. We don't talk about TI7. But here we are at the meme wall. This is where society began to crumble. Remember the cake is a lie? I remember. Awful meme, but at the time, quite hype over here. Yes, this is when memes really got into their heyday. This is when society collapsed. But we did survive as we moved into the future of the 2020s.
3, 2, 1, action.
Which brings us to the 2020s, the future of gaming. What is the biggest game that will ever happen again? Valorant? Wrong. Still Dota, actually. We're just getting started, baby. I guarantee there are going to be Dota players playing until 2040. We've all put in way too much work to learn what invoker spells do to stop before we are dead and gone in a retirement home. So as we've traveled throughout the entire history of gaming, you've seen it all. You've lived it all. Mario 64, that ruined my life for quite some time. Don't forget, my friends, that the past is history, the future a mystery. But today, they call it a gift because it is the present. So keep playing Dota. Don't go anywhere. Dota stay forever. 2020, 2080, year 3000, Dota will be here, baby. See you in the future.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here under unfortunate circumstances with DM from P-Vision. DM, that game 2, it looked like you had it, but it all went wrong. What happened?
We made a team decision to go high ground, and it was not probably the best decision because we got like outplayed there by like few moments, and then game became a bit hard. Then we like lost second rush because we go 4v5 or something like this. Like. Yeah, we just like discipline this game, and that's unfortunate. We lost.
So what's the biggest lesson, the biggest takeaway from this series for you and the rest of P-Vision?
It's always the same for us. We need to be more focused and more disciplined, more like be near each other in like important moments, be focused on like taking right position, like fighting around the objective the right way. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Absolutely. Well, it's not the end of the road for you here at EWC. Obviously, your chance of taking home that trophy is gone. However, you still have the opportunity to play in that third and fourth match for $100,000. How are you going to be approaching that one?
We'll try our best to be victorious there because obviously, like, it's a match that means something, like third and fourth place difference. So yeah, we'll just do our best to play it and win it.
All right, DM, sorry you're not going to be getting that trophy, but I'm looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow. Best of luck in that game.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where the Dota 2 action is continuing. We already have one of our grand final teams, but the other one, well, that's still to be decided. It's going to be decided in this upcoming match. We have Tundra up against Falcons. To walk me through this is none other than my lovely panel. Going in reverse order this time. Fia, Lacoste, and BSJ. Brian, starting with you, how's your day been?
I mean, I'm excited to have another epic series. I feel like that last one, despite being a 2-0, was really back and forth, and Team Spirit winning in Team Spirit fashion, and we saw a bit of that from Tundra yesterday, so perhaps another epic comeback.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. I don't want to see the stomps like we've seen yesterday, Falcons, what they did to Team Liquid. I want to see these comeback games, and some of these teams, they are producing these games that are always super entertaining to watch.
Well, that depends on who you want to win, I think, right? If you want to see these cool comeback games, I have a feeling Tundra is going to win. But if you want Falcons to win, then you kind of want to see the stomps, because that's how they play the game. So I wouldn't mind seeing some stomps, because it's been a while since I've seen Falcons look incredibly good and at the top.
Yeah, I mean, we had that series yesterday, of course, but that was for the top four. Now they're battling it out for that grand final slot. Tundra, a lot of people wouldn't have expected them to be necessarily looking at how their series was yesterday against BB Team. That series went 1-1 apiece. Game 3, it was a tough start for them. They ended up getting the win, but it didn't feel clean at all, Lacoste. It was clutch, high emotions. It was amazing to watch in terms of Dota, but it wasn't clean from the player's perspective.
Yeah, if you watched the game, you probably thought that BB Team is already through that third game. One of the most entertaining. It might be the most entertaining game that we did so far see at the tournament. There was one good game when Team Spirit played with the CK, but this one, definitely a one where they pulled it back. Like, this is a team that you should never underestimate. They've done it time and time again. They've done it against Falcons as well when they played in the grand finals earlier at this year when they were playing at the Fisher LAN tournament as well. So never underestimate this team because they can pull it back. And with some really nice plays, we're talking about, Axe getting a 4-man call, buyback into 2-man call. This is a team that is super interesting and one of the most entertaining team to watch in terms of the itemization, I will also say.
Yeah, well, here they are, Tundra arriving to our Amazon Arena thanks to Jamil Motorsports there. But, Brian, there is something about this team that they love to keep leveling it up. They like to make everything entertaining as close as possible at every step of the way. And we've seen them in multiple grand finals before. Is that momentum going to continue? Is there going to be another grand final on the horizon for them?
Yeah, what I love about both these teams, but what we saw from Tundra yesterday, is they have their signature heroes. Nobody else other than BZM is picking the Invoker. It's not even like it was an overall last pick. He picked it 7th overall in the draft. They had the option to counter it if they wanted to on the side of BB Team. Maybe not in the lane, but with their picks. And despite that, it enabled Crystallis to do like this almost utility Abaddon build. He went Radiance into Octarine Core straight up rather than building to be like the Blink Abyssal right-clicking carry. And so both these teams have their distinct styles. I love to see that coming in later on in the tournament where it's just going to be a clash of strategies rather than like who gets the best heroes in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of overlap in these teams, specifically in the carry position. You do see like, what's like Skeeter, he's playing more utility as well himself, right? And then you also see on Tundra as well, you're seeing these Monkey Kings, these Abaddons come out for Crystallis. They're not really playing hard carries on either side. So it's going to be a very upbeat, high-tempo type of match, I think.
Yeah. Where would you say is one of the strengths for Tundra? What role or an area in which they play?
I'll just go with 33. Like, this guy is a menace. Like, this guy, I don't think we've seen a similar player in the last couple of years that is trying to, like, maybe they're trying to replicate, but no one is doing it as good as he's doing, because we need to talk about itemization. Like, he's playing this Lycan from the off lane with the Nullifier 20 minutes in after finishing Helm of the Dominator, picking up a Blink Dagger, BKB, then going Mask of Madness 30 minutes into the game. Last pick, Rizzy or Visage, whatever you want to call him, where he gets Kanda as his like first item pretty much. 18 minutes in, he's playing against 3 heroes that need to be broken. DK, Axe, and Abaddon as well. They have the combination with the puck as well, so they can one-shot Abaddon as well. There's a lot of things that these guys are doing really well, and also maybe Axe. He's playing it from the offlane. He's the only Axe in this tournament that did skip the Blade Mail in, I believe, 1 or 2 games, where he's going for the pipe, he's going for the Blink Dagger, Soul Ring, and then needs to buy, maybe I need a Lotus Orb for the team. So I think he's the best player in the world in understanding which items you need to buy to be able to win the game.
Yeah, and then you also have the offlane combo as well. It's 33, and his laning partner Saxa. And luckily for us, Saxa was willing to catch up with Nomad just before the series.
I'm here for a pre-match interview with Saxa from Tundra. Saxa, how do you feel about this matchup against Falcons?
Pretty good. They're like a familiar opponent for us, and yeah, we've played with some of them, so we know how they are, and I think it's going to be a good one.
Were you surprised or kind of curious to see what they've been doing differently? Because they've been leveling up a lot. They've had a pretty quiet year, but all of a sudden they're looking like one of the best teams here.
Yeah. I mean, they've gone back to their old self. I feel like most of the year they were kind of like, I guess they had no identity, but now they're kind of playing like how they were like a year ago, I guess. Kind of like the cocky, self-trash talking. So it's nice that they're back to this form, and I want to beat them at their best.
Absolutely. I love that attitude from you guys as well. And you guys have also been showing up on this stage as well. Do you feel like it's making you play better being here?
I think so. I think we haven't had the most success coming up to this tournament, especially a boot camp. But now that we're here, we had a clutch game against the Bad Boom, so now we are kind of living on a second life, and we're just kind of taking it game by game. So anything that goes well for us is nice.
All right, good stuff. Love the attitude. And what about your team as sort of like, is there any superstitions or pre-match rituals you like to do, or anything you do as a team before you come into one of these big games?
No, not really. Maybe read some manga, that's it.
All right, read some manga. What are you reading at the moment?
The Legend of the Northern Blade. It's a good one.
It's a good one. All right, there's your recommendation, folks. Thank you very much, Mr. Saxa, and good luck in your series today.
Thank you.
There's always 2 different ways teams or players like to warm up. Some people love to hit the energy, go in, all the way up at the top. Other people, like Saxa, just reading a little bit of manga, likes to come in a little bit more chilled there. But he's talking about how they're very familiar with the side of Falcons. There's the old ex-Tundra that used to be together. You had the Saxa 33, Snake King, and Skeeter. But you also have, if you date it all the way back, to old Creep Wave, right? There's a little bit of rivalry between with BZM and Chrysalis up against Amar and Malrine there. So it feels like everyone's got a little bit of a stake when it comes to playing this game here and playing out this series. A single elimination winner goes on to the grand finals. Falcons also now arriving at Amazon Arena, and I feel we should probably talk about them a little bit more, Brian.
Well, what I'm wondering about Falcons going into today is that they've shown basically 2 different versions of their signature heroes, whether you have the Timbersaw plus Primal that nobody was able to beat. That gets banned out against Liquid yesterday, and then they proceed to pick the Amar Razor that hasn't been picked very often. And one thing Seb was saying throughout the first week when he was here is that Tundra is the team between 33 and Saxa that their lane doesn't really need to have much synergy. They're going to make it work as long as their heroes work within the game. So what I'm curious about is, are they going to be able to crack this code, basically? Are they going to be able to construct this ideal duo that maybe hurts the scaling, counters the scaling of Malrine and ATF's heroes, while also not getting demolished in lane, as we saw Falcons do in their last 6 games. So that's the chess match that I'm looking forward to seeing, and I love what Saxa said. This is Falcons at their best, and we're definitely going to see if Tundra can crack that code.
Yeah. Playing those extra 2 games that they did have in the second phase definitely did help them to, I would say, power up. This team definitely playing better with each game, and Saxa said, they are at their best right now, and you can definitely tell. I also like we always talk about the offlane duo, Saxa plus 33, but also Crit and ATF when they're on top of their game. This is an insanely strong combination, because we've seen yesterday against Team Liquid when they were playing Signature Razor that you mentioned, plus the Tusk. This is also a signature hero for Crit, where Razor had like 6.5k 11 minutes into the game, which is not something that you see. Mickey was like level 3, Razor was level 5. I think, Brian, you had a good point in the green room where you said that, you sometimes forget about these heroes that you haven't seen in a while. You haven't, like Razor was not meta for a really long time, so you do get surprised with how strong these heroes are, and you might need to play one game, maybe go to the demo mode, see how things are working out, because I'd say Team Liquid, they really got surprised yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think if you're looking at Falcons and why they're so successful, you do have to look at the fact of Crit and, his hero pool mainly, right? Like, if you look at back, he was playing Hoodwink almost every game, and they're winning the lane over and over again for ATF. Now he's finding new heroes to enable ATF, and when Falcons do well, it's because ATF has good laning stage. A lot of that is going to do by support choice, right? And their support choice for Crit, I feel like, has been very, very strong. And not only just him, just snaking too. This Pugna coming out has looked incredibly strong. So now you have multiple heroes. You have to worry from core positions, and now support positions as well with this Pugna, with this Tusk being in the meta. It's very scary to draft against them. I think their hero pool might look shallow, but when you get into the banning stage against them, you're going to feel like you don't have enough bans.
I like that you guys are talking about him because Nomad was able to catch up with Crit, the post 4 of Falcons himself. So let's see exactly what they had to say.
I'm here for a pre-game interview with Crit from Falcons. Crit, I mean, what's your experience been like playing against Tundra throughout this year?
Bit of a mixed bag. I think we had a bit of issues with them this year. We lost the grand final to them 3-2, and we were kind of like, it was a close game, and then I think we lost most of our series against them. Honestly, I don't really keep track of it, but I think when they had the Ratcher, especially, like we were having a rough time. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a team that we played against a lot. Also last year's, like it's a lot of players that we know well, like ex-teammates and stuff. So I think it'll be good.
Absolutely. But you guys, I mean, you've had a quiet year, but it seems like you're livening up now. You're looking the best you've looked all year, I would say, at the moment. What is clicking for you guys? Is there any like specific change you can point to that's really made you guys click?
I think we just had a good boot camp. Like we had good preparation going into this tournament. Like the last time we had a good boot camp was before the first tournament of the year when we played the grand final against Tundra. Like that was the last time we had a good boot camp, and we had a good tournament there as well. So like I'm not too surprised that we have like better results now, or like we're playing better, and like our hero pool makes more sense because we had more time to prepare.
For sure. And what does a good boot camp look like? Is it good discussions? Is it winning scrims? Is it nice food, hanging out with the lads?
No, it's just having time, honestly. Like we just didn't have time to really do a boot camp. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, or like it's just about having actual scrims and like getting games together and being able to talk about the game while you're in the same room. And we just never really had the time to do it for other tournaments. So it's nice to get it here, and we'll get it for TI as well. So like it's good to have like proper preparation going into the big tournaments.
Alrighty, Crit, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck against Tundra.
Yeah, so it feels like it's a little bit of an inverse there. A couple of days ago, Tundra were talking about how they weren't having a good boot camp. They weren't feeling confident, no expectations. Falcons, on the other hand, actually had a pretty decent lead up into this one. So maybe more expectations, a little bit more confidence. We don't really know where that cookie is going to crumble. But Crit said himself, he doesn't pay attention to the stats.
I wonder why. I really wonder why. Because
Lacoste is going to clear it up for everyone here, all right?
In 2025, it's not looking too good for Falcons when it comes down to playing against Team Tundra, because they have 7 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, of course, in favor of Tundra in this one. Or if you want to talk about the game count, that is 19 wins and 9 losses for Tundra. So they definitely need to step it up in this one. But I also remember the Fisher Playground finals when they were down 2-0 and they managed to pull it back. I saw BZM and the rest of the squad. They look like they've seen a ghost. They just looked so down. Like I thought this is going to be a 3-0, but they managed to pull it back. And this is the strength of Tundra as well. So Falcons, they need to be careful about this one as well, because we saw it yesterday as well, that this team can definitely come back into the games when pretty much everybody thinks they're out, so never underestimate them.
Well, luckily, you only need a 2-0 here. So
yeah.
That'll seal the deal here for Falcons, but we'll have to see. It's going to be a good match, and all these stats about the past, I feel like, sure, they're somewhat important, but at the same time, it's such a different game now. Like, Falcons, they've powered up so much. Tundra, at the other side, they've been going down a little bit, so we'll have to see.
On Boomers, I feel like there's more of that on this panel than there is in the series of players playing.
I don't know who you're talking about. There's a lot of boomers on this panel, but Han boomers, anybody played that game?
I don't think anyone
No?
did. We need Insania. We need like half of Liquid to join the panel. Then the stats would be a little bit more skewed. But it feels like all the way down, they're pretty similar. Maybe the only thing that looks slightly different is the average duration for a win. That's about it between those two teams. Everything else when it comes to on-paper stats, pretty similar.
What is a Han boomer, by the way? I'm curious on that.
It's just an old person who played Han.
I see. I played way before Han. What does that make me?
Okay.
Okay, it makes me...
Well, I thought these guys were going to jump in and be like...
no, I mean...
Yeah, man, you're old.
Me and Fear, we go back like 20 plus years of playing Dota.
Han is boomer now, huh? I guess so. That's true.
Yeah, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
All right.
We're the dinosaurs then.
Yeah, we're dinosaurs.
There are a couple more boomers.
We're the Dota dinosaurs.
Dota dinosaurs?
Yeah.
You
Nice
guys are
alliteration.
Like the prehistoric. Well, there are still some boomers that we have to introduce for what is going to be the second half of our day here. And that's our lovely casters.
It's time for our pre-caster check-in for this series, and I've got Cap and SBG with me at the moment. This guy's looking ready to go. Let's go to you, Cap, first. What are you expecting from the series between Tundra and Falcons?
Well, obviously, Falcons and Tundra are both incredibly strong teams, and I do think Tundra has a little bit of the edge here. Falcons surprised us yesterday, but I'm just hoping to, really good, great games today. That's all.
Let me tell you something, brother. Yesterday, Falcons came in, they crushed Liquid. They crushed them into dust, and they're going to do the same to Tundra today. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. A lot of energy coming out from SPG there. So, what's it like? What do you think it's going to be like in the booth with his nutter? Because he seems a little bit unhinged at the moment.
Well, there's always full of surprises. He's always pulling a little rabbit out of the hat. It's just you never know with his sleight of hand that he has. It's always some trick up his sleeve.
Let me tell you something. No, man. The cream of the crop rises to the top. You know what I'm saying there, partner?
Where did that come from?
Today, Falcons are going to rise to the top. It's soar straight over Tundra.
All right. Thank you very much. And cool. All right, guess I got this now. How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to be a close series and go to 3 games.
Alrighty, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm excited to see this series with your lovely, lovely voices behind it. Let's go into the series.
I wonder if the battle is going to be as polarizing of their opinions here. Avery, very, very clear on who he thought was going to win. Cap a little bit more. I just want some good Dota, some game threes. But Brian, you like to put it all out there?
I feel like I'm leaning on the side of Cap. I don't know if I can match the energy of Avery right there, but I'm definitely leaning towards favoring Falcons, but I think Tundra is going to give them a fight better than Liquid did yesterday.
Oh, I agree with that one. I think Falcons, we're going to be seeing... We saw the best series yesterday, but I think today this is going to be even better than what they've shown so far.
That's kind of hard to do, but I do believe that Falcons are easy to root for right now, just because they have so much momentum where it's been a little bit shaky for Tundra, but the competition is getting harder and harder, and I still think maybe Liquid just had a really bad day yesterday. Hard to say. Falcons are good, but Tundra, yet again, they're going to get testing Falcons every single match, so it's going to be a tough one. I still believe Tundra are an incredibly strong team. I have no idea what to expect from Falcons, as usual. I think when it comes to the banning, that's where it's going to come into like clutch territory.
All right, I wouldn't ask you guys to put out any more predictions. I do like it, though. It's a little bit ambiguous on just exactly how this series is going to play out. And we don't want to keep talking. Instead, we want to get on into the action. We want to head on down to the Amazon Arena to our stage host, Tsunami and Milosh.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we're back on the Amazon Arena for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. And what a way to kick off our day of competition here in the semifinals with an incredible performance from Team Spirit Tsunami. What a comeback in Game 2, I have to say. 2 row steals in 1 game?
I know, but for Spirit, sometimes it just feels like another day in the office for these guys. They always put on a show every single time they show up on stage.
And they never stop showing up. It's not over until it's over, but we still have 1 more semifinal to send a team into that grand final tomorrow. I think we're ready for it.
It's not all gloom and doom. All the teams that lose here still get a chance in the 3rd, 4th place decider, but they want to make it directly to that grand finals. And now they know their opponent. It will be Team Spirit. So let's see which of these 2 teams are going to be facing off in that best of 5. Let's bring out our first opponent. Please welcome Tundra Esports! These guys went kicking and screaming yesterday against BB Team. Probably one of the most exciting games we've had here in the Amazon Esports Arena, and you heard it from 33. It's been an overall quiet season from them. A quiet season maybe in terms of the games, but the results have been very loud with a bunch of podium finishes across the board this entire year.
A loud result, but a loud crowd to fire back, and I think the crowd is ready for our next squad, the EWC 24 Club Champions. It's none other than Team Falcons! They are one win away from besting their result last year at 3rd place. Well, if anything, we foresaw a close game to have between Falcons and Team Liquid, but nobody expected the one-sided affair it ended up being with that Falcons washout. We say no one, except for Skitter. He was definitely on top of it. He said it would be a free match, and that's what he's saying today against his opponents of Tundra. He is not mincing words. Tundra is free.
He made the predictions. Now let's see if he can make them come true. ATF 33, please place your keys and have your teams join yourselves at your seats, because it's time to get this match underway.
We heard it there last year. It was a very different matchup between these two in the lower bracket. Everyone was favoring Falcons pretty decisively. They did get that win. Tundra now on a little bit of a revenge tour. Maybe they're able to knock out Falcons this time around at the EWC 2025. But either way, a game number 1 draft is what we're looking towards, and potentially some heroes, Lacoste, that are going to be hotly contested either between the two of them or are now on the new must-ban list.
We talked about Primal Beast. I don't know if they want to give them Primal Beast, because Malrine looked insanely good in most of the games that he did play. They also pick it into unfavorable matchup, and he's still going to be doing well. But I also had to double check, because BZM, he's no stranger to playing Primal Beast himself. So as tournament progresses, we could definitely expect other teams to pick it up as well. This is his top 10 most played heroes as well. Slightly over 50% win rate, but if someone can make it work, it can definitely be BZM. So I think there's going to be a lot of contest for this hero in the series.
It was impactful in the last series as well. So we've seen Falcons winning with it quite a number of times. Spirit were able to clutch up a win with it as well. Collapse having an outstanding performance in that series. So yeah, there's a lot to be question marked around that one.
I will say, when there's somebody like Malrine, who's the Grandmaster tier Primal Beast, and I would say he's arguably the best Primal Beast in Dota 2, is that
no argument there.
You saw what happened to Navi. I know they're not the same caliber as Tundra, but Navi effectively block-picked Primal, and then Malrine absolutely handled that game playing the Timbersaw, and he was playing the opposite matchup in the first one. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but I think when you're playing against a team like Falcons, I personally would not recommend leaning towards like stealing their picks, because they know these heroes better than you most likely, and rather make them beat you at something that they haven't proven yet while playing your own game. And the one thing I'd like to say about pretty much all of the heroes that Falcons has been using, the Primal Beast, this doesn't count Timber, but the Primal Beast, the Razor, as well as the Beastmaster that they whipped out yesterday, all three of these heroes do one thing. They buy Refresher and they buy BKB. And what I felt like was issue with Team Liquid's draft yesterday was both games they only had one hero that threatened the BKBs.
Hook shot.
Yeah, and Malrine just said, I have a Refresher and I'm just going to go kill one guy after you cancel my first set of spells. And then in the second game, you have Mickey on TA, the only hero that does damage through BKB, and they just focused him down with the Razor. So I would like to see what Tundra, what their vision of dealing with these Refresher BKBs, because you have to be able to threaten them during that time. It's a long duration. You can't just kite out 12 seconds of Refreshers and BKBs, double blinks, all this kind of stuff. And that's what seems like Falcon's bread and butter so far.
We'll have to see through the supports, I think, but I think these two teams, there is a lot of overlap, but not in the off lane specifically, because I feel like the carry, Crystallis, he can play these Monkey Team Razors, same as Skeeter, but there aren't playing a lot of heroes on like 33 specifically. He doesn't play the Timbers, the Razors, the Primal Beasts that potentially might come out in this matchup here, or even the Pangos. So I think Amar versus 33 is going to be a very crucial dynamic towards this series on which of these styles is going to be more prevalent, especially in making tempo. Because yeah, Amar, he's been on fire and his heroes seem to be working, and you can't steal them if you're 33. He's not the type of player that will steal them, so the bans and picks will be very crucial. And same with Nature's Prophet. They're not playing that hero on Tundra right now, so I don't think they have a good chance of like beating them in the draft by stealing their strategies. They're gonna have to play their own style and just be Falcons and what they do best.
Something that we have seen Tundra do that is very much in their style is a last pick overall brood. That was a bit of a gotcha. It was sometimes you just get brooded, but when it's a single elimination, you have to be worried about these at every step, at every game. You don't want to go down one game and be like, oh, it's all right. We still have that buffer of another game because, that's when something cheesy like that could potentially come out.
Yeah, some of the last picks that they've had so far at EWC have been pretty crazy, especially that Broodmother that you did mention when they were playing against Talon. It was not a competitive game because of that Broodmother as well, but also having some of Leshrak's last pick when it's a good Slark game, even though they did lose that one, Brewmaster as well, and there's that hero that we did mention, this Pugna that is sitting at 80% win rate for for Falcons themselves, because yesterday we've seen so many turnaround plays where 3 people gank him, he uses Essence Ring, drops down the ward, and starts using the Cripify on himself, Life Drain as well. So I don't think, even if Falcons go to the Grand Finals, I don't think any of the teams will allow them to pick Pugna.
Yeah, I'm interested. I like what Tundra's doing, as Fear mentioned. These are the heroes that they don't really utilize themselves. Yeah, potentially they can pick Crystallis' Razor, but the one team that's been having success out of the two with Nature's Prophet and Pugna is the Falcons. Try to beat them with your own heroes. I'm wondering in their second round of banning if they're going to take out the Primal Timbersaw, which we saw Liquid do in Game 2 yesterday. They obviously didn't win the game, but we still like that draft better. Now, then the question is Malrine going to go for the Primal Beast, immediately, assuming that that's going to happen, or do they just think counterpicking the Monkey King is more important?
Yeah, I think the Monkey is an interesting pick just because it does dissuade you from these Timbersaw, Primal Beast type of heroes. I don't think Primal cares too much about Monkey outside of the laning stage, but Malrine, he has picked the Primal fairly early in games, but I think he typically likes to see his matchup first if he can. So this is a much better hero. We do see Malrine play as well. Very good versus the Monkey King. We know Amar can also play it if necessary. So
not his most enjoyable hero, I would say.
But it's Monkey King.
Yeah, sure. I'm just talking about the Beastmaster, where you kind of don't feel other heroes that he does play. He's playing his Mars, his Razors, Viper. I would say he enjoys playing Viper way more than playing Beastmaster as well, even though Viper is not a type of a hero.
That'd be respect if they actually banned this phase here, because I don't think it's a bad ban either, because sure, maybe a week ago, you wouldn't have thought Timber was good or Primal was good, but these are just heroes that, right now, you might have to be scared against Falcon's signature Grandmaster heroes, and Viper's one of them, and you have Monkey King.
I wonder why they prioritize the Disruptor out of all things. Falcons have utilized it once that I see in the recent games, but this is just a perplexing ban to me. What do you guys think about this? Is it the Beastmaster pressures lanes, Disruptor offers you that early catch that often can't be found in supports? Well, there has to be more than...
Crit has been playing it quite a decent amount, I want to say. I've seen him a few times on the heroes, so maybe they're just trying to ban out some of the heroes that they think are the reason why Falcons win. And I think if you look at how Falcons play, they're always pressuring you on your side of the map, and that's where Disruptor really shines. So they probably they're looking at it, they play high tempo, they want to get on our side of the base, and Disruptor really enables that type of play style, would be my guess.
There's also one hero on side of Tundra that they play extremely well that we did mention, and that's Lycan. I think this hero on 18, when you're showing your supports, both of your supports who can defend against this push, could be pretty bad overall, and that's why they're taking the heroes that can, protect themselves, probably thinking about that Lycan that could potentially come out, because this is an Asta pick. This is something that BB team did utilize really well so far at the tournament, even at the previous tournaments as well. But Tusk Beastmaster, if this is going to be the lane, Crit yesterday, he had a pretty insane game. For now, it's just a Tusk, but we also talked about the Viper. If they want to pick it up, this is the perfect laning partner for the hero.
Yeah, you have a lot of potential flex here because you could put the Beastmaster mid, lock that in, and then have effectively Tusk be flexed between 4 and 5, or you can pick Skeeter's hero and save that Beastmaster flex until last. I think right now Tundra's heroes are pretty difficult to pick because you know what's coming, but at the same time, these are not surprise picks by Falcons, but you also have no idea what is coming after these two picks, and it's very important that they don't effectively find themselves in the situation that Liquid was yesterday, which I felt like was over-responding to what Falcons was doing, and then Falcons just kind of knew the game state better than they did and outplayed them in the laning stage. Dazzle, a very flexible hero potentially as well, but mainly only for P-Vision. I would say it's just a strong laning support that offers that armor trade that very few supports offer, just with the bonus when you have the innate that makes lanes like Tusk Beastmaster, very physical damage, heavy lanes, just not pack as quite a good a punch.
Yeah, they also get the Soxa Marcy in there too. But as you mentioned, there is flex potential here too. We don't know for sure if Dazzle will be that support. But I think for this team, very, very, very high chance it's probably the support duo, definitely the Marcy. So it gives you more information on Falcons and what you want to do here. I think there are some concerns, I guess, if you are looking at the Viper. This Marcy is definitely one of the better heroes at punishing these ranged position 3s with one rotation. So
it's
I
a
do
lot
like
of
that
sustain. Like the sustain that they do have coming out from Marcy, coming out from Dazzle and Monkey King. You get the Wukong's command out pretty much in every single fight. You have the pick-me-up, so you can choose where you want to take the fights, and they're going to be looking to play some of the longer fights as well with the sustain. We saw P-Vision kind of do the same thing successfully throughout the whole tournament, where they were picking all of these auras, their Dazzle from the offlane, from position 5 as well if necessary. Very difficult to approach this, and I want to see what Tundra is going to get on their last overall pick, because some of the combinations with the Marcy have been broken up. We saw them pick Marcy plus Visage, which was a bit of a grief. If you remember, it was like 10 days ago when Visage gets thrown in, not the hero that you want to be picking, but I already mentioned there's a lot of heals, so I was thinking maybe somebody wants to buy Spirit Vessel, maybe some Shiva's buyer. Beastmaster from the mid lane can definitely do that, talking about the Shivas, but Ancient Apparition, this might be the first pick of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're locking it in right now that the Beastmaster is going to be mid, and with the Bloodsport facet, this is a classic counter to heroes like Marcy and Dazzle, who need to be able to click on you to save you from bad situations. So this does make a lot of sense. So stops the healing, stops the potential just repositioning as well, or the Grave, which isn't super effective against AA, but maybe it's enough anyway. So very cool strategy, and Amar will get his Mars, but this is a hero that isn't necessarily out of the meta. We've seen many teams try to make this work, but have failed. It just is a hero that isn't good right now, but we'll see if Amar can cook up maybe a new item build potentially to make it look more viable.
Yeah, I think the cool part about what Falcons is doing is when you open up the draft with the Monkey King, especially a hero that's flexible in the carry and mid-roll, it's difficult to pick melee cores, and you also don't want to overthink it and just pick a bunch of ranged cores with no stuns. But effectively, these are the two most ranged melee guys, because Beastmaster plays around his boars, and Mars is effectively also like a 300 ranged melee guy that has spells that can kind of help him keep a distance. So they kind of weaved in their own way to have frontliners that are not hard countered by Monkey King in the laning stage, if you guys get what I'm going for.
Of course, I mean, you just can't pick no melee heroes, right? Because Monkey's in the game.
Yeah.
They pick the best heroes versus Monkey that are still melee.
Yeah, exactly.
Do
And
the initiation.
This matchup overall is much better now for Mars, because Monkey doesn't have that old facet where he can get outside of the Wukong, stay there for 4 seconds, then come back. With the one spear, one repositioning tool, his Wukongs just might be gone immediately.
Well, he has a new facet now, though, or maybe he can teleport outside of the arena.
That's also true, yeah.
You also have the Tusk Kick, potentially. Like, if we're talking this game going 35, 40 minutes, that Wukongs could very well decide who wins the fight. I think the cool part about Mars, on top of, like you mentioned, the Bloodsport being good against these saves, but it also just locks people down for Beastmaster and Tusk to choose their targets. Like, I wouldn't mind going first here as Mars, just catching the Marcy or the Dazzle, and allowing my teammates to have more patience entering the fight. And I feel like the Storm and the Beastmaster are going to have this weird waiting game where neither one wants to go first, because if Beastmaster goes and Storm jumps the AA, that feels really bad. If Storm jumps first and then Beastmaster Blink roars him, that's going to feel really bad. So I'm really curious about who's going to basically be the point of contact for all of these fights on the side of Tundra specifically, because I think it's pretty clearly Mars for Falcons.
Well, 33 has to pick his hero, but outside of the Beastmaster and Axe, I don't know what 33 would do to be initiator. He typically doesn't like that style. I mean, Crystallis and Storm, I think, can both do that, right? I suppose in this game. But then you have Skeeter, who is going to be overall last pick. So you kind of want to pick a hero that makes it so his last choice isn't very easy to play. I'm curious on what they're going to do here, because like this Dazzle could still be offlane. We don't really know.
There it is, the Rizzler. He is back. This is the lane that they did play. We talked about it. I think it's good because you can still like use the birds to be able to counter the arena, which is really nice if he's going to be playing the Bloodsport as well. So that is a nice addition. It also allows you to have the tempo, to have the auras. Very strong early game-oriented lineup coming out from Tundra. And now they need to find a hero that's going to be laning into Marcy plus Visage, which is a lot of damage early on.
I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Make it bold. Is it PL?
No, it's DK.
Oh, DK.
What do you think?
It could work. I'm just afraid that hero might be too squishy.
That's not something you hear too often about DK.
Yes, but it is Visage and Marcy lane, which is incredibly strong. I mean, I was thinking... I mean, I also thought PL for a second, but I was like, that's not going to happen as Falcons. It's like they could maybe Weaver as well if they're really afraid of it. Like, there's some heroes that I think just... If you get tossed back into Visage, no matter how tanky you are, I feel like you might just die unless it's a Tide. I'm also okay with that one, too. The DK, it could work, too. I also like it.
You're mentioning these heroes that can be broken, and he showed 18-minute Conda, which is 4-second undispellable break. So they did go for a different thing. Wanted to have extra bit of a, to deal with the birds, something that's going to be more
rough
stable.
Lane, though. I said that's a rough lane.
Yeah.
I think Gyro can just feed very much so in this lane.
He's not a hero that builds he doesn't buy region early on. Like, he wants to have his blades of attack, 3 branches, get his Falcon Blade ASAP, and you also have Tusk, so that's something that's going to be extra bit of a save. So this is going to be position 4 overall. Ancient Apparition, slightly more, I would say, farm-oriented, but Snaking does play Tusk with the other facet, with the Drinking Buddies, where he is going to be pulling him out of the trouble. This has been the combo last DI as well, so it's still very good.
Yeah, the combo is really strong. The hero in the mid game is going to be very nice, but I'm definitely afraid of like these small moments where you make a rotation, Marcy gets the rebound, dispose into the Visage. You really have no counterplay as a Gyro to that. It's either you survive it and you turn it and you kill them, or you just die. But I'm afraid he's just going to die in that one, unfortunately. I do like what Falcons has going on here, but I kind of favor Tundra in this one. I feel like the top lane is going to be very difficult. You're not stopping the Storm too much. You do have a pretty, I want to say, easy monkey entry to this game too. All you have to do is focus down this Gyro. A lot of work is going to have to be done by Crit this game to do saves, I think.
Yeah, I think the Gyrocopter, you were mentioning this hero doesn't really have a build other than just playing hard carry fear, and I feel like in this game, there's no threshold he's eventually going to hit where they can't just go on him and kill him. Maybe it'll take too much resources from the side of Tundra, and then the rest of Falcons will clean up, but I really think it's going to come down to if Skeeter maybe gets 1 or 2 early Aegises, where that game plan for Tundra no longer works, and if that's the case, I think Falcons can take it, but I'm also leaning on the way of Tundra.
Same here. I also want to see if maybe Amar is going to be adjusting his item build, because you might need some Crimson Guard in this one. You are playing against Monkey, you are playing against Visage. Fear did mention maybe something new, maybe some Crimson Guard into Yule Scepter, Blink Dagger, this type of a build. If they're going to be losing the game relatively early on, he might need to adjust, because this is a very tempo-oriented lineup from Tundra.
Alrighty, well, guys, you've been given plenty of time to talk about your thoughts for it. Feels like there is this small window in which Falcons could win it, but mostly kind of favoring Tundra here. But for now, before we head on into this game number 1 of our elimination series, we're going to head on down to the stage with Nomad.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here with Owie2000. Owie, a couple of interesting things in this draft. I think the first one, the Ancient Apparition. This hero's been banned out a few times, yet to be picked. What does that hero give you, which made you want to go for it this time?
It's just good for Dazzle. Like, Dazzle's all about healing and Grave, and AO just stops that. Also, when Dazzle ultis, like, you put the AEW on him, he almost gets 100-0 just by some long roll spell.
All right, and the Specialist Visage pick coming out from Tundra as well. Does that strike fear into your heart, Owie, or are you confident against it?
Honestly, we didn't expect it, and like Neta, like he's the best Visage in the world. Like he might start safe playing this game, he might like just randomly TP at minute 2, you don't know. But I think like we have an idea of how his Visage plays. I mean, we played with the guy for a long time, so hopefully we do well versus it.
All right, thank you very much, Owie2000. Let's get into it. It is game number 1 of these semi-finals. Tundra versus Team Falcons.
We've already said one team that was coming into this tournament as the favorites is not going to be making the grand finals. P-Vision Now we'll see if Tundra, the other favorite of the EWC, will actually make it through the grand finals, or if they will have to play in the third place matchup against P-Vision. Their matchup is against Falcons, Avery, and it's a bit of a tough one.
Old friends reunited in this game. A lot of ex-Tundra players versus a lot of current Tundra players with a lot of ex-Creepwave players against each other. The tips are already abundant. The all chat's already been there. Nothing inflammatory, just some friendly hellos across the map here. And
I mean, Skeeter said it was going to be an easy matchup. True. Whitemon said it wouldn't take long to win this series.
One of them's wrong, so
one of them is going to be wrong. Maybe they're both going to be wrong.
I hope this goes to a game 3. This could be an explosive series, particularly because these teams know so much about each other. You have the familiarity. You know how to target the bans. You know how people want to play on the lane. We saw AUI in the interview talking about the Visage starting safe lane, right? All these little tricks that you come to expect from your ex-teammates. Gotta pull out the knowledge here to get you over that finish line and go into that grand final. The all chat's going to continue. What can you say? They just love each other too much here. And I mean, looking at this draft, I think this was one of the more back and forth drafts in terms of teams proposing an idea and the other team trying to counter. Like there was a lot of back and forth here in trying to deal with what the opponents were doing, and a lot of really targeted bans to try and eliminate options to then counterplay some of those ideas. I think it was a really cool draft.
I mean, it started off in a pretty explosive way, giving up the Monkey King to Tundra, specifically to Chrysalis, right? They have only lost 3 matches with Monkey King since Chrysalis joined the roster. It is his most prolific hero. It is his most played hero. It is his most successful hero. It is a bold move to, in game 1 of this best-of-3 elimination on the line, to just give out your opponent's best hero like that.
Confidence, some might say. Foolish confidence, other people might say.
Yeah.
But it does give you an advantage if you can beat it, right? Massive draft and strategic advantage if you can shut down this Monkey King in game 1 of a series. And that can be a good way to just go into game 1, know what you're going up against, plan a strategy, have that advantage. Skeeter already feeling the Visage pick. He's dead here.
I mean, they knew this was coming. They knew there was going to be some sort of 33 shenanigans, and they were not prepared.
I'm surprised Falcons split the map that much versus the Visage. You really have to respect this hero's level 1, and you cannot give him the extra gold early. Still has his death toll. This is a really scary hero to get first blood to, particularly with the Marcy Visage lane. This is an incredibly explosive lane. You can get all in basically at any level. The Falcons already on the back foot. They're going to have to step it up to survive this lane. We have seen 33 just take games over with this hero.
This matchup's definitely going to be interesting. Flat cannon being thrown out at the same time. 33 is going to be spamming his nukes the entire way.
Good damage from the King.
Yeah, very early. Only 3 armor on the Visage to start things off, so tank team's doing some extra work there. I'm definitely more interested in watching the other side lane, though. It's Chrysalis versus Amar, right? If you're going to give up that Monkey King, you specifically are telling your offlaner, like, all right, what do you need in order to beat this? What is the matchup that is going to make sure that you don't completely fall apart? And you're already seeing it. Chrysalis level 2, he picks up Tree Dance and easily jumps on top of Crit. A 4-position Ancient Apparition? I feel like that's going to be food for Monkey King early on.
I think Falcons wanted to switch for a couple reasons. One, Snaking has been performing really well in the Tusk. 2, you get the better combination matchups in the side lane. You get the melee with the ranged hero top. You get the ranged with the melee bottom. The spell synergy is definitely better in this setup. But the laning can be a weakness here, particularly for Crit. Going up against Dazzle Monkey King, you just cannot step outside that lane. You're absolutely food. Falcons are going to have to execute these supports really well to get through this early game because Tundra's lane setup is just crazy strong, especially these side lanes. I mean, these are deadly side lanes. Then you have a Storm on mid that's probably going to free farm no matter what against anything.
Oh, yeah.
All these little executional things matter a lot. I mean, Crit did get the camp blocks bottom, had some good equilibrium for Amar, so the Mars is farming a little bit early, but the early kills giving you a lot of extra gold to play around with here.
All those denies between Saksa and 33. Constant battle between the two of them. What'd you make of the trade-off, right? The Monkey King going the way of Tundra, but in return, Falcons get their hands on the BZM Beastmaster that did really solid work against Liquid in their previous series.
He dumpstered that game too. The thing is, I don't know how reliably you can win lane with this hero against these top-tier teams, right? I think that was an overperformance from Falcons yesterday, a little underperformance from Liquid.
Yeah,
and it really skewed how the Beast looked in that game. And I think in most average outcomes, this hero's going to be a little slower. He's not going to give you that quality of momentum. Maybe Malrine shows up again and just proves us all wrong, but I favor the Monkey King in that trade. I think the Monkey King is stronger for Tundra than the Beast is for Falcons, even if this Beast is incredibly scary in their hands.
And especially if the Beast isn't walking away with the same kind of lane win he had against Nisha, BZM is definitely not going to let that happen. He's already kept him on the back foot with Remnant spams.
Solid start here for Tundra. See if they can continue to ramp up some of the kill threat. I mean, that's how these lanes are designed. Like, you can just all-in heroes really easily, run them down, chase them down with the super powerful nukes. If no kills are happening, Falcons are going to be happy. Like, they're okay to trade CS here against all this early nuke power, particularly in this top lane. Like, if there's not chain killing happening up here with the Marcy Visage, that's a one lane in my opinion. Like, if I get out of here 0-0-0, I'm happy. If I'm not feeding 33 any extra kills, good riddance, I'll go in the jungle, I'll play the stack game, you're a Visage farming lane, whatever, right? I'm trying to get as much out of here as I can before he gets the birds up and I probably have to leave. Gyro is a nice hero against the Visage in the mid game as well, with a lot of the AoE and the flak, and of course you have the Tusk boost tag team going in, gives you some more extra physical, but you don't have the drinking buddies to put in on the Gyro. They were kind of debating between the two. Tough to make that call.
Tag team better for winning lane, right?
Probably.
See the way that Snaking in general, he was just full on going on the offensive with the tag team, trying to keep the pressure off of Skeeter. Skeeter in turn can just flat cannon push in the wave and they can play off of pulls. If they can get this constant back and forth of shoving in the wave and creep pulls, that's a really good way of dodging away from a very heavy kill lane. Right.
Oh yeah, you pull this lane non-stop. Like, pulls against Visage are really nice. You force him into bad areas on the lane. You're getting the extra experience. If you can out-level him, it's harder for him to all-in you. Sometimes you can all-in this hero. He is susceptible to that as well. Maybe get a shard block up here, bring the AA up. Because this AA, he would not mind some extra kills this early game. Snaky, you stepped a little far forward. But
he snowballed a little early here, but instead, the Soul Assumption nuke thrown at Skeeter, a snowball away.
Honestly, I like how Snaking's playing this lane. Like, he's constantly up front. He's not giving them easy dispose or rebound entries onto the Gyro, which is what you want. If he goes down once this lane, who cares, right? He bought Raindrop. He has Fairy Fire. He can tank a lot of the nukes. Tundra not getting that snowball action we've seen out of this lineup. I think this lane can be a little slower than the Bounty Hunter Visage lane, which we've seen be a classic for them.
Yeah.
But even with the first Blood Gold, it was very scary very early on.
But we see Tundra has, like, they're still playing for their classic backup plan. They're still stacking. Soxa says, okay, if the lane's not going to be in a good position to go get kills, I'm still going to stack up the hard camp. Even if it doesn't help the Visage, it'll help my Storm Spirit level up. And maybe he, in turn, can return the favor and run over this top lane. Toss back on a Snaking again. Snowball over to the Visage. They're going to try and isolate the Visage, perhaps. Nope, Skeeter has made the call. He wants to back out. Double denies for him as they back away. And he covers Snaking's retreat.
More defensive gameplay that works out for Falcons up here. Not minding this trade at all.
This is going to hurt for Crit.
Yeah, he's kind of the one suffering down here, but honestly, he's getting through the lane. Like, we haven't seen kills from this Monkey Dazzle onto the Mars. That's the important part here. Mid lane, also going BZM's way, so this will be a triple lane win for Tundra, technically. They come out a little bit ahead. An extra gold to boot. Look for the 6-minute power rune on this Storm. That would be a huge pickup here. Already has a lot of mana plus that ball lightning to work with. Tough rune for Maureen to contest.
Well, whatever happens here, I don't think the power rune's going to go to a core unless they full-on dive for it. Pick up. BZM gets a haste rune. They both went to the bottom lane, and now that haste rune is going to be put to work. Chasing after Maureen, the last little bit of damage required is done. Now the supports are in trouble. They're just going to be run down underneath this tower rather easily. Crit, okay, they got to go back for him. Toss a little bit too difficult to handle. And this is a Siege Wagon push wave. They're going to protect that Siege Wagon, and they pull the creeps in a little bit quicker. Soxa rebounds, picks me up, throw the creep in. That way they don't have to tank the tower any longer, and this is going to be a good amount of damage.
Falcons tried to glyph there, maybe trying to keep the creeps out so that Catapult died. Didn't get it. Catapult does die here, though, and pulling the wave back. So yeah, they avoid a lot of the big tower damage there.
That's because Tundra, I mean, they kind of relieve the situation. They instead are looking at threatening at least the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe they pick up the kill on Snaking here behind the tier 2. All the way back here, Snowball to delay things. At the same time, the Monkey King is going to be playing for that Wisdom Shrine. So Tundra, just a full court press here as they do manage to finish him off. Now Chrysalis, not level 6, so this challenge is going to be difficult for him. He's chained up. Still gonna fight for his Jingu stacks, though, when he gets it off the Ancient Apparition. Now he heals up off of Amar, and this is bad for Falcons. They've lost Snake King, and now the rotations are coming in from Whitemon. They're gonna slow him down. Amar's gonna die as well. Chrysalis, double kill, and a Wisdom Shrine claimed.
Such a big win for Tundra. That's why you don't give this team the Monkey King. They play really well around it. They use all his early aggressive timings. They're going to win some kills. They're going to win double Shrine, activate the birds right on cue. And they use that 6-minute power rune to perfection. Win the mid trade, have the level advantage against the Beast, snowball that into more kills around the map, into a Wisdom Shrine advantage. Falcons not able to muster enough support at any one of these pivot points. Pay a big price for it around the map. That is a lot of net worth for Crystals to play with now. It's going to be a fast defusal on this Monkey. Falcons looking to make a move up here.
Oh no, Amar TP's up to the top lane to try and catch the Visage. And it could get even worse. BCM with the regen rune. A lot he can do here. They find a ward. Like every little thing is going Tundra's way right now.
They're getting a lot of map control off this. The Storm is a huge threat. You don't have the early lockdown for him unless the Beast and Mars are in that fight.
Sucks. They tried to get the deny. No luck there.
This might just be a straight up tower push with 33 coming in. Didn't want to linger top with the Mars there. Make the aggressive play at the same time.
BZM over Zips, using all of his mana, but he's got that regen rune. So his over aggression, it's fine. And Tundra feel like they can't keep the push going. Not a terribly successful 60 seconds here for Amar. He TP'd top lane, didn't catch anything, goes to defend mid, nothing really happens there. Now he's walked all the way across the map back to bottom again.
And the whole time, the Monkey King's free farming because that lane is empty. Tough sequence for him. Wanted to use this arena early, but just got sidestepped a little. 33 will just head back top, holds his TP. I guess you could say you defend the towers at least, right? Like you didn't get some snowball push off the Visage early. The longer you keep these tier 1s up, the happier you're going to be around the map. Particularly this AA who's going to have to soak some experience somewhere. Right now it's bottom, but this is a dangerous lane to sit on for crit. You just don't know if this Monkey King's in the trees about to jump on you. And he's important for this game. Like this AA needs extra net worth in this game as a 4 to be able to survive in the fights against the Storm Jump and the Visage Birds and the Monkey King leap from the trees.
Yeah.
So that his ult can have presence against the healing Tundra provided here.
I mean, even just the fact that if Tundra are ahead, they're more likely starting the fights. Much harder for Ancient Apparition to get good Ice Blast. Skeeter, half HP. Sox is dropping low, though, and they run out of damage. Skeeter is going to survive through it, and they get a double off of it. Amar finally lays his claim with the arena on 2.
And we see 33 shaking his head. I think he's a little surprised at how tanky that gyro was. Early treads plus the Falcon Blade, plus that spark of courage giving you some armor. That's a tough carry to bring down.
And of course, a raindrop always required in a matchup against a Visage.
Just didn't have the damage. Even with the drum, plus the sidekick buff. Tough all in there for Tundra if you're not bringing in the Storm, or at least Dazzle for a weave, like a little, burst here. Marzi doesn't really give you that much burst damage in the early game. It's okay. It's just an overextension. I mean, Amar has been ready to go top every time this game.
He has been ready to defend his gyrocopter, and this is definitely a lineup that is more all-in. Malrine popping the Primal Roar just to get away from BZM, but they cut the wave. Crit dies due to a big jump from Chrysalis, but he is way out of position now. He's going to try and get off his ultimate here, but Chain stunned up for so long. He finally gets it off, but he's low. But here comes the Dazzle and the changing of the guard. Chrysalis is perfectly fine. Little punish there from the Dazzle. Not enough for a kill. Well, not enough for a hero kill anyway. Finds a courier instead.
Whole time that's happening, you get mid-tower. Falcons getting split in terms of their focus around the map right now as Tundra attacking multiple pressure points.
And Falcons are a little cornered here. A lot of Tundra heroes are working their way to this bottom lane.
This has been one of those games that falls into the I'm just going to roam around everywhere for 33. Like, other than that one play top, he's been in all 3 lanes by now with this Visage, just trying to make something happen. And he's only found 1 kill, and now it's the first blood. So he really hasn't gotten a lot directly done with all this map movement, but it is throwing Falcons perhaps off a little. Wondering where this guy's going, what he's doing. Do have Arena up here, and you can tell the gyro's running.
He can catch Chrysalis perhaps. Oh, jumps away into the trees. Samar doesn't try for it.
These are dangerous pushes when the gyro can join these early fights with so much overwhelming spell damage AoE.
Yeah, if you have no way to get out of the arena, you're locked in for so long, Gyrocopter is guaranteed to punish heavy.
And if I'm Skeeter in this game, I'm definitely going to join all these early fights. Like, that's the strength of the pick, because you have this mid-beast who's going to take some of the farm priority and help you scale. So even if you miss out on a little extra ancient farm or whatever to defend these tier 1s to make sure the Mars has the damage when the arenas goes out, counts for a lot when Malreen's going to have a slower game here no matter what, as he tries to push towards the Sags.
Tundra maybe were willing to make that kind of play because there was one key element missing, which was the Ice Blast. But Crit has finally cleared through the jungle. He's been neutraling his way to it and has hit 6. So, key moment for Falcons. But if they swing and miss on one of these tower defenses, this could just be a runaway game for Tundra.
You also have to keep this Storm in check. BZM has been getting a lot of power runes.
Oh yeah, this is going to be another Galvanized stack. In fact, both supports are going to die. Tundra, they are not afraid to make moves on different sides of the map. Their cores are just so strong off of this laning phase. Falcons just seemingly don't have a chance.
Too susceptible to the backline jump. I mean, that's what this draft is supposed to do. Pick the Falcons backline apart, ignore the frontliners, and then you just lose so much of your damage amp in this game. The Tusk and the AA can give you the ability to burst heroes, but if they're gone, your damage falls off considerably, especially for ATF. He needs this AA plus Tusk alive to give him that oomph.
And I would say the Beastmaster too, right? Like, if they kill the Ancient Apparition, then the Dazzle in turn can have his full effect on the game, and both the Mars and the Beastmaster are going to be pretty heavily single target focused, so easy heals, easy shallow graves.
That's why this AA pick is a double-edged sword in this game. It's really powerful against what Tundra have, but at the same time, Tundra, they got some picks in to make his life miserable, and we're already seeing it. 0-5 start for Crit. He's going to have to go the Atos here. It's going to be slow. He's a little underleveled. I just don't think he can show on waves this game to get the extra XP, right? Like, how can you show on a wave in this game as AA against Monkey King, Visage, Storm, Marcy? It's impossible.
That's why he's been maxing out Vortex and just hitting neutrals this entire time.
I mean, I understand it.
But not everybody can hit neutrals. Somebody's got to deal with these waves.
The one
right now, that's Skeeter, but he may get caught by a smoke.
Falcons can bait the jumps out of Tundra if they feel like there's an obvious area these smokes are coming in on, and then turn that play around with the arena plus everything. This is just going to be Skeeter going down here.
Yeah, Skeeter doesn't see this one coming.
That's an amp damage Storm.
Oh, okay. He was 100% dead as is, but you add in an amp damage, that's just unfair.
I mean, at least that play happens after Wisdom Shrine's already taken. And you do get the blink up on the Mars, so the playmaking's there for Falcons, but Tundra are just taking over this map right now.
Yeah, and Soxa, I like the way he's using his ultimate. Just always looking to pressure towers with it. With the glyph going off in the bottom lane, as they say, okay, we'll just come through these neutrals real quick. I mean, Falcons, I feel like they got to make a move soon, and they are going to make a 3-man smoke play right now.
Gotta use the Mars blink.
Yeah, soon we're going to get into a Visage pipe, and then where's your damage? Even if you hit the Ice Blast, you might be lacking in enough damage to actually, break somebody there.
Well, get Soxa for free as he leaps in. Maybe not for free.
Uh-oh.
Have to use the arena. That's costly there. You did not want to have to use the arena there.
Yeah, Tundra might take a fight off of this with no arena.
No TPing in. They have cores around mid. The other problem for Falcons is their follow-up objective taking isn't as good in this early game as Tundra's is. Like, Tundra get a kill in this early game, they can go into Roche. They can push a tower. They can even threaten a tier 2 with the Drum Visage pretty quickly.
Right.
Falcons get a kill, buys you time to farm. It's getting you to your next items on your cores, which is kind of more their style. But it does give Tundra room off of these pickoffs like we saw there. You get a kill, and you have to back up to your side of the map. Tundra then gets space. They get an Arcane Rune off of them losing a support. All these little things are going to continue to go Tundra's way right now because they just have the faster lineup.
Win is Falcons going to feel better about the game.
Ags Beastmaster for sure. I mean, that's when this hero comes online. Then you have 3 cores to play with.
He's got it now. Is that enough by itself?
He's missing resources on the map. I think it is.
Trying to catch Amar, blinks away. BZM, oh, they're going to go the wrong direction.
This is a value dodge because that set Arcane Rune out on the Storm.
Yeah.
That's a super nice gank dodge for Amar. And he stayed out on the map. Maybe he'll get a couple more camps here, get a Watcher.
Yeah, what do you think of Amar queuing up the Desolator? Yeah, he's going to cut the next wave. That's cool.
I mean, that's a Giga Chad build right there. I think there's a lot of players who would be pressured to get maybe Yules in this game for the Storm lockdown, mini Grave deterrent, or just build more survivability with an early BKB or something, but he just wants the damage, man. And it is a good Deso game, right? You amp up a lot of the physical coming out from the Tusk, Gyro, Beastmaster getting in there. It's going to have good synergy with the lineup. Good against the birds and everything.
Falcons getting sandwiched here. 3 different sides. BZM on one, 33 on the other, and then Soxa still finding Crit on top of that one. An attempted Ice Blast from Crit doesn't do much. Falcons, their cores simply cannot fight.
They can't take fights if the backline gets jumped.
Yeah.
Unless their cores are overwhelmingly powerful, it's just never going to happen in this game. And so Tundra, if they see supports, it's a complete green light. Commit on them, jump the Storm in. He's going to have Grave to bail him out. The second the A is dead, the Dazzle's fight becomes way more free. You just swarm these heroes. The rest of the cores are just going to stand around and think about how do we position better around the map. I think Falcons need to look for this Storm on one of these power runes. I think BZM is getting way too much right here. It's the best place to hunt for him. They just can't get set up in time. They will take it away from him at least. Shield rune for Amar.
Yeah.
They're grouping around mid. It's going to be another smoke. Don't have Blink on the Beastmaster, however, so initiation has to come from ATF.
Let's see what kind of arena he can get here. BZM's going to show, and he's going to get the spear back into the roar. Doesn't even throw out the arena. That was very smooth. Now he is Ice Blasted. Shalgrave's going to take out. He tries to keep the ball going, but he does not have enough mana to zip forever.
No, that takes a lot of mana. The duration is not your friend there.
No.
Can Falcons translate this into something?
Yeah, you said
it's
their
tough.
objective transition here is not the greatest, but maybe they could bait Tundra in here. A spear that lands on 33. Beautiful stuff with cold feet. It's going to be a chain stun and lots of damage raining in for the Gyrocopter. Chrysalis, he gets in here with the Wukong's command, but it's easy. Falcons just walk away, except for Amar, of course, who's stuck in with the shards from Crit. Or Snake King, rather.
Birds are given some extra vision here, but you already used the Wukong. You don't have the Storm. Falcons forced to retreat.
It does keep them off the Roshan, but I almost feel like Falcons are okay with that. It would have been a very slow Rosh as is.
Yeah, they have the tag team plus the Beast Dags. This speeds it up, but it's not fast enough to do this early in the game against the lineup that doesn't really have a lot of long cooldowns. Like, your only big cooldown on this Tundra lineup is the Wukong. So you can play around that a little bit if you're Falcons, but honestly, I think Tundra will fight without it anyway. Monkey is strong enough to go in.
Whitemon picks up a gem before 20 minutes.
That is a very early gem.
Yeah, they are not that far ahead. Only up 3 or 4K here, but if he can keep that gem in their ground, it would be a massive win for them. Malrine does get picked off by BZM and Chrysalis, finding the opening here. But Roshan is going to transition to the other side, but what they can do is go back for Tormentor here.
So it'll be a nice Tormentor pickup. I mean, give it to Whitemon to boost his net worth back up. It is a peculiar gem purchase, so there's nothing really that it's good against in terms of what Falcons lineup is doing. Yeah, there's no like TA in this game, no wolves or something, no early glimmer capes. He just wants the
ward control.
Yeah, he wants the vision control, and I think the big idea is if you take away Falcons' vision, they can't get jumps around the map. Your chances of starting a fight by going on one of their cores or the backline with the Storm goes up tremendously.
Right.
And if this map becomes scary to play, the supports can't show on the waves. The cores become slightly more scared too. You're going to deprive Falcons of a decent amount of farm here.
We may be seeing a bit of that impact already. Falcons all here on this side of the map, all 5 of them.
They have the one obs mid that's a fresh one. That's all they see right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they really want to make a move for this mid tower. This mid tower has been up far too healthy for far too long. But it has to be a fight that everybody's willing to join with some sort of item timing, and just not strong enough right now. By the way, ATF did skip that.
Oh, what a jump from Soxa. Hello.
Okay.
Bounces on 2. He's just one man fighting 2 supports. It doesn't work for him.
That was bold.
It was, but Chrysalis is still going to collect at least 1 off this. The Ancient Apparition being out of here. Plus they had to use Ice Blast.
I actually agree with that call from Soxa, even if he dies there for free. I think if you're Tundra, you should never let these supports show on a wave.
Sure.
In this game. Like, the second the AAR Tusk is hitting a creep, somebody should be jumping them and sending them back to the fountain. And that's probably what he was saying to the team. He's like, guys, this is an illegal show. I can't be the only one down here. They will re-smoke straight into mid, and they're going to find the other support.
It's these supports
I'm telling you,
getting caught all over the map, man.
There is no way you can farm a wave in this game.
And more galvanized stacks for BZM.
More illegal gameplay from snaking here. Gets punished.
Nice play from Malrine. Used the boar to check power runes, denies an amp damage.
That's big. They have not been able to take a lot of these runes away from the Storm. The more they can do that, the better it's going to go for them as they try and get the Crimson Guard on the Mars. ATF going back for a more defensive aura-oriented item build. Try and help the other two cores stay in the fight.
This is cool. BZM's going to go for an Eternal Shroud this game.
I'm a little dubious of this.
It is a lot of magic.
I remember the other game he did this, though. He got it, and then he proceeded to die like 3 times in a row, and they lost that game horribly. He is going to commit, though, so...
do you remember what heroes he's matched up against? Because
he was against a decent amount of stuns. That's why I doubted it.
Okay.
Because the problem with this item is you can just get chain stunned down. And the burst survivability is not great.
Ooh, snaking. I mean, it's such a insane play to go back to the same spot. But maybe he's luring Tundra
look at the flank right now.
into a bit of a flank as they're coming up the side here. Now, they do catch the Dazzle right away. That is perfect for Falcons. They're going to lose the Tusk, but I think they're okay with that trade-off. What about the follow-up, though? Can they actually win the 4-on-4 being down 8,000 net worth?
This is where you wish you had that Beastmaster blink for second source of initiation to continue the chase. Or the BKBs. They're very close to some BKBs here. Kind of awkward time to fight for Falcons despite getting the Dazzle, which you would take that trade every time.
Maybe they could get this mid tower. Tundra ball move to the bottom side of the map.
You'll get Glyph out of them.
Okay.
TPs.
Yeah.
So a little outmaneuvering here, and you're going to force Tundra to be split around your vision. You have very good vision control between this mid-tier 1 and Roshan, so if you put Tundra around that area, very high chance you get a jump. Downside is if you leave these wards, well, no, he did not lose gem. The gem got passed to the Storm. So unfortunately for Falcons, you are going to lose some of these wards, and you lose both.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Yeah.
If you'd gotten gem off that Dazzle kill, ooh, that would have been juicy.
Careful there. Anybody who shows them his mid lane almost immediately gets jumped. It's a good thing they've got these blink daggers and the quick reactions and foresight for them.
He didn't even get to the wave to show. He
did it. You're right.
He got killed before he could even show on that bottom wave.
Spotted on a secret shop ward.
I mean, Falcons will still fight this if they get a really good jump. That's their last obs on the map.
They're blind.
Oh, man. Triple D ward off this gem. That's rough. That is really rough stuff. Well, now you have to try and think about when this Roche is being forced or not. You maybe want to linger around the area so you don't give it up off of smoke into it. The lead continuing to grow here for Tundra. Some surgical gameplay. Just making a couple of good small moves every now and then, continuing to punish these supports on the waves, abusing the vision. It's adding up here.
And while the Crimson Guard is done for the Mars, in turn, Chrysalis almost has the Scotty, which I feel like if they just get that, they could probably force the Roshan. Even if you have the Crimson Guard to block some of the damage, Scotty is still a big problem for Falcons.
Feels like Tundra are getting their item timings a bit faster than Falcons here.
Just a bit.
A blast off the scan. Oh, that hurts for Falcons. Don't have blast for this. It's just a little too early. That's Roche just gone. I don't think you can test this without the AL.
Certainly not.
You still don't have the gyro BKB as well.
All right, so it ages for BZM. Well,
oh yeah.
If you were afraid of him getting punished for the Eternal Shroud pickup, certainly not going to be the case anymore.
This is where it feels great. You got 2 lives for them to get through this item, and there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Falcons. And he just gets a regen rune on top of it. Why not? Even got the mana draw.
He's going to have mana for days. So but he's got a decent amount of galvanized stacks. He's getting the extra mana off the Eternal Shroud, a regen rune, and Aegis. Man could be zipping back and forth between both bases at this place.
He's really scary around the map right now. He might have to just dodge this Aegis period entirely for Falcons. take a core pick off on the side of the map if you find him. I mean, 33 showing here. This is really tempting. I'm surprised they're not jumping this.
Does he have... He does have the shard on the Visage, so I can see why they didn't jump that purely because of that. The stall between Vanguard, Pipe, and then him also being able to go invulnerable.
Still, he's right near your tier 2 as the BKB's flying in for the gyro. If you hug these wards or tier 2s, you kind of have to take the opportunities if they're there.
Yeah.
You got to remember, you have this blood sport up. You have the ability to spear people back into a lack of vision, prevent some of these saves going out.
Sure.
Have to play to your lineup strengths here.
The one thing Dazzle can do in that situation is throw his spirit inside of the arena.
For sure.
Cool. Rod of Atos. And I think they've got the Jane stuns. Any other? Okay, he actually zips back into snaking somehow, but now he's been shallow grave. Now it's going to be bad for Falcons. Zip forward from BZM, back on the aggression, gets grab on a Skeeter, and now the all-in. Wait, Chrysalis, he's stuck up on the walls. The arena blocks him out. He couldn't get the Wukong cement he was looking for here. He finally jumps down, but he's been grabbed, picked me up, trying to get him out of the way, but it went all so wrong.
He got decimated by that arena. I think everybody was confused there for 3 seconds. Like, where's this Monkey King? He's stuck on the wall.
Oh my god, it was so bad for Falcons initially, failing to get the kill on the Storm Spirit. But then an arena that just catches the Monkey King midway through his leap.
The thanks come out, I mean, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. You could argue like he gets arenaed and his tree gets cut there anyway, but that was just insult to injury.
It was.
That just feels bad for Tundra here. I mean, that was their big item timing. That's a Scotty BKB Monkey King who gets nothing done. He was 9-0 in this game.
Massive net worth swing. They were up 9K, and all of a sudden it's an even game. They still have the Aegis on the side of Tundra. So 2 minutes to make that work. And level 20 almost here for the Storm Spirit. BZM is still massive, even if Chrysalis has been slowed down slightly.
I will say the downside of the Shroud build that we saw there, the single target damage going into the gyro was not overly impressive.
Yeah, compared to the Parasma build.
Yeah, exactly. Like getting Parasma or, I don't know, BKB so you can sit there and hit him instead of having to dodge out of these AA stuns and random garbage. Like, it does hurt your ability to just all-in a hero, even if your defensive capability is higher. And this Visage is not the best scaling offlaner for 33. It's more of a snowball-oriented offlaner that brings auras to the game and helps you take an advantage, compound it, end the game. But if this game gets evened out, which it just did, his spell impact is not as high as something like the Mars or the Beastmaster or the Lycan. Darkseer, both of them got banned out in that last phase. This is kind of the weaker hero scale-wise. He has to make up for it with the extra gold, getting into things like the Hex, the Conda. He's the last net worth core in this game, not the position he wants to be in on this hero. Falcons got a lot out of that team fight.
And don't forget they got the gems, so they can actually get some vision down where they were being suffocated on the map before.
Their heroes are tanky, man. Like there's a lot that's going to get soaked up by Bulwark plus Crimson on 2 BKB frontliners and the Gyro and the Beast, who have a lot of HP to work with, a snowball save behind him. Got to land some good Wukongs in this game if you're Tundra now.
This might go bad for Tundra. They're going to chase through the gate. Snaking, I think he saw the gate going, so he's blinking away.
Yeah, he's out of that one.
Is Falcons going to set up a fight here? I guess Aegis is almost gone.
Aegis in 20 seconds here.
Yeah, no way you take it.
Absolutely dodge. It's not worth fighting into Aegis for this Tormentor.
Yeah, they just give up the Tormentor. Another shard. Going to go the way of Tundra.
Probably go to the Dazzle here.
It does indeed, so.
Not a bad one, but...
Yeah, I mean, they have no silences, so in theory, he can always get off his ult.
Orchid Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Again, this is the downside of the Shroud, right? Now this Orchid is still really good against the Storm.
That's true.
You don't have a Dispel in this build-up. It's good against the Dazzle here. I kind of like the Orchid. It's going to scale well, give him some extra single target burst, create more of a threat in the fight. Still Tundra's lead. They can get a team fight going, especially with this Monkey King. can definitely rebuild that net worth advantage, but all eyes on Crystals here. Like, you need a big Wukong to bring this gyrocopter down. And this can be a good matchup for the Monkey if you can get in there.
His Remnant, Crit doesn't see him, but the Remnant, yeah, now he breaks the smoke. He's out. Nice heads up awareness that Falcons might sweep up to this top lane where 33 is chipping away at the top tower.
I will say it feels like Falcons want to fight a little more than Tundra do. Fresh BKB on that Mars.
And he might get the initiation. Spear back. Straight into Maureen with the Orchid. Pipe goes out. He has a chance with a Shallow Grave. He's definitely going to be able to turn to statue form if he's in danger. Now it's Snake King who's in trouble. BZM's going to zip after him. Roar goes out onto the Visage. Still going after this Visage. They arena him, they spear him, and they locked out the Dazzle. So no Shallow Grave and couldn't turn to stone form. And also getting away from this Wukong's man. Long jump away with the rebound. Saksa being pursued by Amar. Got the pin onto the Dazzle. BKB goes off from Amar. Chrysalis is trying to fight without his Wukong's man, and his damage is just not good enough. Shallow Grave goes out. He attempts to TP away, but the Shallow Grave, it lasts just long enough.
That BKB TP duration is so close to getting canceled there by that snowball. No punch available, no roar available. That is a miraculous TP out that somehow salvages otherwise a waste of a fight for Tundra. You get the snaking buyback, but whatever, right? His job is done. He tanked a bunch of spells. He tanked that initiation. Amar's just way too tanky on this front line. If there's no damage going into him, you have to try and focus the gyro, and you don't have Wukong to take it here. This is the big spell Falcons are playing around. You traded Wukong for Arena when the Visage went down. They immediately kited it out. Yeah, Falcons have been on point playing around this spell. I don't think we've really seen an impactful ult for this Monkey King. And we might not until he pushes towards that 25 and gets more the extra ring to play with.
Yeah, we see the game plan reflected in item choices, the Crimson Guard, but also the Hurricane Pike on the Gyrocopter, right? He wants the extra bit of mobility. We got the Blink Daggers on a bunch of these heroes. They're just trying to get out of the Wukong's command if it's used, reset, and then go for the chase down.
Back to their old ways. Snake King showed on a wave, so he must be punished. That'll be a dieback for him. A lot of time off the map. Unfortunately, no Roche to kill. Could instant spawn.
Yeah, small chance of that one. BKB next for BZM. So he's still going to get a BKB.
This is where I always go with the Shroud question. This item never feels like it does enough for the Storm. And then you end up being pressured to go for BKB to deal with some of the minor stun threats anyway. Can't help but feel like you would have been better off with something else that was more damage or more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Or even like Lincoln's this game, right? Pretty good Lincoln's game. See what he ends up with in the 6 slots.
This is going to be the same situation, Falcons. You really want to take the fight without snaking, though.
It's a lot. This Tusk is pretty valuable. Even if he just tanks a lot of the Storm Jump, that's valuable in itself. The Snowball's super good this game. The Punch is good. Tundra's game plan still hasn't changed. Like, find these supports, kill them off quickly. Your supports can then win you the long fight.
Does mean they're going to give up both Wisdom Shrine and Tier 2.
And you have to start thinking about Roche. This Tier 2 is not too relevant, but the control around the outpost it gives you, well, also not relevant because it's going to be Roche spawn top.
Yep.
So Falcons really don't care about that Tier 2 right now if they can get vision around the pit and set up for this fight, which currently they're the ones with vision around the pit. Double obs planted. Tough ones to deward here unless you commit into that river.
Falcons have also hit another timing. Daedalus on the Gyrocopter with level 21. He's got that 20 talent, 3 flat cannon attacks. It's a lot. Nullifier as well on Amar. These are all really big timings. Quick kill on a courier. They're actually going to smoke sweep down instead of trying to set up and wait for this Roshan.
It's a big courier kill. That was going to be Daedalus for the Monkey.
Oh, it's a regen rune for the Storm. He's going to get it, and he zips away before he's caught.
Dangerous rune there.
It is.
Powerful rune. BKB done for the Storm. Put that regen in there. Tundra in a position where they don't have vision on this objective, though. They're going to have to smoke blind into Falcons here. Makes it really hard to find the back line.
And if you're Falcons, how do you set up here? Because you got 2 different wards to play around. 3 different wards, I guess, in a way. They're all in a line.
The jump to go on the Mars or the Mars to jump first. Beastmaster is your second option here.
They are pretty split up right now. The gyro, okay, smoke breaks on the low ground and Crystal's backs away. So Falcons are not going to have a team fight forced upon them while they're 4 versus 5.
He can't go in blind. It's almost impossible against the Mars.
And all the tree cuts, yeah.
Yeah, it's way too deadly. Like, you would have to pre-BKB on this monkey and just jump in. And even then, you're probably getting roared instantly. Like, I don't think Falcons are afraid to commit ults on the monkey, particularly when you have the AA. That's the problem. They can roar you, you get graved, you get AA ulted. Favorable trade for Falcons if nobody is checking crit on the backside.
He probably doesn't feel great about it, but I think you have to initiate with Boundless Strike. As in, like, in order to get position. I don't think you could do any sort of tree dancing shenanigans here. I think you actually just need to do the guarantee of Boundless Strike straight into the middle of them.
Or let Falcons go on your Visage, which is generally how we see 33 like to start these fights, right? Like, he is a hero that majority of the value is going to be him tanking spells on the front line.
Yeah, but they've also seemed to have been able to disengage every single time he's tried to do that.
There goes his birds.
Yeah, they're gone.
I agree. They haven't been able to line up the Wukong Storm pull turnaround behind the Visage, but I still think it's the best formation they can have in these late game fights if they can find a way to bait Falcons in.
Power Rune spawns. Ooh, BZM toying with Amar. It took some cojones to make that jump. Right in front of everybody, and damage bottom lane though.
What a rune.
And immediately,
what
Skeeter picks it up, and if they get the jump on a BZM here, it's perfect. Ice Blast coming in. The Shallow Grave will not save him. 1,000 damage crit from Skeeter off of a casual right click, and straight to the Roshan they go.
Part of that sequence, though, you have to ask, what are Tundra doing beating this casual around the mid lane?
Yeah.
You just jump for the rune. You almost died going for the rune. You know Falcons are there. You know they're likely going to check bottom after the sequence happens. And you're just casually strolling around mid. No Lincoln Sphere on this Storm. Maybe you're banking on some quick reaction time. Didn't have it. You gave up that fight without ever taking it. And now, 2 lives on this gyro. High ground siege potential online for Falcons. This is where they thrive, these late game tricores with the triple BKB, the outscale, putting a lot of pressure on you to continue to find farm, even in these games where it's a 1K gold difference. It doesn't feel like it because you're looking at this man here, 33 on the Visage. What is his teamfight contribution going to be?
Yeah.
Pop Crimson, pop Pipe, watch your other cores die.
Compare that to, surprisingly, the Mars with his Nullifier and all the impact he's having against the Monkey King.
Now we got a free pickoff.
Yeah, Saksa and Chrysalis are in charge of pushing out the side lanes right now. Saksa being the one to be a bit more aggressive will get caught.
I mean, it's crazy to me that Tundra still have the top 2 net worth cores in this game. Because it hasn't felt like they found a lot in a long time. You know, this Monkey King started this game 9-0. He had that 1 death, and since then, he's still 9-1.
Yeah. I don't know. Chrysalis is now looking at a Nullifier. I don't know if Nullifiers change that much. I feel like Falcons, when the fight starts and the Wukong's command goes out, I think they just BKB and reset.
You need more lockdown in this lineup. That's what it feels like. Like, you need a Hex or Abyssal.
And that's what 33 is currently trying to do, but his sight device is way, way out there.
He's just too poor.
Yeah.
Like, this hero's supposed to get extra gold off of the facet and getting these fights going. It just didn't happen, so he's not the fastest jungler here.
Who leaves a Sage's mask on the ground? What in the world? A raindrop I get, but like a Sage's mask, really?
I wonder whose it is. Can't see.
Yeah. It's on the Radiant Lotus pool, if you're curious what we're talking
Maybe
about.
it's the new ATF drop, you know, instead of the Mantle of Intelligence, the mask, he takes off the mask. It was me the whole time.
Mask off. Well, Falcons have been a little mask off this tournament. They've been reducing their all-chat game a bit. That's what happens when you lose a lot. Now that they're back on their winning ways,
all chat's back.
The keyboard is loud, loud, loud.
Though most of it's been friendly.
It has been friendly banter, yeah.
Surprising. You know?
I think
Didn't
perhaps
think they had it in them.
Some of the members of Falcons have learned from the mistakes of past. I think Amar specifically has talked about, yeah, all chatting's fun in games and stuff, and I don't mean anything, any harm by it, but I probably shouldn't do it to kicking somebody when they're down.
Maybe the iron fist of the disciplinarian that is AUI finally got to them.
Curtis is like, if you guys keep this up, I will retire. Like, I don't want to deal with this.
That might have been a real thing that was said. We can't rule that out.
All right, back to the game. 21-17, 41 minutes in. Falcons were very far behind for the first 20 and 25 minutes of this game. It was actually a 70-30 game at some point in time. Now much more even. Falcons maybe even favored with the recent Aegis pickup. 2.5 minutes left on that one. And a high ground push coming in, but the Satanic as well. Potentially 3 lives on this Skeeter gyrocopter.
Perfect time to finish this item, right when you want to hit the high ground.
How does Tundra start this? Soxa is going to try and pull the gyro out of position a little bit. BCM follows that with a bit more. Look at Falcons, they don't even jump.
Oh, they don't care. They're not going to react to this unless you can get a stun jump on one of these cores.
If they somehow
Skeeter has a lot to play
kill
with.
Skeeter, like they'll be able to set up the Wukong's command around him on the revive. That's a little dangerous.
Can always BKB out of the spawn though.
There goes again. Spear does land onto the Storm Spirit though. And the Ice Blast, here comes the roar. BZM in trouble, and the Shallow Grave will not be enough to bail him out here. He stays alive for a little bit longer, does what damage he can, but he'll tick out as soon as the Shallow Grave is gone. And now the arena, now a second roar, and its Crystal is gone as well. Falcons picking apart the cores of Tundra, and the poorest of them all, 33. He does his best to draw the attention as the buybacks come through. BZM gets a grab on a snaking. Half HP onto Skeeter, but they don't want him. They want Malrine. Malrine does get chunked down. Chrysalis with his BKB. He's going to work in the back lines. He's trying to kill Crit as well. Snaking knocks him out of the air with a punch. It's not quite enough. Now a follow-up with Cool Feet though, and he's going to die back. Dead for 2 minutes. Skeeter, he is still alive with his Aegis, but they're outnumbered now. It's a 4 versus 4. Falcons need to be able to hold on long enough for the reinforcements to get back into play. 33, Shallowgrave, Outworld Staff. Does he have a statue for him? Doesn't look like it. He's going to die as well here. He does have buyback though, as does Soxa. It's still 4 versus 5 now of Falcons with a buyback from Malrine.
And Skeeter, he stands strong. Aegis intact. Another Satanic coming up here. No Monkey King to bring him down. Tundra in massive trouble. All on this Storm to try and make something happen.
What does Falcons do here? They go for Throne, but Tier 2 is still up in the bottom lane. If they want to take advantage of this dieback from Chrysalis, they got to go for Tier 4s.
There's only one buyback available for Tundra right now. It's that Dazzle. You got to push this. You still have Aegis. You're going to get the regen here. Level 25 online for Skeeter. These flaks are doing massive work.
See if they can stop a bit of that regen. They're trying to back away as the Aegis is expiring. Soxa, he went for the Ancient Apparition knowing how important it is to take this Ancient Apparition out of the equation. And because they didn't get that kill, the Dazzle, he is a bit neutered for this situation. Amar now feeling like he's got enough of an advantage. They show next to Skeeter, and they put the pressure on, hitting the Tier 4s. 35 seconds left for Chrysalis, and maybe even longer for 33. He's going to die inside the arena, as is the Dazzle. A buyback from him, just him and BZM. The Throne exposed, there's just nothing left. Tundra, they took the game early, but a couple of mistakes and Falcons ripped the game right out of Tundra's hands.
Their late game's so scary. If you let all 3 cores find farm around the map, if you let them get to these BKB timings and they just slowly outscale you, it feels like you're on an inevitable clock. There's just no way to turn these late game fights around. You don't have the damage to get through the tanky tri-core. Classic Falcons, man. They are going back to their tried and true, and it's working here at EWC 2025 as they completely shut Tundra down in this game 1. I mean, you had a little momentum. You had a dream start for this Visage with First Blood, but you couldn't get any more out of that laning phase. Like drawing blood from a stone just wouldn't give you the kills. You found kills on the supports in the mid game, killing them when they were trying to farm the waves, but you never found those big pickoffs on the big core heroes that you needed. And ATF, man, he was a menace in these late game fights. He never went down in that entire sequence while everyone's buying back. He just sits there in the middle of everybody with the Bulwark, with the Crimson, with the BKB. He's absorbing so many of the hits. Can't get through this Mars shield. It was brutal.
That posed a lot of questions for the draft. His Timbersaw is back. His Razor's back. His Mars is back. All the Amar classics are back into play, and Tundra, they went for a classic of their own in the Monkey King, and it does not work out for them. it's going to be a tough situation going into this game, too. Not having the first pick, not being able to have that. And even still, if the Monkey King is available, is it really going to work out for you? It seems like Falcons had all the answers between Malrine and Amar. The creep wave battle between the four of them continues. As game 1 closes out, we'll head to game 2 soon.
After a blistering start for Tundra, they're absolutely dominating in the lanes. It felt like Falcons were a little bit lost on what to do in the map there, Lacoste. There were a lot of wards coming out from Tundra. They were able to have all of this map control, and all it took at the end of the day was that mid lane fight at about 25, 27 minutes, and then it just felt like Falcons finally had momentum. They knew what they needed to do. They now knew how to execute a team fight.
Yeah, they were definitely in charge of this game ever since the start. Like, you are fighting against Vizorizzi level 1. He's going to be getting that first blood with the Dettol facet. You are getting extra bit of a gold, so he's snowballing from the lanes. Very strong laning phase from 33. They are controlling every single rune first 20 minutes of the game, and you have Storm Spirit to utilize those runes, making these rotations, making sure that they get the ball rolling, they're getting the kills. But that one big sequence of events where they're going in with the Storm Spirit, and also he's the one with the Aegis, so he's going to be able to get out, but the Monkey King doesn't get into the arena from Mars. He just sits there. I've seen these parkour videos on YouTube where people just fall short way too many times, and it just doesn't work out for them. Like, they get dismantled, and suddenly Falcons, they're back into the game.
The most concern I have going into game 2 for Tundra is actually the mental aspect of the game, because I think all Dota players can relate to the idea that you feel like you were in control for virtually the entire game, and you were just... the game was in your hands, and then it felt like it slipped away for reasons that are potentially outside of your control, or it's just one big play. And I don't know how you mentally recover from that. Like, the one thing I would have not predicted going into this series was a comeback win from Falcons. Like, we were either expecting a comeback from Tundra or like a stomp from Falcons, just based on the playstyle of the two teams. So
yeah, that was like one thing all three of you were very sure of. All of you agreed with that one.
Yeah, so if they won with a comeback, if I'm Tundra, I have to make sure I'm not shaken by that. But I don't know, I would be.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of credit to Skeeter on this one, actually, for the gyrocopter, because he was in a position where they're buying auras from him. He's struggling a little bit, and he ended up pulling through and being that hard carry for the game, and was able to do the most damage on his team. And this is a situation he typically isn't put in, but it's good to see him put in this position and then be able to just show what he's got, because yeah, he definitely had to be that hard carry this game, and he eventually got there. I did like Amar's itemization as well, going for that early Crimson, getting a nullifier for the Monkey King. They realized they had to shut down this Monkey King. He was way too farmed. You had that one lucky, I'm going to call it arena play, where he gets stuck up there, but later on the items start piling on. You get the Crimsons, you get the nullifiers, and eventually he just runs out of steam, and now Skeeter can carry the game.
Yeah, the net worth kind of becomes even again. It feels like you're hitting the timings that you've been waiting, you've been biding your time for, and you've talked about that little bit of a mental aspect, Brian, of how do they really go into a game number 2? I feel like you ignore everything that happened after that 27-minute mark, and you focus on that earlier game, right? Because there was a lot of good that came for Tundra and a lot of time wasting that came out of Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. Falcons, the way they've been losing, and what I wanted to highlight in this game 1, or the way they've been winning, excuse me, and why we thought they were going to lose, is because ATF has been popping off and having the absolute most free farm starts, sometimes even getting bonus kills in the lane. So I wanted to highlight a few clips of the way Tundra punished this win condition. So this is going to be 7 minutes in at the Wisdom Shrine fight, and Amar, you're going to notice that he's manning up against the Monkey King as well as the Soxa's Marcy, and it literally looks like it could go either way. And if we're going to pause, you're going to see that Mars is about level 5.5 right now, and if we get the kill on Soxa, you're then going to see that Mars is barely not level 6 just yet, so he's then going to die. And so you're thinking, okay, what's his way back into the game? A lot of offlaners would just TP back to their own lane right now. But instead, he's going to TP top, and 33 having the presence of mind, knowing that he saw that Mars wasn't level 6 yet, gets it from the creep wave, and then 33 is going to effectively dodge this gang. So Amar, instead of free farming his lane, ends up dying at the Wisdom Shrine, trying to get a kill top, which misses. Then about 20 seconds later, he's going to walk mid and try to get a kill here. And I just want to remind you guys, this was the guy that pioneered the offlane farming for the first 15 minutes of the game. And this is a solid minute and a half of him dying and then walking around the map. And he ended up being the lowest net worth core. after the laning stage. That's something you don't see very often on Amar. And then just want to highlight the one play of the game that we've all been talking about, just so everyone at home gets a little glimpse and a replay of exactly what happened here. You're going to see Monkey King jump into midair right now and just have the Giga Atos.
Let me in. Let me in.
Nah, that's pure skill from Amar. He knew. He knew to drop the arena right then.
We call that the Humpty Dumpty. That's what happened to Chrysalis there, and that's going to go down in history as one of the, I'd say, most pivotal, like, awkward interactions in all of Dota in terms of deciding the outcome of a game.
He even hit him with the old chat. Tree dance doesn't work, so he knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, I genuinely would believe that. I feel like if anyone's going to know the weird interactions of Amar's arena against every other hero, it's probably going to be Amar. There is one more talking point that I want to have with you, Lacoste, is about the support duo that came out of the side of Falcons. It was just struggling a little bit. This Tusk going to position 5, Crit playing that...
it was really rough. They were really getting ran at because... Every single time you watch, like, the camera, Snaking was pretty much feeding off of cooldown. Every single time he respawns, he goes, he dies. He knew that he needed to buy a little bit more time, so a lot of he still had a pretty good timing on his Blink Dagger, and then he also had Crit, who was struggling for the first, like, 10, 12 minutes to be able to get his level 6 as well, but once he got that, he was able to, find these openings with the Mars Arena to be able to lock onto a target and kill it immediately, but overall, they managed to make a really good comeback, and thanks to that Crimson Guard that we talked about. Like, this is a really good pickup from Mars, which also allows the rest of the team to be much tankier until you get these Solar Crest, until you get these drums as well, so that everything kind of ties well together. And we've seen that happen post like 30 minutes, and I want to see what's going to happen in Game 2. I said that Falcons, we might be seeing even better Falcons compared to the yesterday. They already reached their peak, but seems like they're not done yet.
Yeah, already kind of blowing our minds here of doing that comeback that no one was really expecting. That's only a Game 1, though, in a best of 3 for the grand final. The winner will be going on to that one. The loser, unfortunately, will have to settle and fight it out for 3rd or 4th place. So game number 2, we're going to go to a break. Before we do, though, we're going to check in with our on-map reporter live from the Dota map. That's Boog the Boglet.
Yo, Boog fam. No cap. It's like 3 a.m. I'm trying to catch some Z's. There are some D-bags out there partying or something. Yo, what the f*** are you doing out there? Shut the f*** up! Jad, that dude is jacked. I'm cooked. No, wait! Ah!
Welcome back. We have Tundra Esports up against Falcons. Falcons are 1 game up right now. The winner will be going to the grand finals of the Esports World Cup 2025. So it's a big game that is on the line. The other team will still get to see them tomorrow. It'll be the 3rd, 4th match though. And for Tundra, they're obviously going for that grand final, right? They made it through in a very clutch game 3, a clutch series yesterday against BB team. And it's time. They got to bring it here, Lucas. They got to clutch it back up if they want.
They have to.
You don't have your microphone.
Very good.
This guy's a professional, by the way.
Professional. We're used to different mics. I think Tundra had a really, really strong early game timing where they were able to achieve what this draft is supposed to achieve. Get the ball rolling, get the stuff done. One mistake or one good play from Amar, what happened there? I think if they take that fight with Wukongs, this fight, probably the game would be completely different. But also to highlight how well they were playing, Whitemon being very aggressive, 6 minutes in, 8 minutes in, 7 as well, camping that XP rune as well, and also blocking some of the camps in the triangle, which did work out amazingly for them, knowing that this is where you want to be stacking the camps because you are playing against Gyrocopter. You know that he wants to fall back there because he didn't have that great of a time in the lane. And also just Storm Spirit. Like, I really like their itemization overall. This was a big, like, one of the few times you will see Eternal Shroud on a hero. You are playing against a lot of magic damage. You are playing against Ancient Apparition, and there's also Pipe and Visage. A lot of synergy there. It's just that they mis-executed in the end.
I would like to highlight the fact that Blitz yesterday in his interview was saying that they going into Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Falcons, that Game 1 was effectively free for Falcons because they had first pick. And Falcons right now has a 67% win rate on first pick, and Tundra had an 85% win rate on first pick going into that game. And Tundra was first pick in that last one, so we're almost certainly going to see Falcons on first pick going into Game 2. And for what, I'm not exactly sure why, but it does feel like a lot of these overall last picks, which is what the second pick team gets, are rather underwhelming.
Yeah, it feels like everyone is doing a little bit better on that first pick. It just feels like the 18th is more of the gotcha than the overall last pick. But Fear, something that you said coming into this series was all about, can you make your opponent be on something different? This is the test for Falcons being pushed to something else. Tundra really did that for them, it feels, in that Game 1, pushed them to a different archetype of how they wanted to play their team fights, what hero Skeeter was on. So what is that adjustment that needs to be made for a Game 2? Or are you trying not to adjust too much if you're Tundra and really try and emulate to run it back?
I do not think you overthink this game too much. Like, you were in a very comfortable spot, and I think it's good for Falcons that I feel like maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago they would have lost that game if they didn't have that 6-win streak, and they're playing really well right now. However, if you're Tundra, yeah, you were in a great spot this game, man. You forced Amar to be in a situation where he's lowest net worth, roaming the map. That's exactly where you want to be. I think the draft was fine by them. They're just going to have to adjust a couple of gameplay issues. Sure, they got unlucky, but that's not the only reason why they lost that game. They're going to have to be more disciplined And the Eternal Shroud, I agree, looked cool, could be good, but it may have been a debate in the end too for BZM for his scaling, because they could just kind of like ignore him and go on the other heroes. So yeah, I just really think that Tundra shouldn't overthink the game. Every once in a while, you'll just have a game where things don't go your way. Maybe you should have won, and then you lose. That's life. Don't give them their best heroes and be like, everything we did was bad because we lost that game, because that's just not true.
Yeah. Also, I want to see if they're going to be giving them Monkey King one more time. Crystallis, again, godlike in the previous game. This is overall first pick of the whole game, and he's just making stuff happen. He's playing with the Storm Spirit, knowing that he can easily execute these ganks on the supports, because they didn't have that much catch. If you think about it, against the Storm Spirit, Monkey was really playing really well in the first 15-20 minutes, and then also something that Monkey from the safe lane is very good at, even from the mid lane, but mostly from the safe lane. You know that 7-minute XP rune, their carry is going to be there, and you need to bring the numbers, which we've seen them do the same thing, but in the end it was really not working out for Falcons in that fight, and they will ban it out.
Yeah, I was a little curious as to how Tundra would prioritize their bans here. They do get that one extra one now, being second pick. The Pugner still very high up for them, but the Monkey King is something else that they're not willing to let slip. Sometimes we play those mind games, Brian, when it comes to a draft of if you leave a lot of good things in the pool, then you're bound to get something for yourself as well that's just as good, but Tundra don't want to play like that. That Monkey King is apparently on a different level in their eyes.
Yeah, we were talking about that it just counters all these melee heroes, and then last game Falcons managed to find 2 melee heroes that are effectively ranged heroes in the laning stage where Monkey King hard counters these guys, and despite that they still got absolutely rolled over in the laning phase and had to make a miraculous comeback of sorts. So yeah, I just think later on in the tournament, what a lot of these heroes like Monkey King's value comes from is just the sheer pigeonholing that they cause to the other team's draft, where there's effectively 30 core heroes that you just can't pick in the game, and some of which are heavily meta. So I think giving them Monkey King just makes it more difficult. While Batrider, yeah, very strong hero this tournament, has had a high win rate, maybe not so much recently, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's a know your enemy situation. Batrider is going to have a lasso, he's going to have that BKB single target displacement spell, but at the end of the day, that's a lot less difficult to draft around, I'd say, than a Monkey King.
Yeah, agree with that one. But this is also relatively early Queen of Pain pick. Potentially, they can flex it. We saw other teams flexing it to position 4 as well, to off lane. BB team did play during the Wallachia like 3 times. I think they won all of those games as well. From carry role, this is something that Ame did play. But knowing Tundra, most likely this is just going to be a mid-quap where you don't care too much about the rotations from the Batrider. This is when enemy team picks, some Tusks, some Clockworks, and you're like, well, this is a pretty free Queen of Pain game because I can't really get ganked 6-8 minutes in. Something that we've seen them do really, really well in the first game. Those rotations from both of the supports on Tundra, they were extremely good, and you're gonna kind of expect Falcons to try to replicate that, do the same thing, especially with the Batrider, because in the previous game you had Tusk, which kind of needed to stay in the lane with this gyrocopter, otherwise he could be ran over, and Ancient Apparition position 4 is also not the hero that can easily rotate to the mid lane and get some ganks going.
Interesting, they banned the Dawnbreaker, which Crystallis has played as a carry.
Yep.
Normally you'd think that's an offlane hero, but I don't think 33 touches that hero. Not in his wheelhouse. But I'm more curious about what Tundra's going to ban here. We did see that Malrine just kind of destroyed Nisha on Queen of Pain versus Beastmaster. I wonder if that'll be the ban. Yeah, it is. Okay. That makes sense. And they take the Tusk, which is a really good combination. I think Tusk, for me, has been one of those heroes that hasn't got enough respect in the bans, because every time I see it in game, it's doing something. Even last game, like he went like 1-9 or something just early in the game, but all you need is that one dagger to have impact in the fights. And when you're playing with a hero like Queen of Pain, if you have some way to reposition so she can get in and out of the fights without getting bursted, this hero's value goes up a lot for me. And we're going to see the Ember counter pick, which Marana, thought we weren't seeing that hero, Lacoste, from the first Boog the Bog.
Yeah, that video I said that we're going to be seeing Marana only once. I think I'm fine with Marana if she has some kind of a setup, some Ember Spirit, some Kunkas, stuff like that, where you can actually play with the hero. I think the other situation would be if you're playing against Venomancer, and then you need to be able to somehow manage to find the ganks, because you can't have smokes up all the time. This is where Moonlight Shadow is going to be very handy. But this is also Falcons we're talking about. I've seen some Miranas being played from position 4, not just this tournament, but also previous tournaments, which I really don't like. I think the only viable position for Mirana is pretty much position 5, and this is something that Snaking does really well, playing this Mirana 5, allowing him to get some of these smaller items. She's a relatively strong laner, especially when he plays it, getting a lot of the stats, getting the good trades. You can kill the courier with the leaps as well. Not the easiest hero to kill as well. You're going to be most likely laning against Tusk. So you can dodge the shards, never really threatened in the lane as long as you have those leap charges.
Yeah, and it also specifically for Falcons, as Snaking and Skeeter have been laning together for so long, not only is it a Snaking Mirana special, but it also just pairs innately well with a lot of the heroes that Skeeter likes to play, these stunners in the safe lane that maybe in the early game he might look to play more around Malrine with the arrow and the chain setup, but at some point you also want to have that potential threat because Mirana... Gosh, it feels so bad in pubs if you like first pick a Mirana and then your teammates pick no setup on any of the lanes and you just decide you're going to go arrow some creeps. So one thing that Falcons does, I think, better than anyone else is kind of allow Snaking to have plays to be made so that when he is off map, he can potentially just be farming jungle, or he's also a threat, something that's a hero like Enchantress offers. And so when I look at heroes like Doom and Quap, even though Quap's more of a mobile mid, she is susceptible to this like level 5 Ember, 3 chains, and 1 or 2 points in arrow. She will probably die to that, especially if there's a Batrider there. So I'm definitely looking to see how many heroes are brought into the mid lane and how early that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm also curious on where they're going to lane these heroes because Doom, of course, 33 plays it, but this is a hero that has been far less popular in the offlane as of late. He has played it recently, but so has Crystallis, so this can be a flex. And I also think Crystallis probably can play this Queen of Pain as well, so that is very flexible for him as well. So very much so an interesting core dynamic, but the supports, the Crystal Maiden, I mean, I get it, it's good at locking down Ember, but it's also very squishy against the heroes you see, so I'm a little worried about that. It is high tempo. I'm curious on why Whitemon thought this was the game to bring it out. And then, of course, we're going to go back for the Bristleback.
Because why not?
Yeah, it worked out really well for them in group stage.
I mean, they're up 1 game, so time to bring it out.
There's no lower brackets.
I mean, Amar's
there's always a game 3.
There is.
Amar was the one that's saying his replays on Bristle are specifically worth $2,000, far more than any other hero that he plays now that pub replays are no longer publicly accessible. But the stocks have definitely gone down in the last 3 months or so, and Amar, he's invested in the long term here to prove that his replays are still worth something. But all jokes aside, Batrider as a 4 really loves to basically play this dodge game and look to go stack Ancients as often as possible. And Bristleback's probably one of the only viable offlaners left in the pool. I'd say it's usually Axe. Is there any other offlaner, maybe Sand King, that's off meta? Like, there's not much else that can take Ancients. So the one like saving grace I have of the Bristleback is that he should have ridiculously early timings, because I'm going to keep an eye out for the crit bat stacking those triangle camps.
I do want to inform everyone why we are making a little bit of a joke out of this Bristle. In previous tournaments, Amar's done so well with it. It's been to the point where people have to first phase ban it out against Falcons. This tournament, though, they only have 1 win with it. They've played it in 3 games. The 1 win they got against it was was against VP. So it is a little bit of a hit and miss right now. It is to do with the supporting cast as well. But Fear is going to tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay.
That was their win. But that was the start of their 7-game win streak.
Ah.
It was off with that Bristleback. So, and they didn't have any of those other, heroes like Primal and Timber. They won with this Bristleback. They want this hero very badly to be part of like their toolkit, and it might be. It fits the bill pretty well. So we'll see how well it does here. I'm curious if they're willing to flex it, though. I think one of the downsides of this Bristleback for them specifically is Amar's like, I'm playing this no matter what every single game. I feel like Skeeter's going to have to know how to play this, maybe Malrine too, for this to be a real threat for Falcons in the long run.
Yeah, I love the bans from Tundra, removing some of these stunners that can be paired up nicely with Mirana. In the lane, these are kind of Skeeter's classics as well. And I also like Sven as a response to Doom in a lot of these situations where you're getting that first jump. You're not going to be seeing Doom getting the initiation onto Sven, so he gets that jump, and then suddenly you're kind of in a really big trouble because he can 3-shot your supports pretty much. Great against Queen of Pain as well. You do have that massive physical damage coming out. Lineup from Falcons, if these two supports are not going to be able to achieve as much, I'd say that this is a bit of a slower lineup coming out from them, where Bristleback from the offlane, not many teams do play this. You still need a little bit more time to get to your item timings. Morana, like, she doesn't bring you much, so she needs to play with the Ember Spirit. And want to see what kind of a hero Skeeter will be playing, because two of the ones that did get banned out could synergize nicely.
The Tiny is exactly what they picked last time. They had Batrider Bristle in that game that Fear was talking about against VP. Is the Tiny is like an active carry that kind of supplements the lack of disable that your Bristleback has. And I don't think Tiny's a very good meta hero right now, but what it does offer is that mid-game playmaking potential that you're lacking from your offlane. I think this is exactly Skeeter's role in the game. It's, oddly enough, we were skeptical of the Falcons draft in game 1 because he was much more of a hard carry, right? But in this game, we're expecting Ember to kind of pop off by having very little lockdown for him, at least until like Doom, Blink Dagger, or like Harpoon comes out. But on the side of Tiny, like, you're going to be that playmaker that Falcons needs, and Skeeter, I think, is going to feel much more comfortable in this role.
Yeah, I'm very curious on how they're going to lane this too, because I would consider Quap going carry in this game, just because you're versus like a Bristle and Batrider. Seems like a free lane. I'm not sure what else you'd pick there, because you could potentially punish this mid lane if you really want to. It is Ember mid. There's lots of heroes that can really punish it. Quap sure is one of them, but not the best. And if you can play this, then it could be really good. But the Undying will come out, which, where is this going?
Offlane almost certainly against Tiny, right?
I mean, against Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, you have what? Crystal Maiden plus Tusk, which means that your Undying mostly is going to be the offlane.
Looks like it'd be a cool carry too against Bristleback, shut him down, but no, okay. So they're gonna most likely do that, but they're kind of waiting to pick here. I don't know why they would though. All right, very cool. I mean, Undying's a hero that we oftentimes see first phase banned for most teams, and they are gonna get it last pick against a strength hero. So that could be quite devastating, because yeah, this Morana Tiny lane, it's pretty weak. It's not going to be able to deal with this Undying, so that's going to create a big issue. And if you look at heroes like Bristleback too, they don't really like running into heroes like Undying, so this is actually a really cool pick. I like it a lot.
Yeah, looks really good on paper. I'm still gonna say I like Tundra's draft in game number 1 way more. I still like it way more even in the second game. I think this type of a draft is much easier to execute. Offlane, as Fear mentioned, it's not gonna be easy for them. And it's also BZM Quap. Like, I think if he doesn't get rotated on, he has a relatively easy game. Like, you're playing into Tiny. Like, this hero does, like, the reason why we're not seeing it is it can be like relatively active depending how good of a lane you have. I don't think many teams would like to play it. Maybe Team Liquid will still play it. Maybe not in this tournament, but you know, they would definitely play it. But overall, I do feel that they might be put in a situation on side of Falcons where they get ran over these heroes relatively easy.
I'm going to be the NA sales pitch here for, we got Owie as the coach for Team Falcons.
Someone had to do it.
Yeah, we're from the NA region. We know how to farm it up. This is an Undying who's against a Morana, an Ember, a Batrider. These are super mobile heroes. What's going to stop them from Moonlight Shadowing and walking away? Why don't they just never fight them, play the Falcons' efficiency playstyle? I think Tundra has real no way to force fights this game. You have Tombstone, you have Doom. Just walk away, people. TP out. This is going to be a BKB TP game other than the Tusk. And I just want to say that I think Falcons is going to play the map, out-farm them, never fight them, and outscale them.
So you think that one game win, Brian, and the draft here is enough for Falcons to take it 2-0?
I think this Undying is going to own Skeeter in lane, but if they can manage to survive, not do what Migay did yesterday, where he's like 0-3 at minute 5, then I'm thinking Falcons is going to do just that.
All right, well, we got one Falcons fanboy over here. We got two Tundra fanboys.
I'm neutral for the record.
Oh, okay, sorry. Lacoste is the Tundra fanboy, a neutral fanboy over there. We got a very Tundra heavy fanboy on stage with Nomad. It's their coach, Moon Meander.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation here. Firstly, I just want to quickly know, before I ask you questions about this draft, what is your thoughts on the whole Monkey King from last game?
Just 3-2-2, guys. Nothing else to talk about.
All right, and what are your opinions on this game and the series in general?
Okay. Tundra, we are getting outnumbered in this arena, but I know at home, you guys outnumber them in the Twitch chat. Let's fucking go, Tundra! I want to see that chat fucking spam!
Thank you very much, Moon Meander. Let's get into the game.
Oh, I certainly know there is a lot of people who are cheering for Tundra against this home crowd of Falcons, that's for sure. And I'm sure they'll let themselves know in the chat. Avery, another matchup, game 2. Moon Meander said, hey, that game 1, 3-2-2, no big deal. Let's just focus on game 2. Do they have a better chance? They have the same chance, perhaps, when it comes to this game 2 in this draft, closing out the game?
I think it's looking a lot better for them. They have way more scale. They have a bunch of cores that can all scale against a Falcons tri-core, which looks a little weaker to me and a little more susceptible to some of the counter picks Tundra proposed here. And the biggest factor is everybody forgot. They were talking about the NA coach for Falcons.
Yeah.
Moon is the original NA coach.
Yeah, you really don't get more OG than him if you're going to count Han days.
I mean, he's like 2 NA people in one.
Yeah.
When you consider how toxic he was on the servers for so many years. And he originally played Han, as you said. I mean, that's a lot of toxicity to overcome, but he's done it. He's here. He's going to throw some out on the main stage. He's going to hype up the boys. I would like to see a game 3. I think Tundra have the tools to get there this time around, and I think there's some difficulties for Falcons to overcome here that they didn't have to deal with in that game 1. Particularly a hero that abuses their constant melee tri-core in Undying, and you could argue the Doom and Quap are also pretty good at that. Like, these are heroes that are really good at dealing with these fat frontliners that want to be able to sit there and, oh, you can't do anything to me, I'm a Mars, you're irrelevant, you're dealing no damage. Okay, I'm decaying you. I'm putting the poison strikes on you. I'm hitting you with Infernal Blade and dooming you. These are not spells you can easily ignore just sitting on that front line and trying to take the long fight.
Are you sure? BSJ sounded like the Falcons could just ignore it all they wanted. Moonlight Shadow, walk away. That's what he said. And he said scale up. He said that they would outscale Tundra. It seems like you have an opposing opinion here.
I disagree. I think Falcons gets outscaled in this game.
30 seconds to
pretty significantly. I think the Queen of Pain is an absolute menace in this late game. Maybe the Tiny's an X factor here with some Moonlight Shadow. Like, you have Bat Rider Lasso. I do think Falcons have a strong advantage when it comes to initiating fights and dislocating fights. I think Brian is absolutely correct on that point. So if they can kite engagements out, force engagements under their vision, start with strong initiations out of the Bat Rider with Moonlight Shadow to back up the movement, that aspect of their lineup is really strong. And you do have some free mobility here on this Ember, at least a little bit in that mid game. Though be wary of the Frostbite out from the Crystal Maiden. Never know when it'll sting.
I'm surprised you're backing Tundra as much as you are, considering the fact they have one of your most hated heroes.
It pains me to do. I do not like backing Crystal Maiden teams. That's how you know I see some promise here in this line. If you can win while having Crystal Maiden on your team, that's extra training right there.
Really good body blocking from Amar. Man, just get this one creep super isolated. So it is going to be creep equilibrium to Falcons' favor in the offlane. Our mid matchup, the Quap and Ember Spirit is going to be going at it. And then I guess that leaves Skeeter's Tiny plus the Snaking Mirana. You always claim that Snaking is one of the best Miranas in the world, if not the best. But we haven't really seen much of this hero, period.
He's the only one who busted out. This hero has not been in the meta at all. You knew it was going to make an appearance at least once, though. The hero's just too fun to play. He'll leap, get the D-ward. Nice little play from Snaking Bottom, freeze up the camp.
Malrine has to use his Fairy Fire already. BZM.
He's getting abused.
He's putting the pressure on.
And again,
and he blinks on him. He goes for it, hits him with the dagger. He's done for. BZM will collect first blood against Falcons.
Another strong start here for Tundra. They will claim first blood second game in a row. They're eyeing up another triple lane win. This could be a game Falcons need to get some stacks going, particularly for this offlane Bat Rider Bristle.
Oh, Whitemon. Pretty far out here. Will not die for it, though.
Costly TP, mana usage-wise and everything for this hero.
Yeah, I mean, if he dies the next, 30, 40 seconds, they might get really punished.
This is a hero generally you want to have full resources so you can continue to spam and get heroes low and then go for the all-in play at the level 2. Otherwise, you're playing for attrition over the long run. If I'm Tundra, I want to win this laning phase. I want to get deep wards, scout out these stacks that you know are coming for Falcons, and contest those. Because I think you have heroes that can do it. You have heroes that can translate this laning phase into more aggressive gameplay, particularly 33 on the Undying, a hero that can play really fast. You can get in these jungle areas with Tombstone pretty early. It's not unheard of.
Oh, nice avalanche. Extra bit of damage. Still going to be tough taking the fight into And off lane Undying, always.
Just such a good last pick. I mean, Undying against triple melee core. Really tough to team fight this guy.
Yeah, they do have some decently mobile heroes. Between Ember, Mirana. I feel like Mirana is probably one of the better heroes to hit Tombstone as well.
Good at killing Tombstone, good at kiting it out. You also have the Bat Rider who's good at kiting out this Undying and letting you just start on him and all in him. So I agree the tools are there. I just think the execution it's tough, man. Like, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world. They're going to be aware of these things. They're going to look for the counterplay. If you drop that Tombstone first, all of a sudden you get a big vision advantage. You get the zone control. And there's always that ceaseless dirge. Like, that's a big issue with this hero. You can all in him with the Bat Rider lasso. Okay, he just comes back.
Gigantic wave pushing into Tundra right now. What is this?
Having trouble pushing it back with the only single point decay here.
Yeah. But he's not really going to get punished for it. Outside of maybe Skeeter getting a pull somewhere, but both camps are still blocked, so that's not even available. How's mid lane matchup going? 16-4, 13-0. So despite the early death, it looks like Mallory's still doing okay in CS.
He's hanging on. It's getting a little tough here now. Level 5, yeah, instant blink, and that's a level 3 dagger if you can land it.
Yeah, he's already used the slight, so no disjoint here.
This is rough. I mean, you're kind of just stuck in the river.
At least he managed to pick up the water rune, and that might be really important. It might be the only way he lives here, especially if Soxa gets him in the block, and they go for the teleport away, but the snowball, it stops him. He's stuck, and best they can hope for is Crit gets the deny. He got it. Crit takes the kill away from Tundra.
I'm surprised he got that. This is a Bat Rider with 45 base damage.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the worst support for trying to get that deny. He lines it up perfectly. Downside is you still have to walk out of bases this Ember, level 4. Pretty brutal for Malorinas. He's going to have to try and just give mid to the bat and hope you get the XP somewhere else.
Yeah.
Not a good outcome for him, even with the deny.
Certainly not.
This laning phase is getting scary for Falcons. This is where it's going to start to amp up these 3 through 5 levels. Where these strong spells are going to start to punish you. It's just a Tombstone drop. Force heroes off the tower. Skeeter doesn't have the mana unless you want to pop the full wand here.
He's got another leap. He'll get out of the snowball range. Will be okay, but the fact that they're pushed off of this creep wave into tower.
You're just losing so much CS here. Look at that CS chart. It is adding up. Better make sure you get your Wisdom Shrine in this game. You are going to need the experience to get the levels to come back.
Crystallis trying to help out Whitemon here. Whitemon is going to be bursted down. Too many Quill Spray stacks, and now the goo is stacking up on Crystallis. Crystallis does turn around with a lot of damage, taking a few steps out of 33's book with the Doom. He takes the early Chain Lightning when he found a Harpy and will help him get the kill on Amar. The turnaround from Soxa is there.
Almost got another Quill stack off, but that Chain Lightning absolutely did some work up here.
It does mean the supports will be out of position to help, or at least one of them will be out of position to help BZM for the power room, but Whitemon's now going to be joining in. Sonic Wave, he's done. Oh, this is just brutal, man.
He has been taken out of this game. This is an Ember who, in theory, might have been able to abuse some of these supports.
Oh, Crit, what do you do here? He doesn't want to give the Arcane Rune to the Quap, but if he goes and kills it, it means he's killed. He gives up his life to try and slow down BZM, but all it does is speed up Tundra.
This is turning into a feeding frenzy right now. This Queen of Pain is out of control. And how do you help Malrine? That's the big question. You can't send heroes mid and turn these plays around against the Queen of Pain because you don't have the early lockdown against him to get that all-in kill. It's just going to be jungling for the Ember. Try and make plays elsewhere.
Well, I know you hate Crystal Maiden because she's so slow. You put some goo on her, and my goodness. 100 movement speed still, though. Thanks to both Soxa and Crystallis, Whitemon will survive. It looks like they were trying to get aggressive, perhaps for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, but adequately defended by Falcons.
I'll also say part of the reason I favor Tundra here draft-wise is I think there's a lot of overlap between the Ember, the Bristle, and the Bat in terms of dispels. Kill them in the fights. You get Lotus Orbs up in this game, you get Purge Creep for the Doom, you're just removing so many stacks in that fight, removing so much of their damage over time they're going to try and build up.
Oh my god, Malreen's not level 6 yet!
He
needs a creep to die! One creep to die, and he can get 6, but Tundra have timed it perfectly! Immaculate ganking from the squad as Malreen, he's basically a support out here. Him and the Crystal Maiden are neck and neck in net worth almost.
He's a creep. I talked about Creep Wave. He's been reduced to it here. Creep Wave might be stronger than him at this point. That's a level 8 Queen of Pain to a level 5.
Ah, Snake King sandwiched. Frostbite into the snowball. The leaps will not save him here.
This is just getting out of control. Like, you have to stabilize this game.
Oh, maybe? BZM, I mean, he blinks close to Malreen. The TP coming in from Chrysalis. What a rotation from Chrysalis. How about BZM? The Sonic Wave. Malreen jumps away, but Crit doesn't have that same kind of luxury.
Dude, they brought 3 cores mid to watch their Bat Rider die.
And he's still got the power rune, too. It's an illusion rune, not amazing, but it's something.
Just like throwing supports in this early game, like food.
And he's got a bounty rune refill as well. And Frostbite won't stop that. He will manage to get through the gate.
This is a ship with too many leaks right now. Everybody's trying to get in a lifeboat, and there's not room.
Women and children first.
I mean, Malreen first. This has got to be the guy who comes back in this game. I understand Falcon's bringing everybody mid because if the Ember can't recover, you don't really have another early game playmaker. The Bristle and Tiny have to just farm jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's beginning to equate to something looks like cyberbullying. Snake King just shows up and instantly dies. Now Amar's probably going to get the turnaround kill with the Seeing Red Fast, and he does big damage. Chrysalis blocks him in though, and now they doom him. Now he gets to the other side. The Bristleback has nowhere to run to with a snowball chasing him down. No way out.
Just baited in Wand Lotus on Whitemon. He survives it. Get that extra Glacial Guard for some extra HP there as well. Just enough to survive. You turn it around. 5K gold lead at 9.5 minutes. Falcon struggling to find anything here.
We've had this conversation a number of times. Amar and his Bristleback Falcons have gone to it a number of times when P-Vision were most successful. They were rocking the Viscous Nasal Goo facet for DM, and he showed just how strong that was. But despite all that, Amar would always go the Seeing Red, and he continues to do so today. What are we hoping? What does he see in the Seeing Red facet that other people don't?
Scale. This guy's just a carry player at heart. He's going to have to put this game on his back.
That's true. He's not going to have a core out of the mid lane, at least not for the foreseeable future.
He is getting some stacks done right now. These stacks go uncontested. It is a way back in the game for Falcons. Big Ancient stack being cleared. Another large camp on the triangle.
Oh, what a blind little arrow there. Not that it results in anything.
Oh, BZM goes in and ults this right now.
Oh, yeah. That is a stack free for the taking, it's looking like. BZM's going to push Amar back. Amar desperately trying to get the Quills over the cliff to take some of these last hits. They're all lined up right now. Oh, Freezing Field in from the side, and Arrow's going to be able to stop it. A good idea from Whitemon, but Snake King had the counter. Now the Avalanche. Now it looks like Tundra. It got a little bit too big. Oh, what a Sonic Wave, though, hitting onto 3 with 33 in the midst of Malreen. Malreen trying to get the jump away. Meanwhile, the dagger is ticking out on the Bristleback. All 3 cores might just die here. 33 chasing after him. A slight. It dodged a little bit. The zombies, and the biggest zombie of all will bring down Malreen.
That is such a tough fight for Falcons into that Sonic Wave. High ground tombstone.
One more for the road. BZM. Oh, around the corner, Snake King goes. BZM lost him. Arrow under tower might have gotten the kill, but he's away.
You have to defend the stacks, though. Like, you have to bring everybody there. The tombstone really dissuades you from going deep. Ruined the Ember with all the zombie buildup. That's what I was talking about, getting this Undying involved early in aggressive stack stealing, right? Really hard hero to fight around these ancient spots. When you just drop that tombstone, get so much zone control. Massive Sonic Wave from BZM. Falcons once more on the back, but just as that Bristle was trying to clear through it, they did get most of the stack. I mean, that's kind of the one upside, but that XP gets split a lot.
Well, your analysis was absolutely on point. 33 people have been praising his itemization from the jump, and he agrees with you. It's just a straight Lotus Orb. First item for this game.
I mean, why not? Lotus just wrecks this lineup. You do nothing against it. It's only the Tiny who really powers through it, and this is a carry Tiny, having a slow game.
Yeah.
I guess the one upside is you're seeing red, so a little less stacks for Amar.
Yeah, for sure.
But you can also argue he individually is more dependent on getting stacks, so he can run in and deal damage. There's some more tombstone farming for his own stacks here.
And that will be the Lotus once he's done with this.
Drawing the aggro, getting the extra efficiency.
It's funny how, like, Tundra just always play off the stacks, no matter what their lane setup is and how aggressive or how laning focused it is. BZM, he's got the blade mail. Tough kill to get.
They had lasso.
And a sonic wave on offside. The frostbite is deadly. Maureen falls again.
This might be one of the roughest games I've ever seen for Maureen. And he's had a tremendous tournament.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he almost single-handedly kicked Liquid out of this tournament.
Brutal in the lane, brutal with the ganks, brutal in the fight for the stacks.
Another leap, BZM is Blink. Oh, hits it with a scream, 5 HP, ticks out.
This Queen of Fate is just an absolute terror. He's just doing whatever he wants, supports it, backed him up perfectly. Maureen, he comes back instantly daggered. He only has the one Remnant out. He needs the other 5 for another one.
In Saksa, he's bodyguarding the Remnant right now.
Please.
He's waiting. He says, go ahead, Maureen. Jump out whenever you want, buddy.
Just leave me alone.
One more dagger. Maureen knows it's death if he goes back, but it's death if he pushes forward. He goes back. An instant punch from Saksa. Amar couldn't bail him out. He ran after the supports, but they stuck around. A snowball save onto the Crystal Maiden. Now he's blocked in. Amar's in trouble because here comes the bigger, badder offlaner. 33, the Undying, doesn't stick onto him. The blade mail keeping him honest.
Yeah, dissuading him. Didn't want to drop the Tombstone and try and chase. Even brought the Doom in. That's a Radiance done for Crystallis. Super strong right now. But Amar's kind of beastly with this early Blade Mail. Pretty high level. He's the most farmed core for Falcons. It's got to be him dragging this game back right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought level 12 Flush Golem. I thought surely 33 just throws himself at him. But
he just doesn't do much damage on his own.
Sure.
Particularly with this Lotus buildup.
Yeah, I could see that.
Not the most aggressive item. I mean, at least for Maureen, he's low level. He respawns pretty fast, you know.
Hey, good for him.
He can get back out there, find some waves.
And the sad part is like, Maureen, terrible game, of course, but like he's not that much farther behind Skeeter's Tiny. It seems like Skeeter's Tiny is also having a bad game. He hasn't died yet, but he hasn't gotten a whole lot of farm either.
I mean, he had to lane against the Undying. He got kicked out of lane really early. He kind of came to some of those fights like mid to try and help the Ember. Didn't find anything. He hasn't died, but he also hasn't found a lot of action.
7,000 net worth lead in 15 minutes. This is even worse than game 1.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I still think Tundra's lineup just scales like a beast. Like you have Doom Queen with Tusk for some BKB Pierce and some extra scaling DPS. Really tough lineup to fight in 2 late games. So it's not even as if you could say, well, at least the early game's over. Now we just get the farm and scale, guys.
More Dispel. BZM's going to go a Eul's Scepter, so he can blink in, Blade Mail if they go on him, and then if he's really in danger, Eul's, and then blink away again. Freezing Field sadly doesn't give you armor anymore. It would have helped a lot against this Bristleback situation. Arrow comes out, hits onto the Quap, but will not stop the death of Crit. And Snake King gets an Invis Rune, still has a dust on him, double leaps. The dust will wear out, and he is away.
Trying to get something out of this Moonlight Shadow. Put the bat in close range, but Queen is just having way too good of a game. Don't have the burst damage fall to make these kind of plays. Probably better off just ratting the map, trying to get the bat blink online and playing through Amar, who does find another kill. Level 13 on this Bristle. Might even be top net worth in this game somehow.
Yeah, he's actually closing that gap, which is pretty wild considering his stacks got contested. The game is going really poorly for them. And all the space, like the Quap has made a ton of space, and 33 and Chrysalis are huge for it. They have still staying ahead of the Bristleback in net worth, both of them.
They're going to continue to pick up the farm rate too.
Nice find. Crit catches a dangerous lane ward there.
Dude, the itemization from Tundra's, it's going to be farm heavy because you're going Radiance into the Manta for the Doom. He's going to start pushing the waves out, and it's going to be Lotus into Octarine for 33. That's a lot of mana regen. Reduce cooldown on the Decay. You're just going to be spamming out waves with this Undying. Probably the most 33 way to play this hero.
I love that idea because I don't feel like Tundra, that is maybe something they're lacking a little, is a bit of wave shove. Undying's better at it than he used to be, but...
Now this fixes all the wave shove problems.
Yeah.
These 2 itemizations, they're going to get another pick up on crit.
It's easy.
So hard to get out on the map right now when Tundra can basically plant 2 heroes in any side lane, and they're not afraid of the team running at them because they know this Tiny has to recover.
It allows BZM and Saksa to focus on making moves like this. They cannot kill Lamar, though. And a Blade Mail still dissuading them from all-inning the off lane of Falcons.
Bristle's a tough nut to crack here. I don't think Tundra mind farming, though. With the itemization they're going for, get the wave shove up, continue to push the map out, just let BZM scale. You don't want to give this Queen of Pain streak away in this game, especially with how high level he is. He's still 3 levels higher than this Ember. And just BKB rush from Maureen. Got to do what you got to do.
His damage is going to be severely lacking, but maybe Amar can pick that up for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger for crit, so a little bit of initiation is going to be coming in very soon for Falcons. That might go a long ways.
Got to start to look for pickoffs in this game if you're Falcons. That's your way back. Abuse Moonlight Shadow, abuse the fact that the Bristle can show on waves, and he's a very hard target for Tundra to all in. And then you get some pickoff with the Bat Rider.
Oh, he's so close.
Up. Oh, yeah,
he just needs... Okay, he gets it.
Yep, a worthy wave for crit here. Someone has to bite the bullet.
Snake King running out of leap charges. Just keeps on running into heroes, and he can't run forever. Chrysalis, though. He's going to be caught in... Oh, okay, a Shards, that's interesting. It separates him from Amar. Amar can't do damage in. They just TP out. What a sick hit from Saksa.
This guy's Tusk is way too good. I mean, we saw what he did last TI on this hero. This hero has performed really well this event.
What a crazy idea, man. And Tundra making sure there's just no good vision on the field for Falcons.
That was a kill that they needed so bad on this team.
The wards that Falcons do have are unfortunately too deep for them to make use of right now. All the waves are pushed past these wards.
Gotta smoke and just go with the Bat Rider. Gotta get these lassos to land. Running up mid.
Go straight for the Quap.
Oh, they would love to lasso him here. They're hesitating a little bit.
Whitemon and Saksa, we're sitting behind him. Instead, they play off the Power Rune spawn. But I think Tundra know what's happening here. Between the support sitting behind the Quap and then the deny there of Whitemon, I mean, he doesn't deny an Arcane Rune away from BZM unless he really feels like they're in danger.
I don't think you can afford to waste these smokes, though, from your position.
Yeah.
It's your one ticket back in this game. Tundra are just going to start doing objectives. They just straighten the Tormentor. The Octarine's already done for 33. See who picks up the Shard here as Crystals continues farming while the team gets the job done. Be the Crystal Maid.
Is under attack.
That is fantastic for her. That's a lot of extra survivability, particularly against this Bristleback. It's a little bit of extra lane shove, maybe even a little extra catch against, say, the Ember Spirit.
Smoked up, looking for the Wisdom Shrine.
Skeeter, he's going to go towards that Wisdom Shrine. He breaks the smoke, doesn't see what's coming his way, right around the corner. All 3 heroes, he does not get caught in the shards. If he gets stuck there, they go for the lasso. They're going to try and quickly kill. Oh, Sonic Wave hits on a lot there. Snowball pickup, grabs a lot of heroes. They're on top of the Bristleback right now, and that Bristleback is scary. Tundra retreating away. BZM back into play, trying to kill Snake King. The Tombstone, it's still alive right now. The zombies are building up. 33. So many heroes on him. He finally goes down, but a lot of these heroes are low on Falcons. Can BZM finish them off? A TP away from Skeeter. He's out. The Bristleback, he's low as well. BZM jumps on him, and he has the Blade Mail. Can't do enough damage. Amar's going to go back, try and slow him down. Maureen, he has no mana to work with. He can hit BZM once or twice, but there's just no way he can kill him here.
Dude, what a fight from Falcons. They scan him there. They just charge in with the Tiny. Skeeter takes the initial brunt of that blow, and they take that entire fight through the Tombstone. Just didn't care. This Bristle is an absolute beast. Tundra do not have answers to him. As Amar's Reign of Terror, too powerful. Even for this Undying, he got 7 decays in that fight. Double Lotus Orb, 4 Soul Rips, he still goes down. That should have been a better fight for Tundra, but Falcons pick a nice moment to strike back. And I mean, the BKB for Maureen, you could say his net worth's really low, but this is a really impactful item in this game. He can just run around the fight for free.
Yeah. Because we're not yet at a point where there's a ton of physical damage. That will come on the Doom. We've seen how these Dooms, these carry Dooms, they're not just magic damage. They turn into real physical damage threats thanks to that Wolf Commander. But for now, it is largely magic damage. It is a free Roshan. Between the Tombstone and the tag team, they can do it.
Yeah, that's what's always going to be Tundra's. Yeah. Not enough map presence to contest this objective, so that's an Aegis for BZM yet to go down in this game. That would have been the big kill to collect in that fight for Falcons, but it still eludes them here. 7-0 for the Queen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh. Barely getting out of there.
Yeah, the only other person not to die in this game is still Skeeter's Tiny. Everybody else has at least one death to their name. Waimon trying to slow down Amar long enough that BZM can start catching him on the other side. Oh, what a grab!
Okay.
Chrysalis was going to go through the gate to join this gank onto the Bristleback.
4v1. ATF versus the world. Who's stronger here?
I can't believe the team isn't coming to try and help him bail him out, because Falcons, like Amar isn't dead yet. He finally does go down.
Dude, he almost killed BZM.
he almost got BZM. He almost took away that Aegis. Skeeter lurking. He's not going to find the Quamp. She's already TP'd out, but maybe a kill onto a support. There's a sentry here, though. He's going to be spotted. Soxa gets the blink before he's hit by the Avalanche. And now, oh, Soxa doesn't get the shards. That's a number of times he's missed some of these more offensive shards trying to catch heroes.
No one was around anyway. Yeah. Just messing with them. I mean, this is space for Maureen to recover in this game. This Ember has recovered. Like, Falcons, they grinded through this mid-game a little bit here as we approach the 25-minute mark. Definitely not looking as bad as it could have for their 3 cores.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was the tension that the Bristlebacks soaked up here, freeing up some space for the Ember, that fight on the Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, BCM. Deny after deny. He knows he can't kill Maureen, but what he can do is keep him down.
Keep the mental momentum going. That's what counts here.
Back to Amar. I'm surprised Tundra keep on thinking about this kill.
I mean, he is the biggest prize on the map.
Yeah.
Every time you take this Bristle out, it's complete freedom.
I also feel like, though, every single time they go on him, it's an opportunity that
it is.
Falcons can win that fight.
Dangerous go for sure, especially where it is on the map. That kill bottom, pretty safe location. Around a tier 2 like that, no way you go for that kill. It's too slow. The turnaround's going to come. And the entryways into the fight are there for Falcons. We've had the Batrider blink for a while. We have Moonlight Shadow, but you have the Shadow Blade on the Tiny. BKB for the Ember allows him to go in. Like, all of Falcons' heroes can go in the fight now. They have entryways. So if you overextend on the Bristle, you could be sacrificing position. They can flank you from the backside. You might get that key jump on the Queen or the Doom and all in them while the Bristle's taking up all that attention. That's what you don't want to have happen here if you're Tundra. Just straight Ags for 33 off that Octarine build.
It's a Siege Wagon wave that's still coming in. Tundra, yeah. I think high ground is just a poke.
He's not even going to have time to finish the Ags here. Would be a really impactful one this early in the game. This Ags has been nerfed from 10 to 8 strength steal.
Yep.
Significant when you're going for this kind of buildup, but man, this is such a good game for it.
Yeah, like how does Bristleback play long fights if he's losing all of his strength?
You don't.
Quick Soul Rip, jump in. Soxa did not see the opportunity. You think he was going for snaking there. Does not want to hit the Bristleback.
Tombstone's gone.
Yeah, 33.
Nice
He's not able
back.
to. Beautiful toss back. 33 in a bad position. Now going to be lassoed on top of that one Sonic Wave on his Skater, though. And there goes his first death. A trade-off that Tundra, I'm sure, do not mind. Killing the carry. Losing their offlaner, sure, but...
It's a high ground hold versus Aegis. What was the gold exchange there, too? Pretty even. I mean, Amar got the kill. That's pretty nice for him.
Yeah, maybe the real carry is this Bristleback.
I mean, he is the real carry in this game. Arrow lands.
Into Arrow. That's going to be the Aegis.
Had a minute left. Still BKB available on the Ember. Falcons aren't that weak here.
They've got slight chains. Hold him in a little bit longer. No lasso. Arrow up in 1 second. Let's see if he can get anything. Nice flame break back. That's going to be Soxa going down. Traded out for crit. Chrysalis, he's low. He knows he's just going to be run down here, so instead he tries to go for the kill. And Amar, what a shield rune spawn! Amar
Oh, come on.
He just got bailed out by Gaben himself.
What a timely rune. As Tundra just lingering too long. No one dying to take the long fight. They're the ones getting played with. The mobility coming into being a large factor for this chase down mid. And Maureen, he's back, man. Like, he is getting a lot of XP off these big kills. Same level as the Queen of Pain. I will say, they committed a lot to bring down Tiny in that base fight. That's why that opening was there for Falcons. You used the Doom and the Sonic Wave on him. The Undying died in exchange for that kill. That's effectively 3 ults off the map. Green light for Falcons to chase there and look for something. And an aggressive Blinken from Crit with a nice flame break kind of set that chase up. Of course, the arrow taking the Queen out was a big factor as well. Support's making plays as Falcons try and push towards the scaling items here. BKB on Skeeter would go a long way in this game. Tundra don't really have the best BKB control. A lot of it's dependent on them scaling up their cores, maybe getting some force stabs to kite it out. You have the punch shards. The Tusk is your best answer here. And of course, Doom can sometimes just stand his ground and fight it, but you have to feel like this BKB timing for Falcons, as usual, is going to be strong. You're going to have 3 of them. You're going to be able to run in, try and focus a target down with Lasso.
BZM, guess he doesn't want to fight right now. Sonic waves out a creep wave, but he doesn't have the level 20. Lasso into arrow.
Oh, it hit
it blocked out by a zombie.
What?
33 punish as he gets out the tombstone just in time. Now, it doesn't stop Soxa from dying, but it slows down the death and gives Tundra an opportunity to punish. They're going to find 2 off of this. The Moonlight Shadow will not protect Crit, as BZM still rocking that gem. He chases after Maureen now. Maureen TPing away. Will be fine.
I will say, you have to be scary about taking these skirmishes into the 33's item build right now, because it's almost like a slug. Like, this Undying builds up stacks. He's got 40 stolen strength. It's a 3-second decay. He gets 3 or 4 of them out. You're looking at 20, 30 strength being built up quick. You go into another fight, like, he pushes your base off that.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're looking at a 5,000 HP Undying with the bonus from the ult, and then he's getting more decays out.
Yeah.
It can just become overwhelming.
He's almost level 20 as well. That's another 2 seconds off that cooldown. Then you're just perma decaying over and over again. I almost feel like,
That's just
Amar.
straight nasty. I mean, what are you going to do against this? You basically have to all in him.
And Amar can't do that. Amar can do that, right?
Yes,
He's got BKB, you said they're lacking in control to be able to deal with that. Amar also has the damage to quickly burst down this Undying.
They have the tools to do it. They have the Vessel on the Marana plus the Drum. This is an itemization designed to single target burst this Undying, who has that 1 Lotus Orb to try and get rid of some of these spells, but after that's gone, you throw it into him. And you always have the displacement in this game. You have the Tiny Tossback, you have the Lasso Force Stab.
Yeah.
And you have Marana ult to set that up. That's what makes this lineup really dangerous. The fact that Falcons can go in, isolate a target, drag them to where they want the fight to happen. Undying does not like that playstyle. Amp damage for BZM. He hit level 20. Got the Whisper of the Dread as well. So this Sonic Wave hits really hard.
BZM's gonna get whacked by the Lasso. Arrow, Avalanche, a lot of damage. He's gone.
First death of the game, and that is a big one. Gem on top of it. Had amp damage in the bottle, never
I can't
got
believe
it out.
Tundra's still gonna maybe fight this one out.
33 thinks he's beat.
Bristleback has already taken so much damage. He's out of here.
Where'd he go?
Chrysalis took a lot of damage for that into the blade mail, but it was worth it. The commitment. They trade out the strongest heroes on each side, it seems.
He got evaporated, man.
Yeah.
And honestly, I kind of agree with that mana from Tundra, because if I'm 33 in this game, the second the Lasso's gone and like 1 or 2 BKBs are gone, I'm thinking I'm immortal.
Yeah,
like, how
sure.
can I die? I'm going to go in. I have free reign to put all these decays into work. I'm going to have 10,000 HP. What are you going to do about it? And he's going Link. It's like, he's just, I don't want to get lassoed in this game. That's it.
Yep. Freezing field alongside the Frostbite. Nifty, but not good enough, certainly.
Give me your strength.
He's coming. I'm gonna get you a little bit more.
That's a 1.5 second decay. This build is, it's real scary. It's just better Slark.
With Lincolns, the only threat to 33 at that point then is a tossback. Tossback into the Bristleback, and Bristleback just
or just
you.
Overwhelming physical burst, like some tiny toss arrow combination, and then Skier just sits there and wails on him.
Yeah.
If the armor items come out for Tundra, that's going to be, for me, one of the biggest timings in this game. Like, I'm looking at AC plus Shivas, maybe another Lotus Orb on somebody. Just deal with the physical burst from Falcons, and you neuter one of their best answers to you in the fight.
I'm surprised Chrysalis isn't going that AC.
I think he will get it eventually. He's just getting a little greedy with it, you know? He wants the Manta, Radiance, Octarine for the extra lane push and cooldowns and all that.
That feels very greedy considering how much Tundra is fighting into Falcons. And also considering this was about the timing that Falcons in Game 1 made their defensive hold and turned the game around. Nice quick kill. Soxa. 33. Flesh Golem goes out. Maybe Maureen and Skeeter can assassinate Soxa, but they do not want to trifle with this Undying. As he begins his drains on Skeeter. Missed that last one. That's Flesh Golem on cooldown.
That's big spells out from him. It is Roche up, though. That's the downside for Falcons. Like, you kited this fight out. Are Tundra just going to force the objective, and do you have to kind of chase them here to dissuade it? They have the Batrider smoked. Ult goes out bottom to push the wave in. BZM fighting for the map control. His Shivas is done, flying out. That's a huge item for him. There's the roar. I mean, this is not the fastest Roche.
Yeah, I
kind of an awkward position for Tundra. No Flesh Golem. Do you want to sit here?
I do not. I'm not sure if Tundra should take this the way it's happening.
I don't think that's how you want this fight to go down. If anything, you want to wait for your cooldowns to come back. Let Falcons waste the smokes here.
He got BKB on 33, but he still does not have the Flesh Golem. And now, because he's so Ags focused, it's not the biggest deal. I think they're trying to set up to see if Maureen will jump inside the pit to get a little bit of vision here. But instead, it's going to be a Doom on a Skeeter. He gets off the BKB and backs away.
Whiffed. Not the greatest jump for Tundra. They used a lot on that.
Maureen is stuck in the middle of all this, though. He gets up. Oh, he still had a Remnant out. He actually gets the TP. Oh, he got him. BZM got the blink screen just at the end of it. Right before he TPs away, and Amar no longer has his BKB.
He's baiting
Falcons,
him in a little.
though. Yeah, they're baiting up on the high ground here. 33. He still has his BKB. They can't deal with him. If he runs up into the high ground, I don't think they can take that bit, especially with a Flesh Golem. So Falcons, they choose to run away, but BZM on pursuit.
Another Flesh Golem that gets kited out here. Falcons make the right read. Don't overextend. Maureen got caught, but tough to get everybody out of that situation.
Roche is going to be delayed here. It's going to switch over to the other side. Falcons, maybe they can stall this long enough that Maureen comes back into play.
Oh, look at this ward on the hill. This is a ward that's been here for a long time. Might not be one Tundra expect.
Soxa might be walking right into this.
They know he's up here.
He gets up with the Watcher, though. That's going to be big. Skeeter's going to lead the charge with the Shadow Blade, getting past this Watcher vision and showing his team not to go up that ramp.
Gotta remember, Tundra don't have Gem right now. Don't have an earlier one like they did last game. Gem is on Falcon's side.
Oh, trying to go for the lasso. Self-fuels into Blade Mail. Oh, and the arrow doesn't land. They go for the lasso. He's going to turn around. A lot of Blade Mail damage. It's a lot of low HP heroes. They may have killed the Quap, but they're in big trouble now, as it's not the only threat in this game. It's 33 and Chrysalis. They're the ones who are most farmed on this side. Amar gets caught by the Frostbite. He's not able to outrun the slow Crystal Maiden. And now a little bit of shard action. Maureen forced to use his BKB.
Nice arrow.
He gets one. Now chasing after Soxa in the Snowball 4, and the BKB is out, though. He gets stunned up, punched up in the air. Still hunting for that support kill, but with the Soul Rib, Soxa, he's got a decent amount of HP. And he tries too hard to make that kill happen. Chrysalis still at the Doom all along.
Going for the big plays, trying to clean up the back line, but Tundra stands strong with this Undying. Just not a target you can focus down, constantly running at you, dissuading the Bristle from manning up in that fight. And what looked like a dream catch for Falcons did not go as they planned. That Blade Mail reflected so much damage.
Roar and clap. Roshan has been the victim of so many heroes, but in this game, he gets a bit of revenge.
That's big. That's your tag team out of the equation. There's an arrow on the Undying. This Roche is not going that fast.
It's only slowing things down. Sticky Napalm can build up a little bit. They still have Lasso as well.
This is
an opportunity here.
This could be stolen super easily off a flame break.
But they got to be careful. The timing has to be perfect. Otherwise, they're just getting decayed.
Crystal is low. They commit for it. Lasso on him, Soul Rip. A big heal goes out. Can they burst down this Doom? He got off the BKB.
Right,
they just do not have the physical damage. The supports won't be able to do it. But Skeeter, look how low this Roshan is. Oh, he doesn't go into the pit.
Flesh Golem's gone. They stalled this out. Skeeter's going to BKB man up for this.
Skeeter's sitting right on top of the Indos. Oh, the Sentry spots him. He gets out.
ATF
Roshan
back.
solo. Amar's back into play, and he's got that BKB. He spots 33. They're going to turn to BZM. A toss up in the air. A little bit of stuns. Tundra slowing things down. They're waiting for the Doom to come back into play. He's almost here.
Gotta get Crystals back on that front line.
And Falcons do not make the jump for the pit. Now it's into Tombstone. Now it's into the Doom. They have to go for a snatch play, and that's what Maureen's trying to do right now. A Sonic Wave goes out. BZM makes the commitment. They got the Aegis to get the grab, and Maureen has to BKB. Jump out. What about this Tombstone? Oh, the Undying gets bursted down. Amar was able to take that man up and kills 2 rather easily. And it's Tundra this time around who are low on HP.
They gotta bail, even with the Ceaseless Dirge getting 33 back. Damage was a little overwhelming. They'll find the Bat Rider, but...
And that's the gem as well.
Oh yeah, that's a big grab.
Yeah.
Not losing more off that though. Getting everything out of the pit. Huge win for Tundra here.
Yeah, that was a close call.
That was incredibly awkward. But the fact you got the Aegis on BZM, that's the best target here as well.
Yeah. He puts that blade mail to the side, and look at him. He wants any fight he can get right now. The Self-Fuel is just trying to stall, and now the Flesh Golem on top of them, trying to slow them down. A TP away is successful out from Skeeter. Is there anybody else who's going to be caught? It's Saksa. He routed them. He caught them on the other side, but he doesn't have the vision. A TP away successful, and a scramble from Amar gets out of there. An H's death that goes unpunished. Falcons slip away into the night.
Yeah, it feels like time and time again, Tundra get these advantages, but Falcons are just grinding them away. Sticking around in this game they had no business being in.
It does feel like this time around they're bending more and more and more, and the break is coming. Tundra is building up more of a net worth advantage, and they're also building up more of the late game that you favored them in the beginning. We now have level 25 on Doom, for example.
Doom applies mute. Super nice here. Can get a refresher on him as well. BKB for the Queen of Pain will go a long way.
Skeeter's gonna get caught. Skeeter's done. As long as they have the vision, which they do, man, he is not tanky at all, is he?
No. This is the scaling here between the Infernal Blade, the extra hits from the Doom. You have Tusk Punch, you have the decays, you have ways to deal with these big HP pools. And they're going to potentially have Tuskar Ags in this game as well. That's the scary part. Like, you can always just go try and play for the kick later on.
Yeah.
Get displacement of your own going. Scan latches bottom onto the Bristle. Tundra trying to make a quick play for Amar outside the base.
They get him. Trap him inside the shards. Good force step all the way up to the high ground. What an angle. But 33, I love that. He's just like, okay, yeah, you escape, but I'm going to do some temporary damage here. Start building up those decay stacks.
Doesn't have the Ceaseless Dirge right now, so doesn't want to overextend too much on this Undying.
Sonic Wave, by the way, an extra 250 damage and extra AoE. He gets level 25 on BZM, and he gets the Dizun Blood Right.
This Queen is hitting quite hard.
Yeah.
This is the real problem, Hero, for Falcons in the late game. If you can't burst BZM down, he's going to win the fight for Tundra.
He gets Octarine. You're talking about 2 Sonic Waves in a fight. He's already throwing it around nonstop for these creep waves, because...
Put that Arcane Rune to use. 25-second ult, as Ice Frog intended.
Is there anything coming in from Falcons that can change the narrative here? I don't see any.
They're pretty bought out right now.
It comes down to play, not items at this point.
Kind of tough to scale this Bristle more, too. I feel like Amar did his job this game. It's just, at a certain point, you're going to start to fall off a little bit here, particularly if he goes for the pipe that he's eyeing up.
Oop.
It has to be the Ember. Like, Maulry needs to survive the fights. He's the one that needs to continue to scale here for Falcons. A refresher on the Ember would be big. Getting him to potential Shivas would be big. And Ags on the Bat Rider would be some extra scale as well for crit.
Yeah,
but these are all a long way away.
Yeah, 4,000 gold away for that Ags on the Bat Rider. Look at Saksa. All the attention is here. All the heroes are here, except for Saksa, who's going on a little scouting mission.
He's trying to get the Ags done.
Yeah.
Just keep farming. Why not? This Queen's just assassinating every wave that comes out of the Radiant base. It's giving you the map control. The only thing you're afraid of here as Tundra is a smoke/Moonlight Shadow out that catches somebody off guard. But you have Gem on the Queen. You have deep wards. You have enough information to play off of here. You can show some heroes around the map and not get punished.
Yeah. It's hard for Falcons to make that Moonlight Shadow unless they have a gem of their own, because there's probably ward sentries around deep in the area of the map. Snaking did buy a gem, so they will start seeing some of these wards.
Yeah, nice D-ward from Crit. That was a ward that was plaguing them for a long time. There's the refresher for the Ember. Buyout here from Maureen. A lot more remnants to play with. Almost level 25 as well. That would be a big talent for this Ember. Surprised he ever got there in this game, but...
Yeah, considering the start, Maureen has made quite the comeback for Falcons for his own gameplay, but it is still them dramatically behind. It is a 19,000 net worth lead for Tundra. Now that Ags. What's the point of going high ground? Why not bring the enemy team to the low ground?
Such a strong item. Particularly in this game where the high ground's really difficult because you're against Tiny Bat Rider. This is a way to break that.
After 33, he showed himself the wave.
Straight
he
into
got
each
the lasso.
Other. Dream target.
Into the arrow. Half HP. Dead. He does not have the extra life, it looks like, so this is going to be a 4 versus 5. Good kick away from Saksa. Using the Aghanim Scepter there defensively. But Maureen, hot in pursuit. He catches the Crystal Maiden as well. It's 2 so far. How much more can Falcons grab? Looks like everybody else is away.
That's the danger of that smoke/Moonlight Shadow play. Even with some of the map control, it caught you off guard. You got a clutch lasso on the best target in this game, which is the Undying. His Ceaseless Dirge was 10 seconds off cooldown.
Oh man, that's crazy.
We'll find snaking here, consolation prize, but man, that feels bad. You're dead for 90 seconds and your passive's coming up in 5 of that 90.
Yeah.
It's like, if that fight happens 10 seconds later, very different situation for Tundra, but Falcons find the opening.
At the same time, like, how much is, kick away on Skeeter. They're going to go for it without some of these other heroes. It's just 3 of them on Tundra trying to take this, but look at the damage that Bristleback just did to Crystallis. A huge chunk, and now more from Skater on a BCM, a sliver of HP. He gets HP. 1 blink. Maureen has to get this kill. He's got to make up for the laning phase, and he got him. A big slight, and even more perhaps. Kicks him away, but he still has the remnant out in time. Got a chains underneath the tier 4s. Tundra, what a blunder. They willingly take the fight as 3 into Falcons, and Falcons, they'll take everything they have.
They are throwing this game away. They were up 20K. They controlled the map. You're playing towards the next Roshan. You go for a YOLO kill on this Tiny, who has BKB available, who has 4,000 HP without your Undying. And it backfires hard. You get another clutch lasso kill, and this Ember, he is starting to come alive in the late game. You might have had his number early on, but Maureen striking back, getting his revenge.
Moments ago, it seemed impossible that Falcons would be the one to claim the first set of racks. But Tundra, maybe not learning their lessons from game 1, have just let that lead slip through their fingers again, and it's an even bigger one than they had in game 1.
This Tiny is just smacking. Like, he is doing some damage to Crystallis. Still doesn't have an armor item on this Doom.
Yeah.
Pretty susceptible to some of the physical hits. Of course, you do have the Brooch on Skeeter that can bypass it a little, but you're looking at how fast he drops to like a tiny combo there. He took 2,600 damage in felt like 2 seconds.
Also, the Bristleback, he's got level 25, so when he gets all the Warpath stacks, he's hitting for like 700 a hit.
Also got the Pure Cloak, double Pure Cloak on both teams. But for Amar in particular, you man up on this Bristle, he reflects some of that damage. You have 25 on the Tiny as well. I mean, these are big talents coming in for Falcons they had no business getting.
Yeah,
this game is completely even. 46 minutes in. Less than 2,000 gold difference. and less than 300 XP difference. That is wild to me.
An insanely close game on our hands now. Falcons.
Gotta get the next Roche.
They were not favored for this entire game until just a minute ago.
How badly do you think 33 wants this level 25?
Oh, yeah. He needs it, man. He's getting so much strength through this Octarine Ags. He gets a little bit of that, pops the Flesh Golem. We're going to see him break the 10K marker.
The thing is, can he use it? We've seen the mobility become a big problem for Tundra. They don't have the direct lockdown anymore.
And it's the same problem they were experiencing in Game 1, right? The mobility, the back and forth that Falcons are employing in these team fights. Smoke, it breaks. Tundra. They're unsure whether or not they really want to go into this ward. Crystal Maiden takes a bold play at it, and they go for the Bristleback. That's what their commitment is for. They knock him out of position, they put the Doom on him, and it seems not much else is required.
Does have buyback available, so you have to worry about the chase here if you're Tundra. Do not want to give up a bad fight giving Falcons Roche.
And you are chasing into a TP point. Chains. There goes a Lotus Orb, toss up while the arrow lands. What a tombstone save from 33.
Can he get out?
He comes out though, and he's gonna be dead. There's no HP on Sox. He cuts off another snowball, just a little couple seconds left, but it is inevitable that he will fall.
Did get the Amar buyback, will instantly pop his own. This Tusk is way too important for Tundra. He's their only real lockdown disable. You have a refresher on Crystallis, so even if this Doom's on cooldown, he can pop it to get another Doom for the fight that breaks out. And Falcons taking a long wraparound to bottom. They were trying to hunt the Doom who is farming down here.
Yeah, that
not a bad idea.
And now it's kind of interesting. Tundra, they could have maybe gone for Roshan if they knew exactly what was happening here, but they're playing it cool. Still though, Roshan is going to switch over to the other side soon.
The clock is not on their side.
I mean, maybe the problem is that Falcons have now taken that outpost, so even as it switches over, they still hold the teleport point.
You have to go through Falcons. You have to go through potentially their vision, right? This Observer Ward sitting on crit is everything right now. If he puts it in a nice spot, you scout some heroes, you get a free lasso initiation. That's what's been winning you these fights. Clutch lassos on the Undying, the Queen of Pain in particular, or the Tusk with no buyback right now. Soxa is a great target. Another Lincoln Sphere comes in on the Bristle, and there will be the smoke from Tundra. They're going to have to go in against this ward. Positioning is everything. If you can get the high ground, snaking.
Watcher on the high ground, snaking. He gets punched, but he already got the leaf off. He's into low ground. Now the lasso goes down on Soxa. The Tusk dieback. It's already gone. 4 versus 5, guaranteed for this fight. Malrine jumping forward. Whitemont managed to get down to the low ground. Very narrowly gets away. 33 being kited around by Skeeter right now. Chrysalis, he really wants to do him out of this Ember Spear. Malrine, he's just dancing around him. He's dancing on him. Chrysalis just can't get him. He finally gets the Doom out, but it's too late for it. He's gone. Wait, no, Tombstone. He already got the save out. Sonic Wave, another one, pushing him away. It's 33, 9,200 HP. This boy's a beast, but Amar presses on to get the kill on the Chrysalis, and he locks him down. Takes away his old Creep Wave ally, and now slowing down 33. 6,000 HP to get through. 4,000 HP. Just dead. 4,000 in an instant. The DPS is just, it's huge.
Skeeter
Falcons overwhelm him.
Cuts him down to size, says nice HP. I'll take all of it. As it meant nothing for 33. He had almost 100 strength stolen, but he can't use it for anything. He's just getting kited around. Too many mobility mechanisms, too much lockdown. Will cost some buybacks here from both teams. Expensive ones for Falcons. They use 2 buybacks. The buyback for the Bristle was used earlier, so it's still 5 minutes cooldown for ATF. But you got a Doom buyback there. You got the dieback. This is what matters now. Buybacks into this Roshan. And Crystal is not feeling good about that fight. This Doom is just cannot land the spell. He can't find a clear target to hit.
He can't seemingly do anything. He can't stand up toe-to-toe to some of these cores. And missed the arrow, but the lasso pullback, it might still be good enough. 30 HP, Yule's no way.
Does have buyback.
He does have buyback, and they're on the outpost right now. 33, he's being chased down. He's got BKB, he's got Flesh Golem, and they use the harpoon. Skeeter
Buyback's
He's a little
in.
out. Reset from Falcons, trying to get away. And they are out before anybody at Tundra. Well, they're still going after Skeeter here, trying to push him back in with Sonic Wave up the cliff. What a hit from BZM.
So sick.
And Skeeter fighting for his life, cornered like a dog. He's out of here. He's done. That's going to be his first life, though.
He also has
Tundra,
buyback.
can they take this Roshan, or will Falcons use the buyback and fight this?
Such a tough tiny buyback to use when you can't get to this fight easily anymore. That outpost being taken by Tundra is a huge deal here.
It's beginning to feel a little desperate for Tundra.
They can't do it.
They can't, not against this Ember. He throws remnants in the pit.
I mean, this is where chain gang is just so annoying. Nothing you can do against it.
And so what do if you're Tundra?
You have to go fight, right? You have to look for the jumps, and all that's on Soxa this game. You just don't have smokes. And you don't have the Moonlight Shadow to make up for it.
Yeah, you're not catching Malrine on the mid lane. I'll tell you that much for free.
The vision and positional advantage for Falcons is what's winning in this game right now. The fact that Tundra can't make aggressive moves of their own when they want to and find good initiation targets, it's killing them right now. And this is where Morana slowly wears you down. It's like you have double, triple the enemy smokes. You can make these small poke plays. You can look for something with a high ground ward. Maybe you find that lasso, maybe you don't, but you get out. Tundra are just all in.
Well, 33 gone to his 25. Crystal Maiden is almost level 25. I don't even know what those talents are.
Nobody knows Austin. No one's ever been here before. New territory.
Untreaded territory. Soxa, level 23. Any other item changes?
Buybacks are more valuable than items here for a lot of these heroes.
I mean, Malrine is almost level 30.
He is getting up there. I mean, Ags for the Queen of Pain potentially big here if BZM can stay alive. He's just been getting burst down, though. So I worry about this Queen's ability to just spam out the daggers, take that longer fight. He doesn't have Refresher on this BKB, so he doesn't have the double BKB Sonic Wave to stick in the middle of everybody.
Yeah. And when are these longer fights actually going to work for them? I keep thinking, yeah, Decay, just work them down, the Quap, doubles, 2 different Sonic Waves in a team fight, bunch of daggers. You'd think they would win these longer drawn-out engagements, but Falcons keep on...
I feel like they have a lot of damage that's attrition. You get these decay stacks, you get these daggers, someone's getting ice sharded or nova, but there's no finishing blow. Like, you can take this Bristles HP from 4K to 2K, but then who actually runs in and kills this guy?
Yeah, that would largely be the Doom, right? The Doom is supposed to be that finishing blow, and so often he's the one who gets finished.
I really think Crystallis needed AC in this game. I think it's just prevented him being able to man up. But maybe it doesn't change anything with the overwhelming damage from Skeeter with this
smoke breaks. And Soxa, he already got hit by the Avalanche. He does have Ghost Scepter, and he'll snowball back on the neutrals. Meanwhile, a jump forward from 33. 33 put himself on the high ground there to get a tombstone out. What is that play? He blinked himself forward in that situation.
There's no way he intended to do that. He was probably looking for the max range blink in.
Yeah.
Not favorable. No ceaseless dirge to bail you out of that.
And that's looking like free Roshan for Falcons.
I mean, does high ground tombstone even matter that much at this point?
I don't think so.
They just kind of are plowing through this. Does have buyback available on this Ladine. If you're going to pop it here, you got to do it now. Look for the fight. Oh, reinforcing the issue.
They just gonna get picked up like this, Refresher into double chains. And now that Roshan is fully in control of Falcons.
That's gonna go their way. See what they give the Aegis to here. And probably Skeeter if you're going high ground. Yeah, he's gonna claim it. That's a Refresher Shard plus a cheese, triple arrow out as well. That talent is incredibly obnoxious in these late game fights.
Oh yeah.
It's a Refresher Shard for crit since, I mean, it's either him or the Bristle. But Amar content with the cheese right now. Says double lasso, double BKB for the bat. Sounds pretty powerful here.
I'm a little bit surprised Amar's going to go the Ag Synth. just seems like swinging on him is more effective for most of these fights.
Might just want to keep all of his slots available too.
Yeah.
Like the move speed from boots is significant on this hero.
I wonder, I think the other option is taking away those treads and getting bots too, right? Buyback and play for the end game.
You have to think about buybacks in these base pushes. You have to think about the displacement spells that both teams have. You get kicked or lassoed into a rough position, that fight could just be over. There's the refresher for the Quap. That's the biggest one here for Tundra. Double Sonic Wave, double BKB Shivas for BZM is huge. Since he does not have buyback available, you need to make your first life count.
2 lanes for Falcons. Still a tier 2 up bottom lane.
This is a ridiculous comeback. After they got absolutely bodied in that laning phase. They have swung this game from down 20k to up almost 20k.
Two minutes to 60-minute items, tier 5s. Another factor in this game. I kind of feel like those tier 5s are more likely to benefit Falcons. Right-click damage for like the Ember and the Tiny goes a long ways.
Yeah, Stygian on somebody here would be pretty nasty.
Yeah. Whereas Tundra, like, what are they going to get that you feel really good about?
Book of the Dead? Like, put some Invis scouting up there?
I mean, imagine Giants Ring was still around for this Undying.
Yeah, you can get Helm of the Undying now. You can be even more Undying. Those are the ones I'd probably point to. Like, Helm of Undying plus Book of the Dead for Tundra could have a large impact, because Book can go a long way here just in terms of map control and playing against the Moonlight Shadow and the warding game versus the Bat Rider. Honestly, super valuable. But if you're Falcons, the big damage ones are looking better, right? Like Divine Regalia, the Stygian Desolator, maybe even Spider Legs on somebody could be pretty impactful for this melee tricore.
I could see the Helm of Dying being effective for Tundra because Falcons, I mean, their greatest strength in these fights is their initiation, right?
It's the burst.
They get the lasso into bursting into a numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's this Tiny swinging on you. Have to have a way to deal with it. That said, we are going to enter a game where we'll have 10 buybacks available as soon as this Queen of Pain's buyback comes up in 10 seconds plus 900 gold.
Okay.
So everything has reset here. If you're Tundra, you threw this game a lot, but
it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over because this net worth lead is not nearly as large as it was 20 minutes ago in terms of its raw impact.
But the pressure is on, and Skeeter, he's pushing it right now.
Gotta use this Aegis, 1 minute left. Gotta think about the kick though. That's the big spell you're worried about in this high ground push.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that they're willing to risk a kick way out of position. Somebody breaks through that Lincoln's, you know what's coming.
Such a tough high ground siege for both teams in this game. Would rather just duke it out.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they didn't even try the high ground.
They never got there.
And Falcons, they always had the numbers advantage when they did.
10 buybacks available. Past the 60-minute mark.
Moonlight Shadow, they're going to search for Tundra heroes that are farming for tier 5s.
Oh, yeah.
Search the right-hand side, don't find anything. The Sonic Wave clearing out the creep waves, pushing in Skeeter. He's going to make another go of it. This tier 3's dropping soon. It's out, another Tombstone, another block in for the shards, another Force Staff to defeat it. BZM jumps after them, though. With Skeeter being low and 18 seconds left on the Aegis, BZM really wants to take this. He's going after the Sonic Wave onto crit, hits him with another dagger, has another BKB, but
can't finish him.
He blinks out.
Meanwhile, Maureen taking your base.
He really did.
Book of the Dead on the Ember. He just took your 5th Rax. You're close to being Mega'd here. And Tundra got to find a way to get neutral items. This is a big problem for them.
Oh, what do you get
BZM
here? These don't look great for the Queen of Pain. Book the Dead,
you have to
Desolator.
take the book.
Has to take the book.
The book is too valuable in this game for Tundra. Just being able to scout with it, get the vision. play versus the Moonlight Shadow, get some D wards. It's way too good in these late games. Plus, you're defending a last Rax here. The lane shove is invaluable.
It's a book for Malrine as well, as he will continue these pushing shenanigans.
Helm of Undying on the Tiny. Okay. Did get Titanic. Probably the best enchantment for the Tiny.
You get a Regalia? A carry player takes the Regalia here.
Yeah. Pretty tempting. Fallen Sky action for 33.
Yeah, that'll help him get on top of these heroes a bit better with the Flesh Golem. Helm of Undying for the Bat Rider.
Double Helm of Undying for Falcons. That is pretty toxic here.
Yeah, you're guaranteed a lasso somewhere in all this. Minotaur Horn.
I thought King was going to take the Stygian there for a second.
He also took Feverish, 15% cooldown reduction, so more arrows, more Moonlight Shadows.
Oh, that's so good on this hero.
Yeah. Titanic for the Tiny, so base attack on the Tiny. Pretty insane.
Yeah, they got good enchantments here. There's the Spider Legs for the Bristle.
Oh, he's fast. Spider Legs fleet-footed.
This is the Bristle of nightmares. He is just going to... This is like that Baboka A. He's just going to come out from the trees.
You paint him blue. It looks like Sonic. Different Hedgehog.
He's coming.
BZM gets lassoed.
You get the BKB.
The bots too are coming in, but it's going to be a refresh and another lasso. He gets a heal off for the Soul Rip, but they're so close. Got a Tombstone once again. The saves are out, but he popped that out. Will he live? BZM a bit of HP. Throws out the Sonic Wave. Clean whip. Malrine hot on his tails. Refresh, and he goes after him. BZM will not escape the grasp of Malrine. He just refuses to let this Quap go unpunished. A big arrow out onto 33, who's fighting alone for now. Zoxa, 10k HP, and Skater, he's losing it. He gets kicked away, so does Zoxa. Snowball onto him, Lotus isn't there, but 33, he's dropping fast. He may have HP, but the damage, oh, he finally goes down. The damage was building up. He's taken so much from him now, the Bristleback. He's doomed up, but he's cleared through everybody. The physical damage is overwhelming. Malrine, he gets away. The Helm of the Dying. Last moments here for Skeeter to try and stop BZM from collecting more kills. He got so many kills during this Helm of Undying. He's alive forever.
He got double helmed, right? The duration was so long. This Tiny was dead, and he still just won the fight from the grave.
Who even won that? I think Falcons by a... Oh, yeah, Falcons by a mile.
They got 4. They got the Queen of Pain buyback, and it cost them Refresher Shard Cheese. That's absolutely a one-team fight there. Incredibly chaotic exchange. Ultimately, Falcons come up on top. They get to hold on to all their buybacks, and they get a Divine Rapier on Malrine, who is going to do some serious work with it here. They are just grinding Tundra out of this game right now. Absolutely outscaling them here.
And even a single pickoff at this point, a lasso, an arrow. Could be the end for Tundra. 30 seconds left. They can hit the high ground, take Megas. I think Tundra will just leave it to them.
They glyph that.
At this point, feels like, 33. Really thought he was going to go in there for a second. Whitemon was playing over on the high ground over here. Tombstone bails him out of the danger that Amar represents. Amar gets himself stuck in the trees, and the zombies see him too. There's a Force Staff to free him, no problem.
You don't want to sit there giving away decay stacks.
No, certainly not.
Tundra on the hunt. Does leave the racks exposed.
Oh, double Meteor Hammer! Is it enough though? Snake King now freed from it. Minotaur Horn, leap away. Moonlight Shadow activated. A bot's onto the zombie.
They can't
33 chasing him. Sonic Wave. No, Snake King's out of here.
Too elusive. Malrine gets away on the other side. Or does he? He got punched.
He gets punched. He gets stopped.
Divine.
Oh no.
He's out of remnants.
He's out of remnants. He's out of refresher. There's no. Falcons have to come back to bail him out. They got a Doom on him. Can they do the damage? Force Staff over the shards. That's big. BZM. He has to activate his own BKB. Fighting around the Tombstone. Kicking away from the Tombstone here. Tundra are not able to get him. He's not going to die to the Doom.
He survives. Not enough decay stacks. Not enough Doom tick duration. Completely out of position. Gets bailed out at the last second. The lack of lockdown killing Tundra in this late game.
And in part because he got the Lotus out before Chrysalis hit him with the Doom, so he's doomed himself. He can't keep chasing.
We do have triple book on the side of Tundra, however. I said this was the best item they could get. They got 3 of them. That is huge here, because even if you get the Megas, these books let you play against it.
Yeah.
They're going to wait for buybacks. 4.5 minutes here, especially for that Queen of Pain one.
Well, Falcons are free to take as many Roshans and Tormentors as they like, I guess.
Finally, we get a Hex in this Tundra lineup. This is the item they have needed for so long. It will arrive on 33. Eats an Ags, delivers a Hex. But we'll say goodbye to Roshan. Not a lot of item slots to work with here. Probably Aegis to Skeeter again. No, give it to Amar. Put him on the front line.
Oh, what a quick reaction! Snaking just with the instant Minotaur Horn. And 33 may pop his BKB, but it doesn't stop the lasso, it doesn't stop the physical damage. Raining in, Amar just pummeling heroes.
What can BZM do here?
He's surrounded. He makes a blink away during his BKB, but it puts Saksa in a terrible position.
Books are going in.
Got off the Ghost Scepter, but hit by an arrow. He's going to die here. Look at Malrine. He's not going to let Tundra get away. He does not want to let them reset. Flame Break pushing Chrysalis back in. And Amar, he's after him, pops his axe, and there he goes. Wearing through the Doom yet again. BZM doing what he can. He simply can't do enough damage. They're going after Skeeter. The Doom supports. BZM, a refresh in the Sonic Wave, and they get him. But the helmet dying. They got to be careful. Resetting a little bit. Meanwhile, the Doom out onto the Snaking Murata. He's in trouble. Malrine bouncing around. Chrysalis, and another attempted Doom. Did he get it off? Malrine, he goes down due to the scythe. The lasso out, but he's protected by the Tombstone. Now on the Aegis, another life with the buybacks coming in. Tundra got to get out of here.
They got Megas on the backside by the book. This is an all-in fight for Tundra. You committed all your buybacks. You lost your last rack.
They just got to play up against Megas. They got to go back to the base. They can't win this fight.
What did you get out of it, though? You got a tiny buyback and a Marana buyback, and that's it for Megas?
Did they get the Divine? They got the Divine.
That's pretty big. Yeah, that is significant here. Malrine, he can just buy another one, and he will just buy another one. The man is that rich. This is a win condition opening for Falcons, though. That's the biggest deal here. You got the Megas, you're going to have the map control, and more importantly, you have the buyback advantage. You're worried about the Tiny going down right now, but if you win a fight, this game's just over. I'm gonna be honest, I feel once these fights break out and we are in the middle of them, there's no way anybody knows what the hell is going on.
It's all individual plays.
There's no way there's any comms that helps you out of who to focus or whatever. It's just pure gut instinct. Like, I'm gonna throw my spells and hope we win the fight. Maybe, I think the call is, I lassoed this guy, I kicked this guy, and then it's just a mosh pit of death. It is so hard to tell who's actually winning these exchanges in the middle of everything. So much HP being swung around from this Undying. You have these Divine Rapiers going out. I feel like half the time I'm watching Crystallis cast Doom 10 times just trying to land it on a target.
Yes, seriously, with this Emperor Spirit hopping around nonstop. I see him pump faking the Doom over and over again.
They're just sending waves of these Necro books in. You have to be worried about popping yourself off the reflect damage from all these.
Smoke breaks onto Amar, and Amar, he's got the cheese. Not in his inventory for now.
Every time you make a play like this as Tundra, though, you got to look towards the base.
Yep.
You cannot get thrown in this game. Glyph is the most important thing you own right now.
Yeah, that and the buybacks, which they have none of them.
And I guess this is where Ceaseless Dirge becomes your best friend. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
33 technically has buyback, even though he doesn't have it.
They're going to have buyback soon on BZM. So there's the other person who can play for the extra life. Meanwhile, Falcons have 3 of them.
Keep that magical Divine Rapier in mind for him as well.
BZM just links forward so boldly with that Divine Rapier too. Malrine getting a little information. Attempted lasso. BZM, he gets the blink off.
Tanag's lasso. Gotta watch out for it.
It's also, he's got an Aeon Disc in his backpack.
Yeah,
which is an interesting note, and I don't know how to keep track of that.
The first fight he had it, he went in, Sonic Wave some Necro books, and insta-popped his own Aeon. So it's like,
no.
Okay, well that was pretty useless. It's pretty hard to get value out of this Aeon Disc with the amount of random damage going out in the fights. Your best hope is you're using it to counteract when you get lassoed or something.
Yeah.
But to swap it in to play for that is incredibly difficult. You're probably just popping BKB refresh. After the second BKB goes out, you slot in the Aeon. It's a free item at that point.
Scotty next for Amar. How did he even settle on that one? I guess he doesn't want to let any heroes escape his grasp. I'm surprised it's not Abyssal Blade.
He's currently sitting on Moonshard, and he ate a block of cheese, by the way. He currently has the Savory Shield running. About as slotted as you're going to get. I know they don't have the tiny buyback, and I know they don't have Aegis, but I am surprised that Falcons didn't at least hunt a little bit more when you had no buybacks on the side of Tundra.
Yeah.
It's one of these moments when you look back on this game, you'll go, what if we had tried once or twice more to find a pickoff with Moonlight Shadow plus Lasso, maybe even in Tundra's base, and abuse buybacks into the bots' twos.
The Scotty is coming. But this high ground position, they spot crit and they go for him. Punch him up in the air. The Sonic Wave is going to miss. They got to force Staff away, and he got off the lasso with the Aghanim Scepter, locking down 2 cores. Another Sonic Wave. BZM. This time he aims it. This time he hits the crit Bat Rider, and he does fall. But it costs him a lot. And Tundra,
BZM.
they may not have enough in the tank to take the rest of the team fight. BZM, he's locked out by these chains, and he gets caught. Maureen blows him up, and look at the damage from Amar.
He's hit for 1,000. Absolutely out of control. You cannot get anywhere near this Bristleback right now. An arrow hits the Undying, 2-shotted by that Bristleback. Where did that Divine Rapier end up? Did it go back Falcon's way? No, Crystallis picked it up.
Okay.
A little recovery there, but
it doesn't inspire me with a ton of hope, I'll be honest, Avery. I don't know how much damage Crystallis is really doing in these fights.
I don't think he's doing anything. I mean, he doomed the Bat Rider and just bailed. Maybe Divine gives you a bit more answers here. Able to find a bit more impact.
A switch up of items. We have the second round of tier 5s. A Stygian Desolator now for the Ember Spirit. Both Amar and
That's what he was
Skeeter
looking for.
can change their items as well.
This Stygian is the biggest one here. Like, you finally got it on this Ember. He's going to put it in onto everybody. Use this Divine Rapier. Insane amount of physical damage coming out from this Ember plus the Bristleback.
Yeah,
it's just getting to be overwhelming.
Combine that with this spell, and it's just like, it's all physical damage, it's all spell damage.
We still should remember, like, that fight went bad for Tundra because they did not manage to land Sonic Wave on the bat. They didn't all in him, and that double lasso went out.
But the double lasso goes out no matter what because of the Helm of Undying. Even they kill him, right?
That's another big problem. You do have some Lincoln Spheres and stuff to play with, but this Bat Rider's an issue. They're trying to prioritize him.
By the way, I do, you know, it's Crystal Maiden. Sometimes her impact goes unnoticed. But Whitemon does have a lot of farm. Level 29 for him. He also has BKB. So maybe these freezing fields are impactful. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case, but that's what Whitemon's hoping anyway.
Your best bet is you get a Blink BKB ult in kind of later on in the fight. For maximum impact, maybe you can get in there and provide some extra burst damage with the 560 damage Nova. It's not going to feel as good as what these Falcon supports are doing, though. Like, they are just outskilling you spell-wise. I mean, Ags, BKB Lasso in the late game is insane, and this Octarine Arrow. You have 10-second triple arrow off the Feverish plus the Octarine.
Yeah, there is
it's so much to deal with. Like, somebody is getting 5-second arrow to these fights. There's just no way around it.
The impact between the 5s, there's just no way Whitemon, as good as he is, can do the same as a Mirana.
Smoke up from Falcons, looking down mid lane. Their tiny buyback is coming back online in 20 seconds here. So they're going to be a little more aggressive. Roche can spawn.
Crystallis, is he going to get caught up here? They're still, it's the same high ground ward they tried to jump on before.
I mean, the thing is, if you are Tundra, you really have to keep an eye on your throne. There is a very high chance that some fight breaks out, the Bristle or the Tiny goes to your base, and just all's in it.
Yeah, I mean, even the Ember Spirit with the Stygian Desolator and a Divine Rapier BZM. He blinked forward.
He does have the Aeon in.
He has the Aeon. He has baited that out a little bit. He's blinked away, but 33 also got punched out of position by the Flame Break. Maureen down into the low ground. Maureen keeps the rest of the heroes back, and the BKB wears thin. And 33, all the HP, but none of the armor.
Cannot survive the physical damage here. Just doesn't matter if you have 10k or 20k HP. It's going to be, what, 4 hits compared to 6?
No Ceaseless Dirge this time around. But Falcons, they may just wait for Roshan.
Yeah, they back up. They want an Aegis here to end this game.
And Tundra praying that it's going to be a long one. In the E-Blade, the single target physical damage that's coming out from Falcons is a big problem. Maybe this E-Blade is a salve to this situation. It's not a cure. It doesn't fix it, but...
I just don't know how you get through these heroes twice in this game, and that's what it's going to take to win it here if you're Tundra. You don't have the same sustained damage that Falcons have at this point.
Lasso opening.
No
Aeon this time around. Oh, he does have it. You're right.
He refreshed for it.
Refresh Aeon Disc to stay alive. But once again, Falcons are wearing you down. It's hero kills, it's item usage, it's spell usage. Bit by bit, they're getting more and more of an advantage. And Roshan is going to be the next step.
40k gold lead built up here. Not enough to end this game. And you can't blame him. I mean, Tundra holding on tooth and nail here. They do have some buybacks to play with still.
I don't know if you noted it, but the Helmet of Dying switch up for BZM.
Yep.
No more Tome.
Went for the more survivability here.
Yeah.
Especially when in this period he doesn't have buyback, doesn't have Aeon, doesn't have Refresher right now. He's living life on the edge. This Queen goes down, that's just game. Like, he is the linchpin here for Tundra.
They smoke push out. And Amar, he's going to get jumped on. Kicked out of the position and into the duel. But look at the damage that comes out from those slugs. Oh, Lord. That was so much to die in an instant. Now they are going to Batsu into this one. Another Doom that was put onto Amar.
They have to
he's
get him.
almost killing him, but he's going to survive. They cannot kill this man. The Bristleback is too much. An arrow onto 33. Toss up in the air. Before he hits the ground, he's already dead.
No buyback available for the Undying. No Ceaseless Dirge for 10 seconds.
Oh, man. It was coming up.
He cannot get the damage in. These chases are brutal for Tundra. Your Tusk lockdown's all you have. And the second those few hits come in from the Tiny plus the Ember, you're just gone. Right? There's nothing you can do.
The 79-minute Roshan kill for Falcons.
They're going to march it down.
Might be the last Roshan kill of the game with a 48,000 net worth lead. They're looking at the end game here.
What
they
can
will
Tundra do?
finally brave the high ground. Dangerous against this Tusk, though, but if they kill the Tusk right away, it's open for the taking, especially if they get the last one to Crystal at the same time. He's got a Refresher Lasso. 100 is zeroed. Chrysalis, he's dead, but he still has a buyback. Harpoon almost catching BZM on his way out, but he blinks back to the fountain in time. Tier 4, falling fast. Another one. Not to last long. They've got to jump in. They've got to do something now. Meteor Hammer, all you like. What about the throne? What about your Ancient? It's falling fast, as does Crystal. It's a dieback for him. Skeeter, he's ending it. He's hitting the throne. Maureen's hitting the throne. It's all over. It's a 2-0 for Falcons. They're going to the finals of EWC.
Man, what a turnaround from them. This is a team that has come back from large deficits this event. Usually something that plagues them. Usually a team that wants to play ahead, stay ahead, win from ahead. They have done it from behind. That was a near 20k gold lead early on in that game. Going back to that laning phase where Maureen got completely trounced. Tundra sitting here like, what do we have to do to win this game too? Just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it in the early game, couldn't do it in the mid game. And got completely outscaled in the ultra late. I thought that was going to be better for Tundra with how well Doom and Queen can play in the late game. But man, that Bristleback Ember Tiny Tricore with the physical damage, absolutely insane. Completely cut this lineup down to size. You have so much HP to work with, but no survivability in the end. And man, what a turnaround for Falcons. That was an insane game. They almost have, I mean, they have so many deaths between their cores, it just doesn't matter. They just power through it. They trudge on. They grind you out. And ultimately, man,
I asked you at the start, what does Amar see in the Seeing Red facet?
That's what he saw.
Well, he saw 90,000 hero damage. And Maureen the story of this game, the story perhaps of this tournament so far, because what a comeback from him in this game. He takes the first series against Liquid by storm, and he just runs Nisha out of the game. This time around, he was shut down by BZM, and in the end, 112,000 hero damage for the Ember Spirit. He's the one who got the Megas. He's the one who was doing some work in those team fights, making Crystallis's life an absolute misery. As we see here from this one, hopping all around through the Spirits, and by the time Crystallis finally gets the Doom on him, it's too late.
This is a double Divine Rapier Ember at the end of the game with Stygian. Damage leader after that start. Insane stuff for him. Maybe Tundra could have found a way to get some more lockdown in that game. That was the biggest crux here. They just couldn't control heroes. They're just getting run around. This Amar Bristle's completely out of control on the front line. You don't want to have to focus him, and you can't find anybody else. But ultimately, Falcons, they played to their lineup strengths, and they did it beautifully. And these two supports in the late game are just beasts, man. Like the arrow coming out every 10 seconds. The lassos are on point. Huge plays from everybody on the side of Falcons. Tundra falling short here. We'll have to play for that third, fourth decider.
They will indeed. They'll meet P-Vision in that matchup. Meanwhile, Falcons, they've got a date with Destiny and a date with Spirits in the grand finals, and that is going to be a spicy one.
That is a matchup for sure.
Oh, man, what a crazy game. Pushing past 80 minutes. We've gone past the 80-minute marker. Falcons, I mean, they're leading it for the last 30 minutes, but if you go 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, that was a Tundra lead that they certainly had, but it wasn't good enough. Falcons, they catch the 2-0, and we'll go to the stage now for a winner's interview.
Yes, we are absolutely ready for our viewers, our winner's interview. My God, it's all been so crazy over the past 70+ minutes. The longest game we've had here at EWC 25 in Dota 2. And of course, I'm standing with ATF from Team Falcons, our victors, and into the grand final. First one's an easy one. What sort of comeback was that? 40 minutes in the game, huge goal deficit. On top of it, a kill deficit, and you flipped the game on its head. How did that comeback happen?
Well, obviously,
they love you here.
Because ATF.
Honestly, I fully believe you on that. Now, I actually want to follow up on it because yesterday you played Timbersaw and Razor. Today you're playing Mars and Bristleback. Are you just playing them to please this crowd, or are you just doing it because you think they're actually viable?
Well, obviously because I need to win, first thing, and I need to bring trophy here, right? So I have to pull out all the signatures possible.
And that was great ways to show off signatures in two games that actually, a few days ago, your teammate Skitter was saying, oh, you know, Team Liquid, free. Tundra, actually, pretty free at the end of it with that comeback. What do you think about that grand final, though? What is that going to look like? Is it also going to be an easy game against Team Spirit? What are you feeling about it?
Well, obviously Spirit destroys us in every single scrim, so it's going to be a tough one. But, you know, that's what I've been saying. I was already scared of top 16 because we had that moment. And, you know, we reached top 2 already. So, honestly, it might just be as easy as all the games we just swept till now.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. A huge victory for Team Falcons and ATF. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Arabic fans in here بدك تقول شيء للمشجعين العرب هون؟
الله يسعد الجميع هون.
Shukran lak. Thanks so very much. ATF, one more time. Team Falcons going to the grand final. Please join your teammates, ATF, and crush your opponent's key.
I'm telling you, this man, he's only here to win, just to crush some keys there, but all of them are gathering around it. I guess I'm surprised it's not Skeeter or Snake doing the Tundra key crushing here.
Oh, no, they're going to give it to Malrine. And you know why? Because he was 0-7 in the laning stage. He was getting that treatment, and it is his time to make the play right now. Because he definitely did it in the game, but yeah, they wanted to give him that that ability to crush the key as well.
You're going to get some satisfaction. I feel like
absolutely.
After you get crushed in lane, their early game was exposed. I feel like that's the nicest way we can say it here, Fia. That early games for Falcons really rough, but to be able to come back not only in game 1, but that game 2, make it go that length and be able to close it out into just clean team fights.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things in Dota is when you can manage to triple-double and then win the game, which he did do. But yeah, that early game was very, very rough for Falcons. I was like, oh man, like they look so good in game 1 and game 2 they're crumbling, but they're showing a completely different side of Falcons that I haven't seen in a long time personally. I thought, okay, if they get through this tournament, it's going to be through the way they usually win, just crushing, winning the early game, having this momentum, but they're losing early games and they're coming back in games where you would imagine they shouldn't be coming back in. So it was absolutely crazy to see this Falcons just evolve throughout this tournament. They have shown both sides of what it takes to be a great team.
Yeah, I think what makes Falcons have the success that they've had this event, the first game that I saw it was against Na'Vi, where they literally dodged fights for the first 15 to 20 minutes, then hit this 3 BKB timing and decided to take a 5-on-5, and the game went from perfectly even to blown wide open. And watching this series, and even yesterday, it's just their fight selection. Like, the times that they choose to actually engage you, no matter whether the game's even, they're winning, and they just choose to farm all game until they hit their timings, whether they're losing horribly like this, and then they take the small skirmishes that they can actually manage to get the numbers. It's just this is what makes them and Team Spirit the finals teams at this tournament, because these two teams, I just feel like they just find every single opportunity that is provided for them, and every player in this tournament, they're not gods, they're not perfect, they're gonna mess up, and these guys are ready to capitalize the instant you show it.
Oh, this team is just amazing, the way they managed to power up. And this is also basically old Tundra, some of the members against the new Tundra as well. So they know what it's like to play this style of Dota as well. Some of the old teammates as well, as we did talk about. But the way they are like very slippery, the way they know how to scale into these like late game scenarios. This is a team that kind of pioneered this style where they're going to choke you out of the map. They were down so much, but they managed to pull it back, and they know how to play when they are ahead. Like seeing this Bristleback and with the seeing red facets, still believing in it, 3 cores with the physical damage, allowing them to be able to scale throughout the game, picking up multiple Divine Rapiers as well, choosing completely different neutral items than the enemy team, going for these Helm of the Undyings. Tundra did go for 3 Necro Books at one time. They did replace them later. But yeah, a very, very good team that is good at realizing what the mistakes they have done and then turning that into pretty much win 2 times in a row is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think this scaling is really important to talk about as well, because if you look on the side of Tundra, I was not so impressed on how they decided to scale in this game, particularly on the Doom and the Undying, for example. Maybe there's no other build on Undying, but Doom is going for like Octarine, Refresher. He's got like Bots 2, going to Manta. Like, he didn't have any of those items you typically see from like a carry Doom, where he's going to be that right clicker. He's solely reliant on just getting Dooms off, but he's playing against 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 Lincoln Spheres. So like, kind of good luck if all your damage is through the Doom. Meanwhile, like, you're not really messing around with the items on Team Falcons. Like, they're going for big hitting items. I remember at one point, Malrine, I was going to question, like, he went for Refresher before getting the Lincoln Sphere against a Doom, but he's going for those high impact items really early on, trying to scale into the game. And I think that's why this late game was so lopsided. You just had better itemization.
And I like to see the progression, seeing this very sad inventory at the start of the game, having phase boots, BKB, and then having like pretty much being 9 slotted, buying multiple Divine Rapiers, being the one who's controlling the tempo of the game. Never actually, saying we almost lost, because this is not what you want to see, especially it can affect you mentally in the game, seeing how well they're playing around their mid laners. Like, you're 1 creep away. He's level 5, needs 1 CS to be able to be level 6. They gank him. I think a lot of players would actually crumble, but he kept the composure, he kept the cool, and managed to make a real comeback in this game.
Yeah, and we've talked about it, right? Just how they kind of went from these zeros to heroes in this game number 2. But what was the pivotal moment, Brian, if there was one specific play that you could point out that helped Falcons?
Well, I actually want to dissect that exact play that Lacoste was talking about, and also the plays that brought Falcons back into the game. So I want to bring attention to Malreen's coming from the jungle. Look at his XP right now, and he's going to return to lane. And check out BZM's priorities here while they're pushing the lane. He's going to contest every single creep. He gets that deny. And then he's going to try to go for the range creep deny, not quite get it, but then he's going to get this deny as well. Notice how that's 2 denies. Keep an eye out on Ember Spirit's XP as they're about to gank him. Finishes this creep, and when we pause, look at his, you can't even see the bar. He's going to get 1 more XP. You literally can't see the bar of XP that he doesn't have to get his level 6, and then they kill him. So these extra little denies that BZM's getting in lane cause this to happen. Dota is a game of inches, but Lacoste said that pathetic inventory that he had on Malreen phase BKB. Notice here that Doom is not here. So despite being down by 12k, they're playing 5v4, and this is a fight that not every team would be willing to take. But Falcon says, we don't care that we're down by 12k, 20 kills to 5. We've got our one timing where Malreen actually has one item that he can go in with, and they're going to take the fight. 33 at this point is massive. He's got Lotus Orb and Octarine Core at 21 minutes into the game. That BKB from Malreen allows him to go in. Skeeter leading the charge at the start of this. This was step 1 of them getting back into the game on the side of Falcons. Then this time, Tundra's going to get distracted by Amar on the bottom lane, who's Moonlight Shadowed, and Crystallis, who's trying to connect. They've almost set up a trap on the top Twin Gate, excuse me, and they get a crucial kill on him. And then when we go into this last play, where this was right after they went high ground, and Falcons choosing to take a 4v4 into Tundra, and it felt like there was a lot of save your buddy syndrome on the side of Tundra throughout this game, but this is a position that Falcons kept putting them in, as Crystallis tries to come back in to help. BZM is going to escape because of the Tusk saving him, but this is effectively going to get the kill on Crystallis. Amar gets the God tier shield rune to survive here. Seems like everything goes in favor of Falcons this game, but these little plays, it's for me when I watch these games, I'm like, there were no bad fights that they took. They had to take these individual fights. There were stars aligned in the game. One guy on the map missing, almost baiting the team, connecting to each other in the case of the Crystallis clip. Just impeccable decision making, I would say, from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, can't argue with that. I think they played incredibly well. I think you did take a bit of a risk on your lineup as well for Tundra. Just, you have a lot of maneuverable heroes that can get in and out of fights, and you didn't have many ways of stopping that, so the longer this went, and I think especially for Malreen, right? Like, sure, he had a bad early game. He just has to realize at some point he needs to survive. He's going to be hard to catch as long as he doesn't get doomed, and he did that, and he came back in the game that way. So their faith in their lineup is what really brought him back into this one.
Yeah, how many times did we see heroes on Falcon surviving like below 200 HP? They needed like 2 extra ticks on Doom, sometimes 1 to be able to kill the heroes, but they were so slippery. Like the 4 staffs and all these like items that they were buying to be able to kite the fights as well. And also, this might be the first time ever seeing Scotty on Bristleback. Like, he understood what the assignment is. Make sure that they're not going to be moving to reduce some of the healing coming out into the later stages of the game, because this Undying, like, he was doing way too many things. He was off to a really good start, and Amar on a Bristleback still showing that this hero can be played with the Seeing Red facet, that he can still carry the games from the offlane.
It was a perfect recipe, whether it was in plays, heroes, items, for Falcons to be able to get this 2-0. It does secure them into the grand finals tomorrow, and Tundra, whilst they're not technically eliminated, they won't be in that grand finals. But let's hear some thoughts about this series from them.
I'm here with Crystallis from Tundra. Crystallis, 2 really exciting games, but 2 games which I think you had in the bag at some point, but at some point both of them went wrong. First, focusing on this game number 1 with the Monkey King incident. I mean, was that something you've seen happen before? And I mean, what went wrong?
I mean, when it comes to like the monkey bugs on like the arena and like the kinetic field from Disruptor, they've been in the game for like 5 years, but they don't really care. Just like the Mischief bug at the start where they have to pause the game and reconnect. Also has been in the game for like 5 years, but you know, the bugs just, they stay, they never leave. It's unfortunate.
And you think that had like a really big impact on like the way the game was going and everything like that?
Yeah, I mean, the arena bug on the first game was pretty annoying. If that didn't happen, none of that would have gone wrong on mid, but unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. And then game number 2, I mean, it was the longest game of the tournament. You know, you guys pushed them all the way to the end. What's it like playing in that ultra late game situation with the neutral items and buybacks and all this stuff going through your head?
You know, stressful, I guess, but not really much else than that. It's just a lot of things to look at and take care of and think about and blah, 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 but that's just late game Dota.
Absolutely, and Tundra are no strangers to that. Well, this isn't the end of the road for you. You've still got the 3rd place match to go tomorrow. So how are you feeling about that one, and what kind of how are you going into it?
I hope we don't add 2 more games to the Tundra statistics of how many games we've thrown. So my hopes are high that we don't throw those games.
All right, good luck tomorrow. I'm excited to see you play. Thanks for coming to talk to me, Chrysalis. Unfortunate about today, but looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It feels like Crystal is still in some high spirits despite getting that unfortunate loss for them. But with the Falcons win, it does mean we have some guests joining us here. We've got Coach Owie and, of course, Grant, if you wanted to introduce yourself to the viewers who might not know who you are.
Sure. Hi, I'm Grant. I'm the Global Director of Esports for Team Falcons.
Nice. And then, of course, everyone else knows Lacoste and Brian as well. So, Owie, I feel like we should jump into the Dota a little bit because we were breaking it down. The bristleback. We thought it was dead. We thought you guys had lost faith in it. What was the resurgence for it to come out in this game?
I think we have like a good win rate versus specific teams with bristleback, and then we have like bad win rate versus some hero. I don't actually know how the hero works, but sometimes Amar really wants to play him, and like he's actually drafting now, so sometimes he just clicks the button, like no one says anything, he just clicks bristleback, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Is that why we're seeing some of the old classics as well? DK carry, his bristleback as well, Razor, Mars that we've seen?
No, it's just bristleback. Like that's the only hero, like, because we'll all be like, oh, we've lost the last 7 tournaments playing bristleback. But it's like, nah, I'm going to win this game in bristleback. And, you know, I mean,
eventually you will win it.
Sort of carried that game. So, like, I don't know.
You can't argue too much on this game.
He did carry this game, I think. So that was good, I guess.
When we were going into the series, our only prediction as a panel was that it was either going to be Tundra with comeback wins or Falcons stomping the lanes, and that was like the complete opposite of what happened in this series. Yesterday you were stomping, today you were doing comebacks. Like what changed for you guys? Like was it a change in your drafting style or just caught yourself in bad laning setup?
I mean, game 1, we knew they were going to go for a first blood because of Visage, and then Skitter he just straight up fed. And we like sacked our off lane to put A there so we could have a good safe lane. So all our pressure is supposed to be for our safe lane, but if you feed first blood, you like lose a lot of your momentum. And then like we fought like some power rune with level 5 on our beast versus level 6 storm. So like the early game was a complete disaster. And game 2, like Stas, like at some point in the game he was like, go next. And at some point in the game later, he said like, I don't deserve to win this game, guys. And, like,
that's really good comms in high spirit.
Yeah, it was really good. And Skitter said he was playing like emotional babysitter during the series, which is good. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think our draft was probably not the best. Like, we banned Lycan, but in hindsight, like, probably the Undying was a better ban. So I don't know. We had like draft plus play error and trying to sort of expose us both games in lanes. So we have stuff to fix.
Okay. And what is time between now and the grand finals going to look like for you guys at Falcons?
I don't know. I think they're going to go to the sauna and like just try to chill out. Because like it's just Dota's weird. Like Dota's a really complicated game, so it's really hard to learn like right before you play the finals.
Yeah.
So I think like just making sure we get our mentality right and we're happy with each other. Maybe we'll look at the replays, but I'm sure they won't want to. I don't know. We'll just try to chill out and try to be ready for Spirit.
Mm-hmm. And then on the other side, Grant, with the Falcons Dota team making it to the grand finals, it's the first finals of a Falcons team at this EWC, correct?
Yes, first time. Then we got third last year, third or fourth. So yeah, it's great to see us in the final, where we deserve to be, I think, where we belong to be.
Yeah, 100%. And with all the club championship wins going on, so how many titles are you guys participating in for Falcons?
I think we're across qualified about 20 of the 25 titles, 19 or 20. So we've really done well to qualify for a lot of events. But as with anything, it doesn't mean anything if you turn up and then go out, in the first round. So to see our guys, here make the final is such a good step for us in that club championship and starting to get points on the board.
What do you think the chances are this time around? Because last year you did win the club championship, so as a defending champion.
Yeah, we're a lot more nervous this year. Teams have caught up so much more. And we knew that would be the case coming this year. We'd have to put a lot of work in. I think we've spoken about how we've got a chance to score a lot of points and win it that way, but you also have to get first place. And I won't pretend that that's a little bit scary, seeing which team's first place. So honestly, to see the Dota guys in the final tomorrow, and also at the same time our Free Fire guys have just made the finals as well. Always gives us a good chance, and hopefully these guys can bring it home tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm curious, how did you guys as an org cast such a wide net across so many different games? Do you have like 3 or 4 people, one person in each game that you network to? How did that process go?
We were actually quite small in our esports team. We have only about 6 of us, I want to say, outside like team managers and stuff. And it was just sheer work. So obviously a lot of the work was done before EWC last year. And this year's been a little bit calmer, fortunately, where we've sort of been improving upon what we had, right? Rather than needing to do anything new. But last year, especially, I remember the 6 months before EWC were the craziest of my life in esports. So it's nice to just enjoy it a little bit more this year.
So then are you enjoying, have you been watching a lot of the Dota games? You enjoying
Every
it?
single game. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I love Dota anyway. Like, I know probably of our staff, I probably work closest with the Dota team.
Nice.
Don't always know exactly what's going on, especially that game 2 there. But but no, honestly, I've always followed these guys and worked closest, and it's great to see him back in the final after, I don't think it's been the easiest 2025 for us, so it's nice to see us back here.
Of course. And then if you two had to pick an MVP out of this series, who would it be? I'm not saying you have power to, but if you were to, who would you pick?
Just going to copy what you say.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think game 1, like in both games, I think Stas had like a pretty rough early game, but he made really good comebacks.
Yep.
And even though apparently his comms weren't very mentally resilient, like I think that level of play was really good. But I think, honestly, like everyone, I don't think we should have won either game. So like everyone had to play pretty well in order to do that. So that was good.
Okay, all right. Well, luckily for you, we've already chosen an MVP. So our today's Sony MVP is none other than Skeeter. That's right. We thought we would give it to the carry. I feel like he did his role. He did what he had to do on both the gyro. The gyro and the tiny.
I would just like to say that shout out to all the emotional babysitters out there in your pubs.
The extra layer now.
Yeah, maybe it's not always worth it every single game of a pub because it's going to take a mental toll. But Skeeter, he did what he needed to be done apparently to keep his team together. And we were questioning him as like a hard carry in the first game, a hero like Gyrocopter, because we found him more as an enabler. Is this something that you guys think of him as the team as well, Owie? Or is it just kind of like nobody has their set identity as a core kind of thing?
I mean, Skitter I think he can play both styles, but Gyro's probably, I think it's probably his most played hero, to be honest. Like, he's played this hero for a long time. But he'll play like stuns for us, he'll play hard carry, like he played a lot of Fury in this patch. So I don't think we have any problem with putting anyone on any type of hero on our team.
I know a lot of the teams, like a lot of the carries in the teams do like to call the shots. Is he also the most like vocal one, or is it somebody else doing it?
I think if the game is good, Skitter's our main shot caller, like in general. I think like he's like a very undervalued part of our team because
I agree on that one.
How he calls affects the two youngs a lot because they're very reliant on him as like an experienced core. So I think, yeah, for our team, a lot of it is honestly on Skitter and how he's feeling. So it's sort of like, I don't know, sometimes if he has a bad day, it's a rough one, you know, that's all.
What about these like 60+ minute games? Like, does somebody else take over? Like, how chaotic does it get with the comms?
I think right now in Dota, it's like, you can have the carry lead because they're the most powerful, but once it gets to 60 minutes, a lot of times, like, all the cores are strong. Yes. And it's going to be more about, like, you talk about, like, how you think the fight's supposed to go, like, what your conditions are and who your initiation is. Like, in that game, I'm sure, like, Crit probably took a lot of the comms when the fights were about to begin, because he's just the one who's going to start them. But it depends on each team. I don't have comms, so I have no idea what's happening in these games. So, yeah. Good things, apparently.
Good that Skitter's doing a lot of work then during the game.
Yeah, like we said, you know, he was Sony's MVP for a reason. We said in the game, the way that he was playing and everything like that. But yeah, it was nice. This is a weird thing to sort of ask Howie, but no one really gives proper answers. What did you guys do between the break? Because this is such a different format this year for EWC. How did those 4 odd days look like for you guys between that second phase and then coming in and having to go straight up against Liquid in a single limb?
We just played scrims.
Yeah? Do 2 sets a day?
Oh, actually, they made us come to like the venue to do like media twice or something. There's a bunch of stuff. So it wasn't like actual break days.
Okay.
But we tried to, I think we played maybe like 5 sets of scrims total. I think we got absolutely demolished. Like, it was terrible.
So it wasn't even you just lost, you got demolished.
No, the scrims were not good before this like final stretch. I don't know. It was just not good. The only team that we went 1-1 was Tundra. We just lost all our other scrims. So, yeah, that's what we did. We just lost.
How would you say the indicator of scrims is, generally speaking, like across your career as a coach? Are scrims often accurate to the results of the tournament, or is this like not an uncommon occurrence, what you just said?
It's weird because like a lot of scrims we don't pick necessarily to win, but sometimes you do. Like last EWC, I think we went 2 weeks without losing a single scrim because we had like a long boot camp, and then we got bored of like playing Darkseer with Crimson Pipe, and then we just lost the tournament to Auras. And we were like on that meta on like the first day of our boot camp, but we were just bored because we were winning, and then we just lost. So like it's like hard to get reliable data from scrims, and if it's too much in one direction, like winning or losing, like sometimes it's hard to tell what the problem or good things are. So it's like hard to really, I don't know, scrims are weird. Like you have to just find an idea and try to make an identity for your scrims. It's not always the easiest, I guess.
Well, it feels like if you're listening in to just what Aoi is saying, you might not know about Falcons obviously getting to 2-0 there, going to the grand finals. Let's look at the bracket because it might be a bit of a shock for anyone who just decided to tune in or is only watching the last few days here. It's single elimination. We started off with our quarterfinals where we saw only Team Spirit, the only team to top their group, make it through. P-Vision take it from Aurora Gaming, Tundra against BB Team, and then Falcons 2-0 against Liquid. And then earlier today, it was Spirit who got the 2-0 against P-Vision to make the grand finals. Falcons now against Tundra, which does leave our fourth match starting off our day tomorrow against P-Vision and Tundra. And then, of course, that grand finals, like we keep mentioning, Spirit up against Falcons. Take note of the time, guys. We're starting at 1 p.m. local time tomorrow for that fourth, and then the grand finals. Finally, a best of 5, right? It's been so long since we've seen one.
Yeah, I'm curious actually with this format. I'm going to ask Aoi this question. How do you feel about the fact that there's no like loser bracket runner that has to have the extra day? Do you know what I'm saying? Because they often talk about the advantage or disadvantage of only having, you can only prep for one opponent at a time. You only have like an hour or so break between that and the finals. Do you think this will make for a more competitive finals, less competitive finals, no effect?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Nice.
Thanks, Aoi.
Mostly in Dota, I guess there's blast events are like this, but mostly in Dota is always double elimination. I like the format more for Dota because it's a pretty like strategical game, but this one worked for us, so I like this format
nice.
right now.
They should run it more often.
I think we're probably the only third place in groups team as well, right? Like Spirit the only first place and we're the only third place, so yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I like this format. It's good for us.
Stacked groups, that's all it was. You know, you guys just had the tougher group.
Yeah, I don't know. They all lost in the first round, so maybe not. So.
Who knows there? But I do want to give you guys the floor as well if there's anything that you want to say for the Falcons fans ahead of tomorrow and off of the display that you guys had today.
Okay, just the Falcons fans have been genuinely crazy over the last few days. Like yesterday, they were cheering a lot, but they at least went quiet during the games. Today, they just didn't stop for 3 hours. So,
oh, wow.
Absolute kudos to the fans. It really helps us really get into it. I know some of the players have mentioned like it really does hype them up and make them feel good on stage. So please show up tomorrow and keep cheering for us.
Nice. Anything you want to add, Aoi?
Yeah, no, just thanks for the support. I'm sure the comebacks were because of all the support. Honestly, I don't know what else caused them. I don't know why we won today. I don't know why we won the other game.
He's still looking at the graph in his head. He's still processing it. Well,
Game 2 is not a win. I don't know. It's just not a win.
Well, sometimes you just got to chalk it up. You guys are able to play that late game Dota. It's a different beast. I appreciate Aoi, Grant. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you guys as well for watching, whether it was here at Riyadh in the Amazon Arena or at home. We do have our very final day for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in. We have the pre-show. We have our first game starting at 1 p.m. But for now, we're going to leave you with the Kadir top plays of the day.
be